Jake said, looking over at Coy. How do we get back up to the falls? You guys are pretty badass, he responded. When we're done here, maybe my uncle will give you some tattoos that represent bravery. He raised his hands, showing us the images that told the story of his lineage on his body. Don't you dare put them in a position to turn down that high of an honor, Coy, Elena said. Not fair, you tricky asshole. Yeah, I co-signed on Elena's truth, knowing it was pretty heavy to have a Samoan offer you to be tattooed by their family. Their method of tattooing was no joke either, with the comb dipped in ink and a mallet beating the hell out of your flesh to blend into your blood. It wasn't the sort of bachelor memento I had in mind when we signed up for this trip. Yeah, we'll pass, Jim said, shaking his head. As honored as we are for your friendship, and... I could tell Jim was searching for the right words so as not to offend Coy while I watched my little sunshine cover her smile. The honor... I'm kidding, Coy finally said with a loud laugh. You'd have to survive the 400-foot drop at Akaka Falls before we consider you for that. Quit teasing them, Elena said with a punch to Coy's arm. Now let's go park these things and do some jumping and swimming. This day was all about Jim having a great time, and it was turning into me being more enthralled and captivated by my lady. It was another exciting day that had my heart rushing with adrenaline, and I was in more awe of her than ever as I watched her fearlessness. We hiked up the falls to the top, and she leapt off the side of the cliff, did a quick flip, and landed with a scream of joy into the water. Over and over she did back flips, front flips, and all off the side of an 80-foot cliff. This woman was as crazy fun as she was beautiful. Even the guys were joining in on the Elena party, and even though Lainey was having the time of her life, reliving her days of youth, she made sure she got Jim, Jake, and Alex on video for the girls who didn't make the trip to the main island. Elena and I swam around like fish, and I finally grabbed my girl to steal a kiss, while Coy and the guys were jumping that waterfall. My adrenaline needs shifted to the sensations I felt by holding Elena in her swimsuit, feeling her skin, and most of all, kissing her as if it were the last time I'd have her in my arms like this. You're beyond perfect in every way, I said, running my lips along her neck while she locked her legs around my waist. I love you so damn much. So does this mean you and I will go base jumping when we get back to the mainland? She teased. I think I'm down for anything. I smiled at her. Is there anything you haven't done? She pursed her lips. I haven't climbed El Capitan in Yosemite yet, she said with a laugh. You're shitting me. I shook my head and ran my hand over her slicked back, wet hair. You want to do that? I've heard that you sleep on hammocks that are nailed into the face of that rock. It sounds like a fun honeymoon trip. There's no way I'm fucking my new bride on some goddamn hammock that's locked into the face of a rock. We'll break the thing with the way we've been going at each other these days. True, she chuckled. We should plan something cool like that, though. I was thinking more along the lines of those resorts where the rooms are caves or private huts over the water in the Maldives. Shit like that. She kissed my nose. We'll figure it out when it's our time. She draped her arms around my shoulders. Right now, it's Jim and Avery's turn. We have to respect that. Even though you almost killed her groom? Yeah, he sounded scared to death as he tackled those rapids like they were made just for him. She smiled. Hey, I have to tell you something because it's killing me. Go ahead, I said, swimming us over to a place to relax without having to tread water. What does my beautiful little sunshine have to say? Well, Avery is having a Polynesian fire dance after the wedding tomorrow night. She was going to hire a woman to dance the Hawaiian bridal dance for Jim. Hell fucking no, I said. Exactly. Elena's eyes widened with excitement. That's what I said. So I decided... Lainey, I eyed her. I know about your days of doing these shows, and while I'd love to see a video of that, you can't do that dance for Jim. Have you lost it? She laughed and splashed me with water,
I'm not going to do it.
Oh, thank God, I said with relief. Those assholes would never let me hear the end of it.
I taught Avery to dance. The people putting on the show will start with a fun act to entertain. Then it will end with the fire dancers doing some awesome moves to usher in Avery, and the music will shift to her dancing. She picked up on it fast. I'm so excited for Jim to see this tomorrow, and then when he finds...
I locked onto Avery's eyes, seeing the fear of almost letting something slip. Finds what?
Nothing.
She looked away from me.
Doesn't that sound beautiful?
I think it will be nothing less than amazing and only add to the perfect day they've waited too long for. I pulled her face back to look at me with my hand. What will he find? I smiled. Secret's safe with me, sunshine.
Damn it, she sighed. I am not ruining this. Please don't ask.
I bit the inside of my cheek. Baby, what the hell are you girls forever conspiring about behind our backs?
Good things.
She moved the water in front of her with cupped hands while the guys continued to jump the falls, challenging each other even more.
I talked to Summer, by the way.
Ah, I smiled at her, running my foot over her smooth legs. Did you use your psychic magic powers on her? You realize this is a vacation, right?
It was at breakfast this morning when you four were off planning how you were going to deal with my ex-boyfriend leading the fun activities today.
What'd you say? Trust me, you can't fix those two. Alex isn't settling down anytime soon.
Well, I just told her that if Alex makes her feel like she's being used, she needs to move on. They're not aligned, Call, she said in her serious neuropsychiatrist voice. It will be miserable for both of them.
So you bought her and Alex a few days of hanging in there, I smirked. Aren't you quite the Cupid?
I just think it's kind of shitty what's going on. She doesn't seem to be happy around any of us, and it's selfish, but she's only here for Alex, more or less. Then Alex has her here, more or less,
just to fuck, I interjected.
Right,
she sighed. You know, we were all like that at one time.
I know,
she smirked at me.
My sister made that perfectly clear to me.
The Ice Queen. I rolled my eyes.
What's her deal besides the fact she doesn't take prisoners? She's always been like that, Elena said. She's the know-it-all, big sister.
She like that with Stevie? I asked.
God, no.
Elena pulled her feet through the water.
She's too caught up in trying to make partner at her law firm in Chicago. Stevie sort of fell through the cracks.
He'll find his way. Give him time. She rolled her eyes slightly. Obviously, this was a topic that concerned her more than she vocalized.
That might be true. I wanted to be a neurosurgeon at first, but then I heard about the stories of people trying to understand their crippling life changes. It took a while, but Dad told me if that's where my heart was, go after it.
I kissed her cheek. I love that spirit in you. Don't worry about Stevie, I said, smiling at her returning smile. We'll kick his butt out of the nest together. For now, what the hell is the big secret?
That, lover, she kissed my lips, is for you to find out. I'll tell you this, it won't be as daring as a kayaking adrenaline rush, but it will be a perfect addition to the wedding day. I laughed and pulled her down into the water with me. With you at the helm, I'm quite confident good old Coy is going to be doing the fire dancing, and we're going to be the stars of the show while we try to twirl batons of fucking fire. She threw her head back and laughed. I hadn't thought of that one, but that would definitely be a perfect addition to Avery doing the bridal dance. She does have Hawaiian roots, you know. We should do our best to give her everything and more, since she requested a Hawaiian wedding, knowing that Jim could have taken her to Dubai or Fiji or rented an entire tropical island.
Not happening, my little hula goddess, I said. Don't get all cultural on our pathetic asses. We'll watch the pros and the men who won't insult the heritage of the islands. She sighed dramatically.
Fine.
She looked around and then eyed me.
Those guys seem pretty occupied, and there's a secret cave behind that waterfall. My cock, which was in full vacation mode, decided it was time to be completely aware of the woman who called to it. "You up for a quickie, sunshine?" I smirked, teasing her. Aching for more of last night. Let's convince the guys to take the kayaks up the river in Coy's truck, and you can fill the aching need I've had since seeing you dressed in these board shorts. You need only say the word, and I'll clear the place right now. Let's do it. It's always been a fantasy of mine. So, you and Goldfish Boy didn't do crazy shit like this in Waterfall Paradise? No, she laughed. He wasn't as creative and fun as you. It's why I dumped his ass. She grinned. And now I have the perfect man to start fulfilling my wild and crazy fantasies. That's damn good to know. And yes, we're fucking in that waterfall cave.
Chapter 25. Elena. Jim and Avery had the most breathtakingly beautiful wedding ceremony. And it wasn't because he was a billionaire with endless amounts of money to make it all happen, either. Everything about the ceremony was lovely, from the exquisite decor to the glistening ocean that shimmered as their backdrop. I had to give high props to Clay and Joe, the fun couple who happened to be Ash's two best friends. They'd coordinated this entire affair, and not only was every last detail perfect, but everything went off without a hitch as well. If I had to choose a favorite part of the ceremony, it would have been when Jim turned to Addison and knelt to read the vows he'd written to her. He started by calling her the other love of his life, and he promised to love and protect her for as long as he lived. I don't think there was a dry eye in the place after that. It was so sweet to see how much all of them were absolutely in love with each other. I had to say that standing as one of Avery's bridesmaids was an immense honor. I loved looking across the way to see my handsome fiancé, wearing his simple button-down shirt, khaki shorts, and his tie-leaf lei. It wasn't easy to focus when the man I was utterly in love with was distracting me. It was so damn hard to keep my eyes off him, especially during the quiet times while the musician played the ukulele for the bride and groom. I couldn't help my heart from pounding in my chest with all this lovely romance. And when Colin's smile went from staring in adoration of the bride and groom to when his eyes drifted to mine and held them. It was a goddamn miracle the two of us smitten in love fools survived standing up with the bride and groom at all. Who knows how many times we were pulled into this loving trance, caught in the moment and seeing the love we felt for each other in our stare and smiles. As the fire dancers entertained us after the sunset, our laughs, cheers, and giddiness for the couple were elevated to extreme levels. I knew the moment Avery's dance for Jim was coming and couldn't be more thrilled. We sat in the front row of an audience of friends and family that had flown in yesterday afternoon. Even though I didn't know any of them and hardly had a minute with Ash's dad and stepmom, it didn't matter. Love was in the air and bringing all of us in perfect unity to celebrate Jim, Avery, and Addison. "I can do that shit too, you know," Colin said, pulling me to lean closer against him as we watched the magnificent ceremony. Just because Jim asked Coy to replace the other fire dancers, that doesn't mean you need to get all competitive again. I teased him. True, he said. That's when Coy came out and did a fantastic finale with multiple fire sticks. He spun them swiftly, creating a beautiful visual effect that enhanced the change from drums beating into the beautiful slow music shift into the song. Ke Kali Nio Au. It was perfect. And my God, was Avery ever more elegant and beautiful when the lights turned toward her and her song began. I was beaming like a child, and I couldn't imagine what Jim's face looked like while his wife danced this song to perfection for him. I felt tears of joy for the couple while I watched Avery fearlessly perform for Jim, and I laughed when the words, "Forever Mine," prompted her to rotate her hips in a lovely way, all while teasing her husband with a smile and pointing toward him. I watched Addison smile and watch her mom with a look of wonder on her face as Avery danced like an angel up on stage. As the bridal song was concluding, the music shifted while women in beautiful dressage came out, and the lights enhanced their outfits as they danced and serenaded Jim, coming up to accept his bride's dance and honoring their love.
"I would have paid countless amounts of money to have you in this part of the wedding,"
Colin said, as the beautiful, half-dressed women moved their hips gracefully. Later, I smiled at him. "I'll dance for you, as I promised." Colin glanced over his shoulder.
"We can leave now, and those two wouldn't even notice."
"Calm down," I laughed at him. "We still have to cut the cake, and that secret I've managed to keep from you no matter how hard you've tried to get me to say something."
"Yeah?"
Colin smiled.
"You're coming clean on that tonight."
"Avery's about to fill you in on it, so shh," I finished with a smile.
"Did you just shush me?"
Colin challenged. "Seriously," I pointed to where Avery had taken a microphone in one hand while continuing to hold Jim's hand with her other. "You have to listen." Colin kissed my temple and relaxed further into his chair. "Today was the most beautiful day of my entire life," Avery started, as Jim smiled and waited patiently while she spoke. "And I have another special gift to add to this day from my husband." I watched Jim's expression turn to that of confused happiness. "You've given Addie and me more than anyone in this life could have ever asked for," she started to say, choking back tears as Jim drew closer to her. "And in saying that," she exhaled with a laugh, "Jim, I am so excited to announce that you're going to be a father. Again." Jim's eyes widened with love, excitement, and shock, all at once. He instantly pulled Avery into his arms, his tall and large frame hiding the slender bride in his arms.
"Holy shit! Yes!"
Colin said as he and Jake simultaneously stood and clapped, prompting a standing ovation for the happy family. Jim and Avery met an overly thrilled Addison as she rushed on stage. They knelt to her level, and the three hugged and held each other in this beautiful moment. It all worked out perfectly. The festivities of the night played on in such a fun way. We all danced. I taught Colin a little hula, and when the kids had fallen asleep with Ash's parents, the helicopter fired up and swept the beautiful couple off to the location Jim had arranged for their honeymoon. From what Ash had said, they would spend a few days on the island, and then Jim would bring Avery to relive their earlier days of when they first met in London at their estate in the countryside. They had plans laid out for Addison to meet them there, and that's where they'd officially begin their lives as a family before returning to the States.
"So, Jake knocked Ash up the same time Jim worked his magic on Avery, eh?"
Colin asked after we arrived late back in our room. "I think it's so cool. Jim's going to find out about Ash being pregnant tomorrow," I said, wrapping my arms around his waist. "Jake's going to call him and fill him in on the fact that Dr. Allen will be pretty busy when these babies are ready to make their appearance in the world." Colin kissed my forehead.
"Those two Mitchells have got to be the happiest men on the planet right now."
He smirked down at me from where he'd leaned back against the wall in our room. "And you?" I asked. "Are you the happiest man on the planet?" He eyed me with that devious smile of his.
"It depends. Is a man who can twirl a fire baton more badass than a man who can perform brain surgery?"
I started unbuttoning his shirt, having special plans of my own for Colin. I kissed the center of his tanned chest. "You jealous?"
"Never,"
he said, running his hand over my head.
"I've got you in my room. He doesn't."
"Then why ask the question?" I said, my voice lower as I moved down, hearing Colin's breath hitch at me as I knelt in front of him and unbuttoned his shorts.
"Well, if I was a tad bit jealous of that man's talents—"
He stopped when I freed his hard cock and licked beneath the tip.
"It's all out the window now, and gone with the island winds."
He sucked in a breath as I began to work all of my energy into taking his large cock as deep as I could. In the numerous times that I'd enjoyed having my mouth around Colin's large cock, hearing the sounds of him enjoying it and swallowing every last ounce of him. I had never been able to deep-throat my man. I managed to relax all the muscles in my throat and allow Colin to push his cock further down my throat than I'd ever let him in.
"I can't hold this back,"
he said, as I pulled off his cock and licked from his balls, the base, and back to his dripping tip. "I don't want you to," I said. "I have a long night planned for us, and you need to come, baby. That way, you can enjoy the rest of the night with me."
"Fuck, you're beautiful,"
he said, through panting breaths, while his hand gripped the back of my hair, and he allowed me to take him deeply again. When my hair was tightly fisted by Colin's hand, he rocked his head back and moved his tip further down my throat, his warm cum shooting into me as I swallowed every last drop of my man's orgasm that rocked his ass back into the wall as he continued coming down my throat. When we finished, Colin's arms pulled me up, and I was lost in his deep kiss of gratitude. He gently pulled away and smiled at me.
"You never cease to fucking amaze me. You took almost all of my cock."
"I know." I bit my bottom lip and smiled triumphantly. "Feel good?"
"And why the sudden need to get me off so quickly?"
He set me back down and unzipped the silk dress I had on.
"I had plans for you, sunshine."
"Trust me, we'll be making good on any and all plans tonight. But first," I pressed my hand into his chest, "I owe you a naked hula dance."
"That you do."
He arched an eyebrow at me. My already soaking entrance and throbbing clit needed to feel this man. But I could wait. I had to wait if I wanted to really go through with this particular fantasy with Colin. Colin's eyes were beautiful as I turned on a Hawaiian song and began dancing seductively for him. I loved the brightness in his face as I enhanced each move I'd learned years ago. I was grateful I had remembered this dance, given the current look on my man's face, because this night was going to be as special as Colin had made me feel since I popped that proposal on him. I never thought that dancing seductively for him would heighten my sexual desire, but it did, and it didn't take long before we were on our bed, and Colin's perfect lips and tongue were devouring my body. I loved this more than words could explain, and I was more than ready for him now. "Baby," I said, as he reached for the box of condoms. "I want—"
"You can have anything you want,"
he answered, his eyes glimmering with a hunger in them that I loved. "I want you in a way I've never had a man before." I chewed on the corner of my lip. Colin's hands framed my face as he shifted his hard cock away from my entrance and repositioned himself.
"What do you want? You know I'll take my girl any way she wants me."
"Well, I brought lube." I trailed off, knowing he would understand where I was going with this. His eyes narrowed.
"Oh, yeah?"
he said with a spark of desire and a smile.
"And from how wet your tight little pussy is, I'm assuming it wasn't for that."
I shook my head against the pillows. "I want you to take all of me if you're down for that sort of thing." Colin licked his lips, and I swear I saw a light in his eyes I'd never seen before.
"Fuck me,"
he answered.
"You know I'm down for claiming and filling every part of your body with my cock. The sounds you make when I move my fingers over your ass."
He let out a breath.
"Shit. The only thing I'm not down for is hurting you, Lainey."
"I've read up on it. You know, because it was really heightening my orgasms when you did that." I smiled. "God, I love that we can casually talk about this like we've been together for years."
"Hell, if you trust me with this most delicate and,"
he arched an eyebrow at me,
"most taboo way of having sex, then yes, we have to talk it out some. I've never fucked a woman like this before."
"Which will make it that much more intimate between you and me. I read where women feel more intense orgasms while her lover's cock rubs behind her G-spot." Colin smiled.
"God damn, I love you. You have to guide me, though. I might get overzealous and fuck you too hard."
I shook my head and leaned up to kiss his lips. "I know you won't. You've always been about me and my pleasure. Let's do this, baby." I reached over and grabbed the lube, then grabbed my vibrator.
Oh, if it isn't the reason you were able to hold me off longer than a week when you knew I was your man, he teased. What's this for? I can loosen you up better than this device could ever do.
It's for you.
You're not shoving that thing up my ass.
He laughed. You'll see, I said, taking a condom out of the box, leaning up and kissing Colin. His hands held my neck as we kissed hard and desperately, knowing we were embarking on a level of intimacy we'd never shared with anyone but each other. I rolled the condom onto his cock that always reacted to my touch, and then Colin laid me back and kissed my stomach as he warmed the lube in his hands and worked it over my virgin entrance. He applied pressure to my tight area while his thumb moved my clit in a circle, dancing the two areas into one perfect, harmonic rhythm. I reached up into the pillows, fully trusting Colin, wanting him, and needing this more than my fantasies allowed me to imagine. Once I was loosened up, I lay on my back, and I began pleading with him to give me what I wanted from him. Colin was gentle and perfect, and once he was in, we both froze in amazement at the sensations.
Fucking unreal,
Colin nearly growled.
God damn, this is too fucking much.
My body was so loose, relaxed, and desperate for this feeling of completeness of sexuality with the man I loved beyond explanation. Fuck me, I begged him, his lips sucking my nipples through his cursing. I slid the small vibrator I had brought into my soaking wet pussy, and Colin growled and grunted, feeling the vibration as he began thrusting his cock in my ass.
Jesus Christ,
he panted out while I ran my hands over his ass.
This is beyond fucking unreal. This is a high, baby. Shit, I'm never going to want this to end.
Colin was panting, grunting, and pumping himself in and out of me, and the thousands of sensitive nerves that were right where Colin was thrusting gently in and out of me were firing up sensations I'd never felt before. It was everything. It was Colin's wild eyes, the way he moved, moaned, licked his lips, and bit at my hard nipples. This shit was euphoric. I spread my legs wider and grabbed his ass while my vibrator danced inside of my pussy. "Harder, Col," I said in a hoarse voice. "Jesus, this feels better than I ever thought." Colin didn't respond vocally. He just answered my pleas as his cock moved deeper in me. I felt like we were floating in the air, and I was in such bliss that all I could do was enjoy this ride of the man I loved fucking me in such a delicate way. Some people might have been appalled to do this. I'd certainly never considered it. Not until recently, anyway. Colin was innovative with everything sexually that we did, and if his fingers had never teased my ass entrance as they'd done, I was sure it would have never really been something I thought about. I felt energy move through me, unlike a regular orgasm, as Colin and I kissed, and he continued fucking me like this. It was a buildup of sensations I knew I would have never felt if we weren't in this position. It spiked beneath my skin, like electricity needing to ground itself. But instead, it flowed through each living nerve in my body. I was moaning out sounds that I didn't even know I could make as I rode this wave of rolling energy in my body out. And that's when, for the first time ever, I came so hard that I actually ejaculated.
Holy fuck!
Colin practically shouted loud enough for all of the islands to hear.
God damn, you just fucking came all over my cock, baby. Fucking hell.
His eyes met mine in the same shock and elation that I felt.
You're so sexy. I'll never get enough of this, sunshine. Can you do it again for me, baby? That must have felt so fucking awesome for you.
I was still moaning in pleasure, satisfaction, and most of all, my triumph at not just feeling the most insanely intense orgasm I'd ever experienced in my life, but also the fact that my pussy had done the one thing I never believed I could pull off. "I want it from behind," I said. I was on a complete high, and I wasn't about to end these feelings anytime soon. "You think you can fuck me in the ass like that and hold back, baby?"
Jesus, I almost just came right now."
He smiled as I gently rolled over, rendering him speechless at whatever he felt in that moment while still being inside me. Once in position, I decided to play with his cock after pulling the vibrator out of my pussy to help give him a better chance of fucking me and holding back. His hands gripped my hips, and he began thrusting, his groans telling me how much he loved this position. Colin and I spent the night fucking in our new intimate position. We decided that since our flight was a 6 a.m. and we had to be up at 4, that we'd just fuck until it was time to leave. We bravely and boldly went into this act with love and lust. When we were on the plane the next morning, it was almost hard to sit still. Damn, if only we had that luxurious company jet all to ourselves. Having him all night without sleeping should have been enough, but all it did was make me more addicted to the man than I already was. With Colin and I having to work tomorrow, we had to find a way to make up for not sleeping all night. Lucky for Colin, he was no stranger to going 2 to 3 days with little to no sleep while being on call. But I wasn't quite so resilient. Once we'd landed, we went straight to the house closest to the airport, my condo, and managed to have a fun-filled day, which included napping, driving to Long Beach for tacos, and then ending our night, watching some action film before falling asleep on the couch together. It wasn't until we were driving to work in the morning that the first major issue we were to face as an engaged couple reared its ugly head. The string ring. He was serious as hell about never taking the thing off until I reminded him that he eventually would have to scrub in for surgery. Thank God I came up with a technique to slide the thing off because he was beginning to act like this raggedy string was the Hope Diamond. I fiddled around with the thing while we sat in traffic, and Colin was able to take it off and hide it in his scrubs so we could keep the world-renowned neurosurgeon in business and saving lives. This man was the silliest, sexiest, and best guy I'd ever met, and the memories we'd created since day one were going to be epic stories for our grandchildren one day. Well, leaving the intimate parts out, of course. Chapter 26. Elena. Colin and I had officially made it to February as the couple everyone in the hospital loved to tease. We were very much in love and weren't afraid to show it. I loved working with him, and I loved spending time off with him. I couldn't even imagine my life without him in it anymore. He was my joy, my laughter, and the very core of my happiness in this world. We spent most of our time at my condo, since it was close to the hospital, and when we got a weekend off, or at least a day to escape together, that's when we found ourselves wrapped in each other's arms at his insanely beautiful beach house. The office was quiet, as it always was on Wednesdays, which lent me some extra time to spend with my new patient. Victoria was a 58-year-old woman who had suffered a traumatic brain injury in a rollover car accident last week, and Colin initially treated her since he was on call when she came in. Colin sat quietly next to me as Victoria cycled through various emotions, learning about the long road of recovery that lay ahead. Colin had laid out the facts as he'd always done when we consulted together, and now it was my turn to help my patient cope. "I see that you were a very active woman before your accident," I said. Tears formed in her eyes as her sister, Nancy, reached for her hand. "I was. My life was perfect. Now I'm using a walker." I leaned forward and smiled. "The fact that you're walking with that walker has even shocked the surgeon," I said, looking at Colin as he nodded and smiled, her eyes going directly to him. "You need to focus on the fact that you're one lucky woman." I watched her scowl at me. "This isn't fair," she truthfully stated. "I don't deserve this. My mind, it blanks." She looked at her sister. "How am I supposed to continue with my life when everything tells me I should be fine, but then I'm slowed down by these crippling issues?" "You need to focus," I said in a firmer voice, knowing I wouldn't be able to get through to her if I didn't get a bit more severe. "No, it's not fair that this happened to you. I will tell you that I've met with my fair share of patients who've had horrific experiences, after they've woken from a traumatic brain injury. Some cannot speak or walk or are forced into a wheelchair after months in the hospital. But this isn't about them. This is about you. In injuries such as yours, neurons have died, and it's your job to learn to cope and work with those facts. You must force yourself to have hope, even if you don't see immediate results. Will I ever be able to do my tax consulting business again? In your case, I answered, both ladies' eyes on me. That's solely up to you. You will be working with a rehabilitation center and me, and together we will fight for you to get your life back. But you are the core reason you'll either get it back or lose hope. I won't allow the latter. You're a young, healthy woman. I smiled at her sister. Your family will play a huge supporting role in ensuring that you fight for your life again. You will not let these natural feelings of defeat to destroy any of your ability to fight back. I just feel so hopeless. To have to concentrate so hard just to move my legs. It's so difficult. I was jogging last week. She trailed off in tears. You will suffer through different stages of grief, I said, and we'll all be here for you as it happens. The denial is already present, and that's natural. You have woken up, are being discharged from a hospital, and are struggling to accept that life is different now. Every time you feel this way, I need you to allow the feelings to come in, and then you must move on. Whether it's making something and completing that task to feel a sense of accomplishment, or taking your walker and knowing that with each step you take, you're getting closer to getting rid of it. Dr. Brooks has looked at your current MRIs and determined a full recovery is possible for you through rehabilitation.
That recovery, Ms. Parsons, will not come easily, but it will come, as Dr. Alvarez has mentioned, by you battling your way through it. Your brain will learn and adapt to this new way of walking, and I guarantee you'll be singing and dancing through our office hallways in a month or two.
Colin added with a smile. Victoria smiled back. Colin's smile seemed to help all of my patients. He sounded so confident. The tone he used was soothing for our patients, and they responded well to him. Talking, and even the way I try to think, is a struggle sometimes. I will be candid with you, I said. It could take up to 4 years or so of you using the constant activity of challenging your brain to move past the last part of your injury. God, why me? She looked up as her sister took her into her arms. I'll get a second opinion. She trailed off again into tears. I completely understand your feelings. It's not something I wish to tell you, but I would be a horrible doctor if I lied to you and said it would happen faster than I know. You suffered a severe brain injury, and I need you to accept that. I need you to accept that there is more to life with you, Victoria. I want you to know that everything comes from your heart. Your ability to prove me wrong on this diagnosis will come from sheer determination and willpower. If you choose to find another neuropsychiatrist, I will gladly step away and allow you to find one. I won't, she softly said. I'm just so scared. Then let's work together. I smiled. I want you to leave my office today, and before you go into that rehab center, I want you to find small things to appreciate. The small things that we always seem to miss in life. And, I shrugged with a smile. Sometimes things happen to slow us down a little so that we can appreciate them when our lives are so busy. True, she answered. Do you have any questions for me before we conclude today and you're discharged to the rehab center? I think my only question was answered. How long? I smiled again, my heart swelling with sympathy for her. She nodded.
I see nothing but a beautiful woman who has a lot of life left to live.
Colin added.
There's a reason you survived that accident, Ms. Parsons. Don't let this bump in the road of life stop you from coping and moving forward. Some people give up, some fight back, and Dr. Alvarez has shown her full support in helping you on your road to recovery, as well as the staff at St. John's Rehab Center, who will be nothing less than amazing with you. As your doctor, I will have you visiting me in the office after brain scans to explain where I see the brain healing, as we discussed before this consultation. I expect that in a week, you're going to walk into this hospital, showing us all signs of improvement and possibly not needing that walker.
I watched Colin nod toward the device that seemed to trigger my patient's devastation, but the way he treated it in conversation was like it was so temporary she would never need it again. I hoped he was right, and after all that I'd learned in working with Colin and our patients, he certainly didn't bullshit them. He'd said that Victoria's brain was injured severely, but she was fortunate not to suffer trauma in more complicated areas. I loved that we complemented one another so well in consultations. If I were getting a little too harsh while trying to help the patient to move forward with their new life, Colin would slow it down with his knowledge of what he saw in images and his experience with patients recovering. If Colin seemed stiff and somewhat cold toward a devastating outcome that I knew he wasn't happy with, I offset that with my methods of striving to help the patients in the best possible ways I could. That was rare, though. I don't think I'd ever really witnessed Colin in that cold doctor mode, except for with a paralyzed patient who'd broken his neck and suffered a severe spinal injury after diving into a shallow pool of water. Besides that, Colin was never shaken. After we'd concluded our consultation, I was relieved when Victoria and her sister hugged me goodbye. My only goal was to help, and even though she apologized for her outburst, it was completely unnecessary. The hard part of my job was delivering brutal truths, but the rewarding part of helping them triumph was worth it. "So," Colin said, leaning in the doorframe as I went back to gather the patient's file. "We're going to stay in Malibu tomorrow. I want you in a wetsuit and out riding some waves with mine and Jake's friend, Flex." "We can do Malibu, but I'm not surfing," I said with a smug grin as I tilted my head up when he bent to kiss me. "I love to watch you surf, but you and I already talked about me not surfing in freezing cold water." "Oh, come on. You're already losing your edge?" He shook his head. "Is this where it all ends for you and me?" "I was thinking about doing a little redecorating of your beach house," I said, ignoring him. "What do you think we add some color to the place? I mean, no offense, because it's pristinely decorated, but it's a little—" I bit my lip, which always made Colin smile. "Plain?" he said. "You can do whatever you want to add your flavor to the house. As far as I'm concerned, it's yours, too." "Stop." I rolled my eyes, walking out of the door and back to my office with him following me. "It's not my place until we're married." "I disagree. I can't imagine living in that home without your smile brightening it anymore anyway. Do whatever you want to make it yours." He smiled, sitting across from my desk. "And I take no offense at your suggestion, by the way. I hired an interior designer to decorate the place while I was busy doing a million other things." "You hired a decorator? Spoiled little rich boy," I teased, knowing he hated being referred to as such. "Well, your decorator sucked." "Apparently so," he said, flipping through a medical journal that was on the edge of my desk. "Hey," he looked up, shut the magazine, and grinned. "Let's get Clay and Joe to spice the place up. I'm pretty sure you miss your South Beach lifestyle in Miami. We'll have Clay and Joe bring all of that in. You already know I love what you love." "That's an awesome idea. Let me pay you for some of it, though." He waved a finger in front of me. "It's my place, as you've stated, and I'm paying for the designers and all the stuff they do to paint the plain, white canvas of the beach house." "Fine. It's my place, too." I smiled. "Nope." He pinched his lips together, texting on his phone with a smile. "There, done. Clay and Joe are stopping by, and those two will turn the place into your beach dream home." "I'm excited," I said with a smile. His eyes darted back to my open door, then over to me again. "Well, you know what I always am, and you started it with that bottom lip biting thing." "Relax, Dr. Brooks. We're out of here in an hour, and then we'll go get dinner and chill out on my couch tonight." "Chill?" He arched an eyebrow at me and grinned. "Okay. Dr. Brooks?" The intercom pager went off, pulling us back into doctor mode. "Right here," he said, answering the button to the line that the trauma center used to contact doctors in our office. "This is Dr. Gilmore," he said. "We're sending a patient to your trauma center. The patient is a 67-year-old woman. All tests show she's in a coma after a ruptured aneurysm.
Your trauma unit can save her life. Dr. Brooks, her family is in distress and knows she may not survive this." "Understood."
Colin stood up. His entire demeanor changed.
"Have you sent over any brain imaging for me?" "Yes. The family should be there already, and Chopper has an ETA of 3 more minutes until arrival." "Got it,"
Colin said.
"I'll check out the images and prepare the surgical team." "Thanks, Brooks. Good luck." "Got it, Gilmore. Have a good evening."
Colin looked at me.
"I want you on this surgery with me,"
he said in chief surgeon mode.
"I'll see you in the trauma unit after you're changed. All good?"
"I'll change into my scrubs and meet you there." I changed and had caught up with Colin, already in his scrubs and briskly walking down the hall to the trauma center. His head was down as he studied images from his touchscreen pad. "What are we looking at?" I asked, practically skipping to keep up with him.
"We're looking at an intracranial hemorrhage. The patient's Glasgow numbers are on a scale of 4, still unresponsive. She was found on her front lawn, face down, by a neighbor."
"Good God," I said, peeking at the brain image he had shown me. "That's an enormous rupture. Can you save this woman?"
"There's no answer to that until I get into her brain and see the cerebral aneurysm with my own eyes. The fucking thing ruptured and, honestly,"
Colin looked at me,
"this woman shouldn't be alive."
"Let's get in there and let you do your magic, Dr. Brooks." Colin slightly smirked, and then we were met with the trauma unit and the medical staff from the hospital that had transferred the woman to St. John's. Colin nodded through conversation, the outlook seemingly grim if you studied the faces in the room. Colin's face wasn't grim, though. He showed determination while each person read vitals to him, and he glanced at the most current images coming in from our MRI machines. Colin was right. This woman should be dead. Fortunately for her, she was alive and had the best possible surgeon as her advocate.
"I'll speak with the family while all of you prep the patient for the craniotomy. Let's get to work and save her life,"
he ordered, and the room dispersed, each person given their task, while Colin requested me to follow him to the ICU waiting area. He punched the doors and walked into the room that had been reserved for the family.
"Mrs. Yee's family?"
he questioned the concerned room filled with people our ages.
"Yes, I'm her oldest son. She was found on the lawn."
"She was perfectly fine yesterday, doctor," a young woman said as she walked up to Colin and me. "How did this happen? It's not possible."
"I need all of you to try to calm down and listen to me. My name is Dr. Brooks, and I'm the surgeon called on to operate on Mrs. Yee. She's suffered a rupture of a brain aneurysm and is quite lucky to be alive. I've studied her brain scans, and her EEG is telling me that she has not suffered brain death. She has given all signs of a coma, but once I operate and relieve the pressure from her brain and find the cause of the bleed and stop it, her brain should recover, and she should wake up. I need all of you to understand that even though I've operated on multiple issues like this, there is still only a 50% chance of survival. My duty is to save her life, but I won't stand here and mislead any of you into believing that I will. I need full consent to operate, and once that is done, I will work to save her. I'm her power of attorney,"
her oldest son said.
"We gave all of our consent as soon as we got here." "Great,"
Colin said.
"It'll be a while in surgery, but I'll be in that room doing everything in my power to ensure that Mrs. Yee survives." "Thank you, Doctor."
With that, we left, and Colin stayed in full surgeon mode. The surgeon, who was unsure if he'd save a patient's life tonight or not, and who had an enormous challenge in front of him. This surgery required a skilled physician, and I knew Colin's mind was keenly aware of the challenge that faced him.
"The patient is in a coma,"
Colin said.
"Her brain waves are not active, but I want you in that room while I perform the surgery."
To talk to her, I guessed, knowing that it was still quite the mystery of whether or not patients were aware of their surroundings while in a comatose state. When Colin nodded to the intriguing idea he had of having me there to speak with the other woman, whether or not she heard me, I found it endearing that he would consider it. There was no time to question his method, but knowing Colin and seeing how he worked, his passion for his patients, and the unknown, was intriguing. Colin was 3 hours into the surgery while I read the book Little Women to Mrs. Yee after calling out to her family to ask what kind of stories she liked. It turns out she enjoyed this story immensely, and so I downloaded it onto my phone and read to her while Colin worked to save her life. While I read, Colin started drilling the interns in the room to answer questions as he worked, and then started hitting them with questions completely unrelated to the issues at hand. I watched as he worked, smiled, and challenged the interns in the room with us.
"There's our culprit,"
Colin said, and I exhaled, knowing that once he used the clamps to clamp off the bleed, this woman would have a fighting chance.
"Clamping 4 areas should end the bleed. Swelling is down 75%.
Dr. Nathan, Colin's attending surgeon, advised him.
"We're well on our way to saving this woman's life."
"We are," Colin said, his eyes glued to the magnifying device that gave him the perfect vision of the microscopic problem area. It was 5 hours in, and Colin worked to close the skull and prepare the patient for ICU and recovery. There, we would hope she would wake soon from this comatose state. Colin did the needed job, and each of us in that OR smiled with pride that Dr. Brooks had successfully saved this woman's life. 2 hours after we met with the family, Colin snatched my hand, his mind calm again, and his smile was beaming. "You were amazing in there," I said to him.
"Does Beth die of scarlet fever?"
he asked, relating to the book and how far I'd read in before we were able to end the surgery. I laughed. "How in the heck do you pay attention to that, all while going after an angry brain?"
"Angry brain?"
Colin draped his arm around me and laughed.
"That's a new one. I like it. The brain that wants to fight the doctor at every angle. Now,"
he kissed my temple,
"I have to know what happens to Beth."
"Why don't we finish the story tonight while we eat our tacos on the beach?"
"That sounds like an awesome idea. You still up for Long Beach, or do you want to grab something and head to Malibu? I'd love to spend our night on my private beach and rekindle that evening that you and I... you know."
He eyed me. "We're supposed to be reading Little Women, not violating beach laws by having sex on the beach again. We're lucky we didn't get caught that night."
"That night was awesome."
His lips twisted up into that sexy grin.
"I'm going to get that ending out of you on the drive to my place. And then..."
He leaned down and brought his lips to my ear, his warm breath tickling my skin.
"I'm going to fuck you on the beach while you fight back your screams of ecstasy."
"Oh," I teased back. "If that's the case, then I say we get some tacos by the beach house and make out like kids on the beach and see if we can pull off that highly illegal stunt."
"It's my damn beach, though the public can walk the shore in front of it, of course."
He laughed as we reached our offices.
"Good thing that it's 11 at night and no one will be out. I'm fucking you on that beach tonight."
"We'll see. Let's change and go home, you horny, crazy man."
"Hey."
He stopped me.
"Thanks for following me into surgery. It was an excellent idea to read to her."
"Do you think comatose patients can hear what's going on?"
"Some can remember being in their coma, and some can't. I don't like the idea of them in my ER, especially in brain surgery, if they could hear what's going on. I want that patient's mind soothed, comforted, and me working to heal it."
"So, before me?"
"I would have an assistant do the same."
He confirmed. "You are so sweet. You really are the greatest." I smiled at him.
"I know."
He smiled.
"Let's get dressed, go eat, and go home. We have decorators coming tomorrow to turn the place into Casa Elena."
He waved his hand dramatically in the air. That was it. I had to nail a date down and marry this man. "A spring ceremony," I said, when we both changed into regular clothes again in his office.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
Colin looked at me with confusion. "Let's get married this April."
3 months? Damn.
He laughed.
"I hope it's a small affair."
"Yeah, we both know my family is going to make a big deal out of it. It's going to be big and marvelous." I walked over to him and held him. "It will be our day." He kissed my lips.
"Finally, she can confirm a date to spend the rest of her life with me."
He teased.
"You know I'll marry you any day, time, or season."
And that was it. I would take my annual snowboarding trip to Big Bear in March, and then in April, Colin would be stuck with me for the rest of his life.
Chapter 27. Colin. Oh, God. I hung on to my ragged breath after I came so hard that I was the one claiming to see stars this time. I'm going to miss you. Elena was in one of my favorite positions to take her. Up against the wall after one round of sex wasn't enough for us. She'd stopped by the office tonight to bring me Chinese takeout before I started my on-call shift this weekend, and she took off for Big Bear. Her eyes were dazzling and lit up with humor, and I loved it. I gently set her feet back on the ground after pulling my cock out. It was always certainly a welcomed surprise when Elena showed up 2 hours before I started the long weekend ahead of me, living at the hospital. Since she got here, we managed to catch up on binge-watching some series Elena had gotten me hooked on. We ate our food, and then we fell into our usual routine of saying fuck it and ended up having sex in my on-call bedroom. We were still catching our breath as we rushed to clean up and get our clothes on again.
I'll only be gone for 3 days. We're both off on Monday, so I'll head to Malibu when I come back, she said with a smile, tying my scrub pants at my waist.
I took her hands and brought them to my lips. You might as well sell the condo. We practically live at the beach house now. I smiled at her as she pulled her hair into the ponytail it was in before our sexual escapade.
That's because the beach house is beautiful, she said. Clay and Joe worked a miracle on that place, and now it's some tropical Miami Beach resort.
I have to admit that in the 2 months we gave them, they knocked that shit right out of the park. Well, everything except for those stupid pink flamingos. I arched an eyebrow at her.
They're the focal point, and they pop. She flashed her hand at me dramatically. When you walk in.
They pop, all right. Well, I say we get rid of the condo and make Malibu your real address when you come home.
That comes next month after our wedding, she said. Okay, I seriously have to get out of here. I'm leaving late, and the roads can get icy up there.
I'll never forgive myself for allowing your sexy ass to pay me a visit this late, knowing you should have headed up to the ski resort hours ago.
It was my idea.
She smirked and pointed at my flat screen that was playing the show we'd been watching.
Turn that off. No watching it without me. In fact,
she grabbed the remote and hit the rewind button.
There.
She smiled at me, kissing my nose while I sat on the edge of my couch and tied my shoelaces.
It's back where we left off.
Wow. We were fast if we managed 2 rounds in less than 1 full episode of whatever in the hell this show is, I said.
It's called The Crown, she reminded me, and you said you loved it.
I love you, so that's why I love it. I rose and brought my hands to her face. Now get your ass out of here and drive carefully. I sighed. Shit. I can't believe I'm turning into this, but do me a favor and call me when you get in.
Oh, God.
She rolled her eyes. Icy roads, babe, I said, and you're driving late and alone.
Don't worry about me, but I'll call or text when I get there.
She smiled. Take plenty of videos and selfies. I smiled, taking her hand, walking out with pagers, hospital phones, and all the other communication devices I needed while working the trauma unit. You didn't build me that stalker Instagram account last month for nothing, I teased her.
I still think you're funny enough and intelligent enough to be as fantastic of a social media influencer as those doctors on Facebook, Insta, and YouTube.
Yeah, not happening. I don't talk to cameras unless Jim has my ass planted in front of one for some university.
Or they're in your surgical room.
Still trying to adjust to that. I smiled and kissed her forehead. I have to get up to the hospital. Drive carefully. Only 1 more fucking month until your ass is officially mine.
Any idea on that honeymoon location yet?
All booked, and no, I'm not telling you where. I smiled. Elena wrapped her arms around me tightly.
I think I'm going to miss you most, she softly said with a laugh.
That's because I intentionally worked over your sexy body in ways that will make you want to rush down that mountain and skip out on your friends to get back to me sooner than later. She laughed, and I pulled her in for one more quick kiss before she turned to leave. 24 hours into my on-call shift, and thank God Jake was working on call in the trauma unit this weekend, or I'd be out of my mind with boredom. It was a slower than usual shift, and these shifts tended to make the fucking clock stop. As a neurosurgeon, our shifts mainly consisted of treating head traumas due to car accidents, gunshot wounds, busting our asses to get a non-responsive patient's life saved, or, in all too often worst-case scenarios, calling the time of death. I was used to the constant rush of emergencies, and so this particular weekend was driving me nuts because it could have been much better spent with my girl, hitting the slopes instead of waiting around the hospital for some action. Outside of Jake and I fucking off to help pass the time, Elena had texted me pictures of her dressed in her snowboard gear and videos of her boarding down the mountain. I loved that she was enjoying herself, but I ached to have my woman in my arms again. Things started moving forward after I was called down to the ER for a consult. Dr. Robertson needed my opinion on a patient who'd been involved in a car accident, resulting in a possible severe head injury. After perusing the scans, I confirmed the patient was not a candidate for surgery, which was a good thing for the family who'd been going out of their minds with worry since he was brought in. Going over CTs, I found nothing that would call for a brain-related injury. "Looks like he's lucky," I said. "Taking a fall like that should have called for bruising, but nothing is showing up. Keeping him for another day, to be sure, would be a call you'd have to make. I don't see any bleeding or swelling, and all his vitals look good." "Thanks, Dr. Brooks," he said, and then relayed the info to the charge nurse, who took down everything I added to the conversation. "St. John's Dispatch, this is AirMed Transport 5, Dr. Robertson's ER phone announced from his desk. "Dr. Robertson here, AirMed. Go ahead." Being a Level 1 trauma center in Southern California, it was common to have hospitals divert helicopter transport patients to us when they didn't have the proper equipment or surgical teams on staff. Nearly all traumatic injuries coming in by medical choppers were typically the result of an accident, and they were usually patients who ended up with my trauma team. Knowing this, I stayed back to listen as the call came through. This call was coming in from the flight nurse instead of a doctor from another hospital, so I instinctively knew the patient was likely headed directly to my team, and we needed to be ready to save a life tonight. "We have a 32-year-old female patient involved in a snowboarding accident whereby patient collided with a tree. Patient presents with an obvious head injury, patient is unconscious, and Glasgow scale currently at 4. My eyes zeroed in on the phone, knowing this patient was heading to my unit from the Glasgow level alone. "Patient was in cardiac arrest and has since been resuscitated to normal sinus rhythm. Bilateral AC IVs are in place, patient presenting with shallow respirations." I took my phone out and called up to my trauma unit. "I've got a patient coming in on AirMed. I need Dr. Mitchell and his cardiac team called into OR 5 and our team ready to receive the patient," I ordered, needing to hang back because this call was coming straight to Jake and me. "Vitals are reading a pulse rate of 48 and dropping, respirations 24 and rising. BP is 180 over 110, pupils bilateral and not dilating. ETA 8 minutes en route to you." "Stop the IV and place the patient in the reverse Trendelenburg position," I said. "My team will receive the patient." I rushed out of the ER, knowing that with the call I made for the patient, who was in bad shape, all of these vitals were pointing to extreme cranial pressure, and I didn't want to exasperate that with more fluids from the IV. I needed the patient's head up to decrease the cranial pressure and, at least with this patient's condition, get the patient to my surgical team alive. Goddamn accidents like this were horrible, but they were something that we dealt with too often during skiing and snowboarding season. I'd seen 3 head injuries in the last 2 months. One who didn't survive after skiing without a helmet and colliding with a tree, and another snowboarding accident who was fortunate to walk out of here the next morning. This one sounded like the snowboarder was moving down the slope at a high velocity and they got rocked after colliding with a tree. I hated this shit. They were always young and wild on the slopes, and then a fun run turns into a potential nightmare for the victim and their family. Jake met me at my trauma unit, everyone flooding into the room as I read off what dispatch told Robertson and me in his emergency room. With the patient's heart having stopped and being resuscitated, and this particular trauma and a Glasgow reading of 4, it told me this one might not survive. At best, they would probably be in a coma until I found a way to heal this brain. Hopefully. Jake and his team were there to monitor the patient's cardiac trauma while I worked with my team to prep the portable CT machine. I had to save this patient's life before I could bring them into a full CT to see exactly what damage had been done to render those vitals. With the commotion of a gurney and people shouting off more vitals outside of our OR, we all knew the task at hand, the patient whose life we would work to save, and were all hands on deck and ready to do our job. The patient was rushed in, vitals being read to Jake and me as the CT scan was rolled up to the patient's head. "I need to get that fluid and pressure off the brain," I said to Jake, the flight nurse, who happened to be an ex-fling of mine, standing in front of us. "I need you to keep an eye on that heart." I looked at Casey. "Any other info we need?" "No," she affirmed. "Nice work bringing her in alive," I said, then turned back to check the pupil dilation of the patient. "Oh, God!" I shouted when I saw Elena's face pinned in a neck brace, looking next to lifeless. "Oh, Laney! No, no, no!" I scrambled, desperately trying to compartmentalize my emotions. I wanted to grab her from the gurney and cradle her in my arms. I wanted to follow all of my core instincts and hold her or try to shake her awake. My human instincts and my training as a neurosurgeon were colliding, and I stood there, frozen, trying to process what was happening. "Dr. Brooks." I heard Jake's voice like an echo inside my ringing ears, and his voice was grim as he understood the nightmare that had been shoved into my face. I stood there, shocked, with 1,000 things running through my mind. My brain knew I needed to keep it together, but I felt like my heart had been ripped from my chest, and I'd never been more confused and frightened in my life. "Colin!" Jake shouted, snapping my attention to him. "What does the CT show?" I locked eyes with my best friend, and that was all it took for me to pull myself together. Elena needed me to be focused. If I lost it and crumbled to the floor like I wanted to at this very moment, she was going to die. I took a deep breath and cleared my throat. "I've got intracranial pressure that I need to release from the brain to get these vitals stable. Dr. Mitchell, please inform me if there is any issue with the patient's cardiac condition." I went through all the necessary motions, and my neurotrauma team had been given their duties to work together so I could drill into Elena's head and get the fluid drained from her swelling brain. "I need a nurse to call Dr. Miguel Alvarez and inform him immediately that his daughter has been in an accident and is in our care," I said. "Allow him back as soon as he arrives." Draining the fluid on her brain was the most urgent task at hand. I had always prided myself on being unshakable in my OR, but nothing could have prepared me for this. All I knew was that there wasn't a moment to lose, and there was no way in hell I would fall apart when she needed me most. Chapter 28. Colin. I studied the CT scans, showing me that what I thought was a pool of blood was actually a mass. I could see that the brain had suffered a contre-coup, seeing the brain had contacted the skull on the front and the back when Elena's head hit the tree in her snowboarding accident. The bruising was apparent in the scans, but what made me more concerned was that the tumor was actively bleeding, putting me in a significant bind for time. "When the brain hit the back, that's when her heart stopped," Jake said, standing next to me in the dark room, studying alongside me. "Thank God they managed to restart it." "Yes," I said, holding a hand to my chin, desperately wishing Elena would wake up before I was forced to remove this tumor with a craniotomy. The tumor was in her frontal lobe area, where the area for higher mental function was located. I needed her awake and talking. "Doctors!" I heard the voice of Dr. Allen and turned back to acknowledge him as he entered the consultation room. "Dr. Allen, We're getting ready to consult on Dr. Alvarez's CT scans, I said, studying the doctor with concern. I have an update after being called up to the ICU for Dr. Alvarez. He inhaled while I stared at the man, confused that he was here. Elena suffered a miscarriage just now. There is no additional bleeding, but I wanted you to be aware of this situation in moving forward with your surgery. As he delivered news that struck me like a blow to the gut, Trey, one of our medical assistants, rushed in with Elena's blood work. I numbly took the labs I'd called for, and I sucked in another breath, desperately forcing myself to treat this like it was any other patient, and not the love of my life who was comatose and who'd lost our child. A child I didn't even know about yet. I'm so sorry, Colin, Trey said, being friends with both Elena and me, knowing this was a devastating report to receive and not one that anyone wanted to deliver. I nodded to Trey as he dismissed himself, and then Miguel rushed into the room with my resident neurosurgeon, Dr. Nathan, neurologist, Dr. Shannon, and 2 more nurses. Dr. Alvarez. I greeted Elena's dad. He was my mentor and the most experienced neurosurgeon I'd ever met, but first and foremost, he was Elena's father, and no one understood what I was dealing with in every way more than he. Thank you for joining us in the consultation. I see an active bleed, he interrupted, looking past me with the eyes of the surgeon I admired more than any other. Yes, it's why we're consulting. She has hours, Dr. Brooks, he said. I understand that. I turned and addressed the top surgeons, the neurologist, and the anesthetists I'd called into this meeting. The patient was stabilized with 2 shunts through a craniectomy to relieve fluid and pressure from her brain. If I do not do an emergency craniotomy, we will lose this patient. I turned to the scans and pointed to the mass. I believed this to be a pool of blood from the first scans. These current CT scans show that this mass is a tumor with an active bleed. It must be removed to stabilize Dr. Alvarez and save her life. I looked at Jake. Dr. Mitchell has been monitoring vitals and will be joining us in this emergency surgery with his team to monitor all of Dr. Alvarez's cardiac vitals. Dr. Mitchell? With what Dr. Brooks and I have seen, our patient has suffered a contrecoup, resulting in the frontal lobe making contact with the front of her skull. It is easily seen that the patient's heart stopped when the brain was jarred and the occipital lobe and cerebellum made contact with the back and base of her skull. My team and I will ensure that Dr. Alvarez's heart condition will remain stable during this surgery, since she has already suffered cardiac arrest at the scene of her accident. Jake looked at me. Dr. Brooks. This is intricate brain surgery. Given I will be going in and operating on areas that may or may not do damage to the brain tissue I will be working around to remove the life-threatening tumor. These areas are extremely delicate, and I will be working with precision and all of my extreme effort not to bring my suction device anywhere near this tissue, I said, looking at the doctors in the room. All of you have thoroughly studied her scans, and so I welcome any and all input at this time. Dr. Brooks, we are ready to assist when the patient is prepped, Dr. Shannon said. Are there any updates on her condition? Dr. Allen just informed me that Dr. Alvarez suffered a miscarriage, but her bleeding has stopped, I said. All of Elena's vitals are stable, her Glasgow score is at 4, her pupils still fixed, and therefore all tests are confirming she is in a coma. I have no further details from the accident at the scene from any witnesses. We went through our exact plan for this surgery, and I was mentally holding firm by pushing my emotions down. If I let the slightest emotion in, I could fuck all of this up. And God only knew how Elena would pull out of this if I did. I hadn't seen a brain injury this extreme in months, and that injury, with no tumor, had a high probability of leaving the patient unable to speak or walk. Severe brain injuries were no fucking joke, and right now I was facing a goddamn tumor that was bleeding and threatening to kill this patient on top of all that. I stood in the room as everyone filtered out, heading to the surgical room, and as they left, Miguel stood steadfast in his spot, studying me. My eyes met his severe gaze. "You didn't add anything," I said. "Nothing to add, Dr. Brooks," he answered. "I appreciate your bringing me into the consultation for my daughter, but now that the room has cleared and it's just you and me, I will say one thing. I need to know your state of mind." "I will save her life, Dr. Alvarez," I answered. "Yes, you will. My Laney couldn't be in better hands," he said, his words tugging at the emotions that wanted to burst out of me like water through a broken dam. "You have also learned that you lost your child." I pinched my lips together. I knew what he was doing. He was pulling these thoughts to the front of my mind, ensuring I wouldn't break while performing surgery. He wasn't an asshole for his tactic. He was protecting his baby and saving her life by making sure I didn't lose my shit in that room while trying to save her life. Emotions have a weird way of creeping up on you, and he wasn't about to run the risk of that happening while I had her skull open. "I did, sir." I stayed stoic and detached from the weakness of emotion I was trained long ago to detach myself from in challenging situations. "I will save her life." "You're the best there is, Brooks," he said. "Thank God your mind is in this, as it should be. I wouldn't trust another surgeon, including myself, to operate on my little girl. Go save her life." 3 hours into surgery, and I was steady-handed, looking through my microscope with the neurologists. At the same time, my resident surgeon watched the computer models that my sucker tool showed the room as I worked to get safely around the tumor. The pathology lab came back 20 minutes after I'd sent off a sample, telling me the highly vascularized, gold, ball-sized tumor was benign. Since then, I'd been working to break up the tumor, gently cut away the sides of it, and I was grateful to everyone and everything that this was what could be referred to as a kind or nice tumor. It was a tumor that wasn't fingered into the brain with hundreds of blood vessels that needed to be clamped off or cauterized. This was growing with a few blood vessels and was mainly pushing out into the brain's soft tissue areas. Elena never showed any signs of having this, but many people lived long lives with benign brain tumors, not ever knowing they had one. This son of a bitch was not only something she had no idea she had, but it was also the only reason I was in her brain, working as hard as I could to ensure I did no damage to her brain tissue after the fucker decided to pop a goddamn bleed. Elena's heart was all I listened to as I worked for hours to ensure this active bleed tumor was removed. My hands were steadier than any other surgery I'd ever performed, as I focused solely on the one thing that was trying to steal my Elena away from me. Toward the beginning of surgery, I almost lost my shit that the room was too silent, and, coma or not, Elena's mind could be with all of us. I needed someone talking to her. Thank God Jake was here, and knew her well enough to bullshit like he always did. So he and Dr. Kim, the anesthesiologist, began bullshitting about something. For the first time in all of my surgical career, I couldn't speak a fucking word unless I called for my nurse to give me a scalpel or suction. I called for vitals and relayed information of the tumor be broken up and suctioned out by my device, and that was it. I watched Elena's brain waves, and they were still showing signs of life since we hooked her up to the EEG machine. Jake and Kim's bullshitting, I'd hoped, would have shown more activity with the lines on the computer, but there was nothing. Elena was in a deep coma, and I knew she wouldn't be waking up any time soon. "That's the last of the tumor I can safely remove," I said, pulling back and nodding to my attending resident. "Let's get Dr. Alvarez stitched up and back to the ICU. "Well done, Dr. Brooks," he said. "Nice work, Doctor," Jake added. The room went to work while I closed Elena's skull. and from here she would remain in the ICU to be with one nurse and doctor, watching her closely for any activity that may call for a surgical answer, or even Jake's cardio team to step in. "Brooks," Dr. Nathan said, stopping Jake and me from our pursuit to the waiting room. "Thank you for coming in and assisting, Dr. Nathan," I said. "Why don't you turn the last of your shift over to me?" he asked. "Allow me to take the calls so you can work through this." "I will remain at this hospital as long as Elena is in that ICU unit," I said. "Call." Jake said my name, and I looked over at my best friend. "Let him take the calls. Let's handle the family." "Thank you, Nathan," I answered. "I'll go speak with the family and update them. I appreciate the help tonight and taking my shift." "Talk to me, Colin," Jake said. "You've got to let this shit in." "I will once I handle the family," I answered. Jake's hand went up to my back. "I'm not leaving your fucking side," he said. "Thank you for talking in there." "Well, I had to do something." He softened up, knowing I was as stiff as a corpse right now. "I had to take a fucking leak, and you were taking forever. Jesus Christ, you're the slowest surgeon I've ever been forced to work with." With that, I smiled. "I did that shit to you on purpose." "Wouldn't surprise me," he said, as we hit the elevator button that led us into the consulting room with the family. Jake and I walked in, and Miguel was the first to stand and greet us. "They're caught up on everything except for the outcome of the surgery." I glanced around, seeing Elena's sister, brother, and mother, and then I saw a group of about 7 girls, still in snowboarding gear. Those were the ones I really needed to speak with. I'm sure they'd already worked with staff and offered more insight and details into Elena's accident. These were the girls she met up with and enjoyed a fun weekend with until this accident fucked everything up for her. God damn it, what the fuck happened? Jake spoke first, as I went into a mental block for a minute. Then he turned to me. I looked at Miguel, Steve standing to his right, and his ex-wife standing on his left side next to Elena's sister. We were able to remove most of the tumor. We have no reason to believe it will grow back at this time, but with Elena still in a coma, I didn't want to get further around her brain tissue than needed. Miguel nodded as he rubbed his hand over Steve's back. All of them looked like they'd been crying non-stop, Stevie especially. Elena is in ICU and will remain there until we are assured she is stable and able to be transferred. When will she wake up? Lydia asked. That I don't know, I said. It could be tonight, but with this severe of an injury, it could take days, weeks, or months. I almost choked on that last word of truth I knew. Fucking keep it together, Colin. Everything went as well as we could hope, I said, and looked at Miguel, who nodded in some mutual understanding, knowing I needed to get the fuck out of here. Thank you, both of you, for saving Elena's life, Miguel said. We'll wait for the nurse to give us instructions about when we can visit Elena. When you do see Elena, I ask all of you to speak to her as if she can hear you, I said. Give her a reason to wake up and come back to us. I knew I was cracking, so I quickly turned, and Jake and I left the room. I had to get fresh air and fucking quick. The gravity of the situation was starting to suffocate me. Elena had been pregnant? Did she know? She had to know because she must have been 3 months along or so. Why didn't she tell me? Oh my God. We lost our baby. The walls of my life were caving in around me, and I was powerless to stop it. The love of my life was fighting for her life, her body in a coma to heal itself and do what I couldn't do in surgery. Yesterday she was in my arms, and today I held her skull in my hands. How could any of this be real? I threw open a back door and was thankful that the only person to follow me was Jake. I turned and when I saw the sadness cross his features, I lost it. My knees buckled underneath me, and Jake grabbed my arm to steady me from falling. I doubled over, stabilizing myself with my hands on my knees while tears streamed down my face. I tried to swallow my grief for so long that it made me gasp for air, sobbing between breaths. "It's okay. You need to let it out," Jake said, his arm on my back. How did this happen to her?" I stood slowly, looking at him as if he had some magical answer. "I don't know, Call. I wish I could tell you," Jake said. "What if I did something wrong? What if that tumor—" "No. You did everything you could as well as you could." Jake comforted me as I ran my hands through my hair. "Our baby—" I stopped, choking on my tears. "We were going to have a baby." I saw the saddest expression I'd ever seen cross my best friend's face. "I'm so sorry, Colin. I'm sorry you lost your baby. And Lainey is in there fighting for her life. We were going to be parents, Jake. I was going to be a dad. And I had no idea," I said in shock, happiness, and grief. "You were. She was 3 months along, close to Ash and Avery. I can't tell you how sorry I am." Jake had tears in his eyes when he brought me into a tight embrace. "She is tenacious, and she's a fighter. You have to have faith. I'll be here as long as you need me. Both of you." How the hell was I going to get through this? I wasn't a stranger to severe brain injuries. I knew the results and outcomes and statistics. I knew it all. This was my profession. It would take time and tests. Right now, all I knew was that she was alive and in a coma. Once she woke up, would she be paralyzed? Would it be months before she could retrain her brain to speak again? Only time would tell. Chapter 29. Colin. I dozed off in a chair in some vacant on-call bedroom on the trauma ward, if you could call it dozing off, anyway. I felt like I was more in a trance, floating outside my body. My new reality seemed to be somewhere between a nightmare and hell, and once I had let the gravity of the situation sink in, it swallowed me up. I bent over in the chair and ran my hands through my hair, letting them rest where I gripped the back of my neck. I closed my eyes, and all I could see was Elena, strapped to that gurney, her face bruised and swollen, eyes closed and non-responsive. She was helpless and dying right before me. I'd seen cases similar to hers many times before, but this time it was my Lainey. I don't know how I'd managed to rein in my feelings and perform surgery, because from where I sat now, it seemed impossible to focus on anything, but I knew I needed to try. I rubbed my face and gathered myself, knowing I needed to see her again, and I rose from the chair and left the room. I left my cell phone, hospital cell, and pagers back in that room, and I didn't care if I never saw them again. I walked past doctors, nurses, and all kinds of other medical personnel, avoiding eye contact with all of them. I couldn't bring myself to have a conversation or accept any sympathy. I had one mission, and it was to be with my love. I walked into the intensive care unit and was met by Kelly, the usually chipper RN. She looked weary with concern for Elena, but she quickly pulled it together the moment she saw me. "Dr. Brooks, I'm the nurse assigned to Elena. She's in ICU room 3. She only had 3 family members visit, and Dr. Mitchell and his team monitored her cardiac vitals. There's still no change." "Thanks, Kel," I said, turning toward Elena's room. "Dr. Sharon," I said, when I saw Denise outside of Elena's room, studying the charts she held. Denise's head snapped up when she heard me approach. "All her vitals are good, Dr. Brooks. I've sent for another MRI as you requested. The team will be up in about 45 minutes. "Thank you."
I'm so sorry, Colin. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
I nodded. Just make sure she's well taken care of, I answered.
You know she will be, she said. I was finishing up here. Her brain activity hasn't changed, but it looks okay and is showing that she is still in the coma.
I see that, I said.
I've got to answer a page from the ER. I'm here for anything you need.
She patted my arm as she walked by me and headed down the hall. I looked at the doorway to Elena's room, realizing that, for the first time, I felt like a stranger in my hospital. I felt utterly helpless in the place where I was usually always in control, and it was terrifying and humbling in the most horrible way. I'd spent almost every day in these rooms, checking on my patients, but this was the first time that someone I loved, the person I loved most in this world, was fighting for her life inside. I went numb when I walked through the door, and I froze in place, staring at her beautiful face. Her head was neatly wrapped in the bandages and gauze from when I completed her surgery hours ago. I rubbed my clammy hand over my forehead, and that's when the tears pushed their way to my burning and aching eyes. I'd worked the trauma unit long enough to know every possible fucking outcome of Elena's scenario. Her life hung in the balance after I worked to save it, and it was all up to her now. She had to fight to come back to me. I collapsed into the chair someone had pulled up next to her before I had arrived, and I took her hand into mine. I stared at her full lips, thinking about how many times I had woken before her and watched her sleeping peacefully like this. I let the tears stream down my cheeks as I held her hand, wishing to feel life in her grip, but there was nothing. I rose, unable to resist pressing my lips against hers, and even though I felt nothing from her in return, I needed to feel her lips on mine. I wanted to climb into bed next to her and hold her until her bronze eyes reopened and met mine again. I wanted to hear her laugh at me as if this were some silly prank she'd pulled just to scare the living shit out of me. I gently brought my lips to her nose, chin, and each cheek before I sniffed and settled into the chair again. I propped my elbows on the bed, held her hand in mine, and allowed the tears of grief to flow as I rested the side of my face against her hand. I had no idea how long I sat crying, feeling Elena's limp and warm hand against mine. I always tell people to talk to their loved ones when they're in your condition, I said in a hoarse voice. I always say that talking will help them, that they'll hear what's being said. I like to believe that's true. How funny that I sit here now, but I have no words, Lainey. I rubbed along her arm. This was your part, remember? I smiled. You always have the right words. That's why you're so good at what you do. And look at you. You've left it all up to me now? You know better than that. I blinked through tears and kissed her palm, listening to the beeping of the machines that were monitoring her. How am I to find the words when I'm the boring scientist? I kissed her fingertips. She mentioned that it was the sound of your sexy and assertive voice that woke up Mrs. Yi from her coma. Those are her words, of course, Kelly said with a half smile, coming in to check vitals as they always did every 15 minutes for patients in one-on-one care in this unit. She gave me too much credit, Kel, I said to the RN. You and I and everyone else in this place know she always did. Well, if I hadn't seen Mrs. E move her fingers after you told her she needed to wake up, then I wouldn't have felt compelled to agree with Elena when we both saw it, she teased. You and Elena were always trouble when left alone up here, you know, I said, thinking about how much fun the two used to have at work. You know what you need to do, Call, she said to me. We all know she needs to hear you speaking to her. Just keep talking. I was going to be a dad, Kel, I said, my mind running all over the place. I had no idea.
"I'm so very sorry, Colin," she said. "I wish I knew what to say, but I don't. I'm in shock that this has happened. Everyone is."
I looked at Elena. I've done nothing but brag about the perfect way to handle the patients who are in Laney's condition, and now I've got nothing. Kelly finished her vitals and looked at me.
"You've got everything, Colin Brooks," she said,
and the redhead stared at me with fire in her eyes.
"I won't allow you in this ICU if you want to talk like this around my patient. You need to pull it together for her while you're in here and let the negative emotions go somewhere else."
Wow. I smiled at her. I don't think I've ever heard you talk like that before, especially to me. She inhaled and smiled sympathetically in return.
"Well, you've never stayed in this ward for long enough for me to yell at you, so now you know how my husband and kids feel."
She let out a laugh and then arched an eyebrow at me.
"The only thing you need to do is to be the man she fell in love with. She's in there, and we both know that. She's probably listening to this and laughing at us inside. Don't lose hope, Col. If there's any man I know who could find the words to say to me if I was knocked out, it would be you."
You say knocked out, like she's in some...
"I say it to pull you out of this grief so you can help her," she cut me off. "I understand the gravity of it all, and I've also seen some pretty astonishing miracles happen up here. You know what Elena would say about this?"
Just the fact that she's breathing on her own is a goddamn miracle.
And it is. Elena's whole motto in life was to appreciate each breath you take and each day you're fortunate enough to have. If you have a full enough heart to appreciate life in such a simple way, you can meet any challenge.
You're right. You're speaking one of the many speeches she's delivered about how there's always a reason to have hope that you'll get better and get through any difficulty. I must have heard her say that to 100 patients by now.
"Dr. Brooks finally admits I'm right about something?"
Kelly mocked with a wink.
"Hang in there, tough guy. You know what she would tell you? Now, what would you tell her?"
I managed to regain some composure after Kelly left the room, knowing I needed to talk to my girl. "What would I tell you?" I said, my thumbs running over Elena's hand. "Well, you owe me an apology, Alvarez. You fucked up in my OR tonight. You were supposed to be awake while I did that craniotomy. You were supposed to guide me, and you slept right through all of it." I stopped when I heard her heart rate slightly change, and I looked up at her EEG, watching her brain waves respond. "That's what it takes, baby?" I asked, eyeing her and watching her brain waves subtly move on the screen. "You need me to tell you that you fucked up in my OR?" I laughed through more tears. "I need you back, Laney. I need you to open your eyes and look at me." "Open your eyes," I pleaded, hearing nothing but silence beyond the beeping of machines. Elena's heart and brain waves had settled into their previous pattern again. I prided myself on being a patient man, but this would be where patience would be my greatest challenge in life. "Laney, wake up," I demanded. "I can't fucking live without you. I don't want to. You need to come back to me, baby. I know you can hear me. God, please open your eyes. Fight back and come back to me." I had no idea how long I sat next to her. I didn't want to leave her side, but I knew I had to. I had to get up and allow her family to come in and sit with her. Elena needed to hear them too, and I felt like I was starting to become absolutely worthless to her. I knew I would have to face people soon, and they were going to want to make me talk about this shit. I'd have to listen to their sadness and sympathies for Elena and me, and that's the last thing I wanted to hear. I wanted the love of my life back, and I wasn't getting that. I told Elena I would be back after her family came to see her, and I left the room and headed toward the restroom to splash water on my face and refocus. I knew if I were left to my thoughts, I would go mad. As soon as I walked out of the restroom, I nearly ran directly into Jake. He'd come to find me and take me to a room where all of my best friends and my mother had gathered to support me. Now, it was up to me to see if I could make it through, when all I wanted to do was lay in bed with Lainey, alone, and not move until she woke up. Chapter 30. Colin. I held my mom the same as I did the night that we lost my dad on Jake's table. She'd fallen in love with Elena as quickly as the rest of us had, and I knew she was heartbroken for both of us. If anyone could relate to my current emotions, it was my mom. She'd grieved the loss of her lifelong love not so long ago. The only difference between us was that I was in this state of limbo, not knowing if Elena would live or die, and if she did live, what deficits might she have. I had no idea whatsoever was waiting for her. Or us. Mom released me after imparting all the right, motherly words, all the words that one needs to hear when faced with an impossible situation. The problem was I was too numb to be receptive. I felt like I was in a dream, and everyone's voice was an echo, and I was outside of myself, watching and listening, but not really engaging. I was a fucking wreck, and I couldn't hide that shit if I tried. It didn't help to stand in the room, seeing Ash and Avery's puffy eyes, and my 3 best friends showing nothing but concern on their faces. I looked at Jake first. Have you found out how the accident happened? I saw a group of girls in snowboarding outfits in the family room with Elena's family. Were they with Elena? Did you speak to them? No, I didn't, Jake responded, eyeing me carefully. How are the cardiac reads? What are you seeing? I know you saw all the monitors while you were in her room, but I'll say what you already know, Jake said. Even after suffering cardiac arrest due to the immediate trauma and jarring of her brain, she was resuscitated before any brain death or heart death could occur. She's got a strong heart beating in there. However, we will continue to keep her monitored due to the severity of the accident. Good, and thank you. I kept my eyes on the only man I could connect with on a surgeon's level. I don't want her out of that intensive care unit until I release her. She's vulnerable to that tumor growing back rapidly since it was exposed to oxygen as I work to try and get the damn thing out. If it grows back, she needs to undergo another surgery. You know that isn't necessary right now unless it's life-threatening, Call, Jake answered. I'll learn more with the scans, I countered. Colin. Jim walked up to me, Ash and Avery showing their remorse, but hanging back with any words of concern, given I wasn't in a mood to hear sympathies and sadness. I wanted Elena fixed and awake. That's it. What, Jim? I answered. I know that telling you I'm sorry doesn't begin to cover the words you need or want to hear right now. But you need to be in a normal mindset before... Don't even tell me I'm fucking taking time off, I snapped. I'm not leaving her and I'm not going home, to our home. Being there without her will only drive me off the goddamn rails, and I'm not leaving her in the care of anyone else. We understand that, Jim said. We need your head straight, Colin. You know this better than any of us. I know I have to get Elena through this, and I'm not stopping until that woman wakes up from this, I seethed. Call. Alex stepped up, the man who held nothing back when it came to shooting shit straight with any of us. I turned to him, ready for the man to sit me on my ass. Please, Alex, say something I don't know. How the hell do you plan on helping Elena when you're in an unstable state of mind? I'll find a way, I said, not backing down to Alex's somber expression. I gripped the back of my neck. I'll get my head straight and find a fucking way. And what would Elena tell you? That's a low fucking shot, and you know it, I said, my voice cracking. What would she say? Alex pressed. I don't know, damn it, I shouted. Why don't you wake her up and make her fucking tell you herself? Make her wake up! I must have sounded like a madman, screaming at my well-meaning friend for trying to make sure I was okay. "You need time off, bud," he said, diffusing my mood. "There are therapists and neuropsychiatrists who deal with people in your position. You need to start speaking with them before anyone is comfortable with you continuing to practice. You know that better than anyone." "The only goddamn neuropsychiatrist I want to speak to can't talk back, asshole. She's the only one who would know what to say." Elena has enhanced this hospital with her outlook on situations like this. The hospital board is regularly receiving reports from Elena's colleagues about how Elena has given them more insight into how to do their jobs better. Let them talk to you. You know Elena wouldn't stand in this room and allow you to self-destruct over her like this. Alex was somewhat getting through the rage inside me that made me reactive to everyone and everything. That rage was why I knew I needed more time alone. It's why I didn't want to leave Elena's side. "She'd kick my ass for this," I finally said. "Thank God you see it that way," Alex said, with a hint of a smile. "Because Jim, Jake, and I were hoping Elena would permit us to kick your ass back into shape. You're the best neurosurgeon in this hospital, but you have to accept that you're going to have to take a step back and let the next in line take this one until you're mentally prepared to go back to work." "But will I ever be?" I finally admitted. "That woman is the other half of my soul. I knew that from the first moment I saw her, and now—" I choked on my words. I didn't even know if I could say it out loud. "Now I don't even know if she's going to live or die." "You know her better than any of us," Alex said. "We all know the vibrant, daring ball of energy our best friend fell in love with, and none of us can see her giving up. You know everything else about her. You consulted with her on multiple issues. You understand how she saw them, felt about them, and advised her patients and their families in these situations. Right now, your job is to mentally stop and listen to what you know she would say to you about this. You know the answer, Call." Everyone in the room watched Alex and me silently. It was as if they all knew what needed to be said, and they knew Alex would be the best one to lay down the facts. They weren't wrong. Jake and I were too emotionally connected for him to set me straight. He would ride with me until the bitter end, over a fucking cliff, no matter the consequences. Jim, despite how much of a hard-ass businessman he was, had a huge empathetic heart. As much as Jim might crack the whip on everyone else, when it came to the people he loved, he wasn't one to say no. But Alex was as steadfast as they came, and no matter how much the situation might tug at his heart, he had a brilliant gift for prioritizing and organizing in chaos. He could always see the bigger picture, and he would never let any of us make an emotional decision that could ruin our lives. Not on his fucking watch. "I don't know," I lied. I knew precisely what Lainey would say. I just didn't want to admit it, because it wasn't what I wanted to do. "Elena would advise you to take the time you needed to get your head straight. She told me that she dealt with these traumatic situations as if they were a death, and she said that she would insist the families process them as if they were going through the different stages of grief. If I managed to have that conversation with her on a random beach in Hawaii, then I sure as hell know that you've heard her say it inside the hospital walls at least 1,000 times. You have to get to the acceptance part before I'm comfortable with you practicing again." "Alex is right," Jake added. "You have to drill down and start to process. You can't float around this place with that look on your face. I know you, and I know when you're mentally checked out. You have every reason to be here, but you also need to listen to the people who love you. You have to start by clearing your head and getting your mind right." "If anyone is going to bring Elena back to you and the rest of us, it's you," Ash spoke up with a smile as she walked up to me and hugged me. "Don't worry about anything else." Avery stood at Jim's side quietly with a sadness on her face that mirrored how I felt inside. "Get your ass over here, Av," I said, and hugged Jim's wife after Ash stepped next to Jake. I know you'd probably go in there and cuss her out for doing this to me." I felt Avery laugh through her tears before she pulled back.
"And risk her remembering that and kicking my ass when she woke up? I don't think so."
She sighed, and her eyes filled with tears.
"She just asked me to be in your wedding the other day."
"And you will when she's recovered," I smiled.
"Colin," my mom said, "be the man I raised to stand solid against such tragedies. It will take time, and during this time you will be with her and be the voice she needs to hear."
I nodded in understanding. "I'm sure that, by now, you all are aware Elena and I had a child on the way," I said. "Were any of you aware of this?"
"None of us knew," Ash answered. "Did she know? She's so petite that I would have never guessed it."
I spoke with Dr. Allen, who'd been called up because of the miscarriage. He needed to deal with the situation and ensure there was no additional trauma that would prevent the emergency surgery, Jake said. Dr. Allen said that Elena had visited him 2 weeks ago and was rendered speechless when he confirmed she was 3 months pregnant. "Fuck," I said. Being a doctor, I knew mine and Elena's baby would have been fully formed, tinier than a lemon, and that the gender of our child would have been noticeable to Dr. Allen when he handled the miscarriage. "I have to call Dr. Allen." "Are you sure, Colin?" Jim asked. Everyone exchanged glances, probably wondering if it was a good idea to let me go down this road at the present moment. "I have to know what Elena thought about this, and he would know," I responded. "I need to know." I dialed Dr. Allen, not allowing anyone to interject their feelings about it. "Dr. Brooks?" "Yes, I'm sorry to bother you. I know you're on call. There's information I need about mine and Elena's child." "Were you aware of the pregnancy?" he asked. "No." "I'm sorry, Colin," he said. "All I can tell you is that she was in my office after missing a cycle last month. After a blood test and ultrasound, I confirmed she was 14 weeks along." "And she just found out?" 2 weeks ago, yes," he answered. "This is such a—" "Allen," I interrupted. "I need to know how Elena felt about it to move forward with what I believe she would want after suffering a miscarriage. I have to act on her behalf for her and our child." "Colin." Dr. Allen must have thought I was an asshole lunatic, but I didn't care. "It may sound like I'm out of my fucking mind, and I probably am, but I lost a child tonight. I need to know how Elena felt. I need to know how to handle this." "I understand, Dr. Brooks. Elena had great remorse about consuming alcohol before finding out she was pregnant, but I assured her the baby would be fine with her minimal alcohol consumption. She raised concerns about snowboarding as well. She was concerned she would somehow injure the baby if she took a fall." He paused, knowing the actual outcome. "In a normal situation, if she took a fall, the baby would be fine. She agreed not to go wild on the slopes. Her concern was for the baby first. She was excited to tell you about the pregnancy and mentioned she would." "The gender?" "She wanted to wait until you were with her to find out. But you saw the gender when you dealt with her miscarriage, right?" "Colin, you and Elena were expecting a girl," he said. "What has been done with our child, the fetus?" "Placed in the same location as all miscarried babies. The child is marked with Alvarez in the unit it's been placed inside. If you wish to take any further action with the miscarried fetus, the morgue will help you." I rubbed my forehead. Elena was excited to find out about the baby. "Extremely. She had an appointment with me on Monday to do an ultrasound, and she said something about wanting to surprise you." "Is it normal for—" I paused. "Do you think some burial?" "Normal is not a word I like to use in reference to people's choices when dealing with a loss. What is normal to one might not be considered normal for another," he started. "I have had a few patients request cremains for fetuses at this stage of development, but not many. I say this not to insinuate that a baby is unimportant at this early stage. However, it is usually the stillborn babies whose parents have more formal funerals. I want to do what I know Elena would have done. I cannot tell you what Elena would have done, unfortunately. I can only say that she was delighted to share the good news with you, and I am deeply grieved to have to relay the bad news. Dr. Allen, will you please ensure that our child is placed in the hospital infant burial grounds? It will be up to Elena when she wakes if she wishes to go forward with anything else. I'll make the arrangements for both of you. Again, I am truly sorry, Colin. Thank you, and thank you for this information. You know it is all very foreign to me, and I want to do what's best for Elena while she is unable. With that, I hung up. Avery and Ash were crying, and my mother was comforting them, and Jim, Jake, and Alex were still studying me as if I needed a psych eval. So you'll bury the baby? Jim asked. What would you do? I asked him. That's the hardest question to have to answer, Jim said, glancing at Avery, knowing there was no right answer. The love of my life doesn't even know she lost the child she was thrilled about, and I have no idea what the fuck to do to help her grieve the loss of it after she wakes and learns about it, I said. On top of everything else, she has to find out about that, too. Going through the hospital protocols and how they care for miscarried children is an excellent idea, Alex spoke up. We've created that method for situations like these. A plaque will be put in the gardens for her once you and Elena have decided on a name. Now that we've handled that, I saw Jake's expression and heard his tone change. If there was anyone in this room who would get my ass back in the game, it was him. Let's get you squared away with Elena. Go sit with her and talk to her. You've been given privileges over the immediate family, and you can thank Miguel for that. He pulled me into an expected hug. We're going to get through this, man. All of us. Chapter 31. Colin. It was day 5 of Elena's coma, and I couldn't say if I were doing better or worse. What I could say was everything in my life revolved around Elena being in that intensive care unit. The decision was made to keep her in the ICU and in the one-on-one care of a nurse because of the severity of Elena's brain trauma. This fell in line with protocol, and I expected nothing less. Elena's brain was staying in this coma to keep activity at a minimum and any additional swelling down. The swelling could easily cause the brain to suffer death in areas, leaving patients disabled for life. Yesterday, a feeding tube was inserted, and that was another cold reminder of where we were. As a neurosurgeon and scientist, what was happening to Elena wasn't new to me. Still, I was a complete stranger to the gamut of emotions that came with all of this, even after having consulted families and dealing with this for all of my career. The bottom line was this. The surgeon in me understood, but the emotional side of me fucking hated every part of it and wanted this nightmare to be over. I wanted Elena under my care and my care alone, but I'd let my feelings about this overwhelm me. I felt a bizarre sense of loss and helplessness being in this frame of mind. I felt like I was failing her. I wasn't mentally capable of being the doctor she deserved, caring for her better than any doctor at St. John's could. It pissed me the fuck off to realize that and try and cope with that fact alone. Colin, a soft voice called my name as I sipped my coffee and paced these hospital floors as its victim and not its chief surgeon. I turned to see the sad blue eyes of a blonde woman close to Elena's age. I'm Steph, she said, extending her hand to me. I forced a smile, confused, and shook her hand. Can I help you with something? I'm one of Elena's friends. I was with her when we were snowboarding, she said. I met you the night Elena was brought in. Dr. Mitchell asked us some questions about that night a few days ago. You'll have to forgive me. Certain pieces of that night are somewhat of a blur for me, I answered truthfully. Dr. Mitchell told me that it was a snowboarder who cut her off, and... I trailed off and rubbed my forehead. I'm sorry. As I said, my recollection isn't what it usually is.
Shit. I'm so sorry. Maybe I should...
Please don't apologize. I looked past her and gathered myself through a deep breath before looking back at her. Can you tell me what the hell happened on that mountain? I asked, pulling her toward the wall for a more private conversation. Was she boarding unsafely? I just need to know something, anything.
Quite the opposite, the young woman smiled. She was playing it so safe that we were teasing her for wanting to take the easy slopes. It was so unlike her not to hit the black diamonds and do crazy flips and stuff, you know?
She looked at me half-humored and distressed.
It was after we heard about the miscarriage in the waiting room we understood why Elena wasn't her usual daredevil self. Then how the hell did she wind up crashing into a fucking tree, of all things? The velocity that was calculated must have been nearly 30 miles an hour, I said. None of that adds up.
She let out a breath again. Damn it, I was harsh, and I didn't mean to be. I was running on bits and pieces of information I recalled from conversations.
That's what is so upsetting for all of us, too, she said. Everything was fine at first, but since hitting the slopes, there were these guys who'd been flirting with us since we got up there. They were just a bunch of idiots, really, she shrugged. It was when we decided to go night skiing.
She paused, and I saw tears fill her eyes. Night skiing? Boarding? I knew that Big Bear had a cool way of lighting up the mountain at night, safely allowing skiing or snowboarding.
We only decided to do it because Elena said she was leaving a day early. She wanted to get home because she had to tell you something that couldn't wait any longer. When she said she was bailing on us early over a guy, we all teased her, she said with a half-laugh. We seriously couldn't believe that any man could tame our feisty Elena enough to make her consider leaving our annual trip.
Tears pooled in her eyes.
I think she was coming back early to tell you about the baby.
I felt a lump stick in my throat. The idea that Elena was leaving her trip early to tell me about the baby had added up. I even managed to smile at the idea of Elena coming into the hospital while I was working on call, walking into the trauma unit, and knowing her well, she would have blurted it all out right then and there. Perhaps that's why she was coming home early, I said. She wasn't one to leave a good time because she missed me.
Well, with her leaving a day early, we convinced her to do a fun night run with us. We said that we'd do our last runs together at night if she were going to leave. She was down for it, of course, and that's when it all went bad. I feel like this is all our fault.
You know that Elena wouldn't want any of her friends to feel that way, I said as I looked into her puffy eyes. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Steph, she smiled.
It wasn't your or Elena's fault, Steph. I am just at a loss as to what exactly happened to send her into a tree. I tried to smile and not look like an asshole.
Right. It was one of those jerks who'd been up Elena's butt the entire trip.
She exhaled in annoyance.
The guy came out of nowhere while we were on the steepest part of the mountain and almost lost it when he clipped his board on bad snow, trying to carve an edge in front of her. Elena swerved to miss him, and that's when Ski Patrol told us he saw her go over toward the packed ice, and she went off of the groomed area she was on. She overcorrected to slow the board down, and it only increased her speed more because of the ice. Ski Patrol said it put her on a collision course with that tree. She couldn't carve or turn out of it fast enough to avoid it.
The Ski Patrol. This is the man who showed up here the next morning and reported to Dr. Mitchell that he was the one who did CPR and restarted her heart?
He called 911 with all of us there and kept talking to her. We knew it was bad, especially after we saw Lainey's helmet was split. We didn't think she'd survive,
Steph said. Her bloodshot eyes searched mine. Thank God for that man. Thank you for telling me this. I'm sorry you are going through this. I wish she would have stayed as planned, I said with a heartfelt smile.
There was no keeping her there.
Steph softly laughed.
She talked about you nonstop, like a schoolgirl in love with some crush. Lainey was never like that with boyfriends. We teased her persistently about it, too. She pressed her lips together. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry and thank you personally for saving her life. She's been my friend since kindergarten. I watched as she folded her arms, dropped her chin into her chest, and began crying. I touched her elbow. I'm still trying to process this, I said. The man she bragged about to you up there would naturally have the right words, but I'm sorry that I don't. I will tell you that I'm glad you told me all of this, and I'm sorry for your pain. Will she wake up? She's breathing on her own, and has been since being in the coma. With brain injuries this severe, we can never know when our patients will wake up from a coma, or if they will. I ignored the truth of the fact I'd just delivered. But I will tell you that it seems we all know and love that woman for the feisty and strong spirit she has. I don't doubt she'll pull off one of the many miracles our ICU trauma staff has witnessed. It's nice to meet the fiancé that she told us about, she said. I'll let you go see her now. There was no one waiting after I left. She spun around and walked toward the elevator, and I made my way over to ICU. Hey, baby, I said when I walked into Elena's room. I reached for her limp hand, staring at her monitors and seeing all vitals were strong and good. I kissed her forehead and rechecked her new bandages. Whoever wrapped your beautiful head after changing your gauze totally sucks, and once I get my head back in the game, I think I'll hold a class on how to wrap bandages around our patients' heads. I kissed her forehead, nose, and lips. So, day 5 of this, huh, Lainey? I said as I kissed her hand. Well, since you're not telling me how life is going inside the quiet mind of my sleeping beauty, then it's up to me to fill you in on my thrill of a week. You know, the week you decided to ruin? There was more humor in my voice than I imagined I could muster. I'm such a fucking mess. You should probably wake up to kick my ass on that fact alone, babe. I have to tell you that Jake is officially pissed at you now because you aren't here to keep me in line and stop me from doing stupid shit. I smiled, and it felt good to feel my face lighten some. I have to confess that I might have made a rash decision, but once you hear why, I'm sure you'll understand. I rubbed her hand as I talked, pretending, hoping that she was listening to me. No one has ever accused me of being an overly sentimental person, as you well know, but throughout the course of a day, I'm confronted with things that remind me of you and me being together. And yesterday morning, I think I finally lost it. After I left you to rest, I walked to my car, and it hit me like a ton of bricks that you weren't getting in the car with me. I kissed her fingertips, my eyes not once leaving her peaceful face. After I sat in my car, my radio came on, and all I could think of was you changing the music and forcing me to sing the song. The goofy radio DJ shit you always did whenever we were in the car. Then, as if all of that wasn't enough for my fragile ass, it was as if I saw the ghost of you in my passenger seat. I saw you smiling at me and teasing me, and then I blinked, and you left me. I had learned to accept the tears when they came, instead of fighting them, and they flowed down my cheeks. I sniffed and gathered myself. So after that, I just freaked. I went and bought a new car as soon as the dealership opened because, you know, you've been in all of my cars and I can't go near those now. I laughed, knowing how ridiculous it was. Maybe I temporarily lost my mind, but at the time, it seemed like the best solution. Jake, however, is not pleased, because I took the liberty of doing something that made me feel a little more like myself by pranking him. We have a rule that none of us buys a car that matches another's, so naturally, I went and bought the same car that Jake drives, and he's furious. So now I'm driving a fucking Bugatti. I kissed her palm. How's that for being born with that silver spoon, eh, Alvarez? Elena's brain waves reacted to that more than anything I'd said thus far. Her heart rate was picking up some, and while I watched her brainwaves reacting, I swear to God, I saw her mouth twitch out of the corner of my eye. "Dr. Brooks," Nancy, Elena's nurse, said as she walked in. "I have no idea what you're saying in here, but this is the best activity I've seen on my monitor since Elena has been in here." I was giving her credit for always saying I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. She knows I hate to hear that shit, I said to the RN as she watched vitals with me. "Well, we all know that, Doctor," she chuckled. "That and your arrogant butt roaming the halls like you know everything." Nancy's specific brand of humor was always lost on me, and though we connected well on a doctor and nurse level, we never found ourselves naturally joking around. "That's because I do, Nancy." I decided to banter with the nurse, hoping to get Elena's brain waves more active. "You just had too much pride to accept that." Nancy smiled at me. "Me? Too much pride and ego?" "You heard me. Even Elena said you run around up here talking crap behind my back." I smiled at her. Nancy laughed, and I watched the woman's forehead wrinkle in humor. "She wasn't supposed to tell you." I was thrilled about the uptick in Elena's brain activity. It was the most promising thing I'd seen yet. "Is she in Dr. Nathan's care?" I asked, wanting my next in line to be in here to see this. "She's currently under Dr. Singh," Nancy said. "Colin, this is looking good. You jarred her quiet brain past something. I'm going to get the doctor." "Thanks." "Good God, woman." I looked at Elena. "I'm learning more and more about what cracks you up about my sorry ass," I said truthfully. "Would you also give me more activity on that screen if I told you that I have to stay at Alex's house now? Yeah, imagine that shit. I guess we can agree that it's better than buying a new house. I stopped at the car, so that's got to count for something. Alex is going to kick me out if I don't stop watching chick flicks and eating ice cream to get through all of this, though." "Looking very nice," Dr. Howard said, walking in with Dr. Singh. "This is excellent activity. What are you saying to her?" "Just telling her stories of what a jackass I am. Apparently she loves it," I said. Both doctors laughed. "Well, you are one of the biggest assholes we know." Singh's eyes crinkled in humor. "Who would have thought that's what Elena fell in love with?" "I'm shocked her eyes didn't snap open at that one, Singh," I said. "Keep talking to her. Whatever you're doing is working," Dr. Howard added. "Is Miguel here yet? Any of her family?" "Miguel called in about 40 minutes ago saying they were going to continue coming down in shifts of 2. I told him you were on your way in, and he said he and his son would head down here." "How are they doing?" "They're going to be doing much better once Miguel sees these brain graphs. I'll let you fill him in on what got our lovely Elena's mind sparking some neurons today." "My sorry and pathetic bullshit? God, give me half a chance with her dad," I teased. "When have you cut corners on anything, Brooks? You pride yourself in challenges, remember?" "You two can leave once you're done taking the info down," I smiled. "You're not the acting chief, partner," Dr. Howard teased. "So no bossing us around and telling us what to do." "Well, I'm glad stupid crap like this gets some activity going with Elena," I said. "If only those sleepy little eyes would open." "Any progress is excellent progress up here," Singh said. "You know that all too well, Brooks." The doctors left me with Elena, and I swear I could sit here and stare at her beautiful face for however long it took her to wake up again. "I know you're in there trying to come back to me, baby. I need you to try harder," I pleaded. "Dr. Brooks, Alex is here to see you," Nancy said, when she peeked her head into the door. "He's waiting just outside." I looked over at Nancy. "Tell him to give me a minute. There's something I need to say to her," I said, and she nodded in understanding. I rose from my chair and kissed Elena's lips, letting my lips linger longer than usual, then reached back and took her limp hand and clasped both of mine around it. "Baby, I need to tell you about our child. Our daughter, I said, my tears flowing freely again. St. John's has gone through the proper measures of laying her to rest for you and me. I didn't know what to do in this situation. I kissed the hand that I held. I've been so lost. You, our daughter, everything. I know women grieve a miscarriage in so many different ways, and I didn't know how you would grieve the loss of your little girl when you woke up. I licked my lips and bit down on my lower lip. In a profound effort to pull it together, I sniffed and gathered myself. So the hospital ensured our daughter was laid to rest, and a plaque with her name was placed in the butterfly gardens where families gather and visit in the children's wing. I know you would love it and approve of that part, at least. When I was at our home in Malibu, I saw the diary you wrote in. You know, the one I gave you for Christmas that you allowed me to read? Remember that one? I looked up at her brain waves, and I didn't seem to cause any difference, but I knew she had to be listening to this. Well, after I completely lost my shit, I decided I needed to pack my things and go to Alex's house. Being home felt overwhelming because all I saw was you fucking everywhere. I took a break and sat on the outdoor sofa, and I found your journal had fallen behind the cushions. I kissed her again. I hope you won't be mad at me for going through your journal, but I wanted to know if you wrote anything after finding out that you were pregnant. I know it might sound strange, but I felt like I needed to hear you tell me about it, and that's the only way I could. Anyway, I saw where you wrote that you cried when you found out. Babe, I wish you would have told me for that reason alone, to share your joy and fears and everything that happens when you find out something life-changing has happened. You drew the most beautiful butterfly after that entry, and I assume that was when your thoughts must have been running wild with questions, concerns, and how to process it all. I have no idea. Maybe it's because you were happy, I said, rubbing my thumb over the back of her hand. I won't know until you wake up and tell me. Either way, then I turned the page, and I see you had already started picking out names without me. I chuckled. I should have known you loved that story, Little Women, so much when you read it to Mrs. Yee in surgery. However, I didn't expect that you'd want to name our child after one of the characters. Josephine March Brooks has a lovely ring to it. Joe March Brooks, on the other hand, isn't my first choice for a boy, I've got to tell you. I smiled at the fact that she'd want to name our child after a book character. I never told you this, but I always imagined that character, Joe, to be you when you read it to Mrs. Yee. Joe was wild and free and headstrong, but she's also passionate and full of life. So much like my Lainey. No wonder you attached to her. So, baby, Josephine March Brooks is the name I had the hospital inscribe on the plaque in the garden. And I also had them etch the butterfly that you drew on the pages before you named our daughter. I think it's perfect, and I think you will love it. I stared at her unresponsive reaction and the nasal cannula that was delivering her oxygen through her nostrils. Whatever you hear in that beautiful mind of yours, I hope you're mentally smiling that smile I miss and love so much that it hurts. I kissed her forehead. I love you, sweetheart. Alex and I are going down to find the perfect place for our daughter's plaque. When you wake up, we'll go there together. If you could wake up now, I wouldn't have to do this without you, you know? If you could open your eyes, Lainey. My voice became stern. Open them and be with me in all of this, Elena. I sat with her quietly before I knew it was time to go. As I always did when I left my Lainey, I kissed each of her closed lids and left her in the care of the ICU staff. Walking out and leaving Elena in that room would forever be the hardest thing in my life until she woke up and came back to me. Chapter 32. Colin. It was week 2 of Elena in her non-responsive coma. She remained in ICU after Dr. Nathan, the one working the ward of St. John's in my place, determined she wasn't to be moved yet. He was still watching her scans, and even though the tumor I couldn't completely get out showed no signs of growth, they were monitoring for swelling. I still didn't want to go to places that jarred my memory of happier times spent with Lainey, which was a wholly unexpected abnormality occurring within my personality. As of now, I just stayed the fuck away from our place in Malibu. And the car thing? Well, I'm sure I could have gotten behind the wheel of one of my cars again, but it was fun parking next to Jake's Bugatti at the hospital just to watch him cringe. Little by little, I felt myself pulling through this disaster, stabilizing anyway, and I was starting to feel the aching need to go to work again. I was no longer the zombie who walked the hospital halls, even though I was there all of the time. It wasn't until this week that I'd pushed back a little and spent a few hours at Alex's place, bugging the hell out of him to make sure he knew I appreciated the hospitality of his badass Beverly Hills bachelor pad. If I wasn't working aggression out of my system through swimming vigorous laps in his pool, I was doing what I was doing right now, chilling on the couch with his black cat, curled up on my lap, finally catching up with the vampire show Elena had begged me 1,000,000 times to watch. Something about this shit drew both Alex and me in, and even though we'd skipped ahead a few seasons, we were officially sucked in. "Hello, lover," Alex said as he walked in from work. He shook his head as he looked at me, my legs crossed and stretched out, and feet propped up on his marble table in front of the couch. "I swear, Zeus," he said to the cat he'd rescued out of some dumpster, "I'm never going to be able to bring another chick home because of your new pal here." "Thank God for that, eh?" I scratched the top of Zeus's head. "Zeus thinks it's all bullshit anyway. Take the chicks somewhere else so he doesn't have to hear them say how much you suck in bed," I teased. "I brought takeout." He eyed where I'd already eaten a salad, a fruit bowl, and a chicken Caesar wrap. "I see Jake's chewed your ass out for not eating." "That was last week, my friend. But what's in the bag?" I said, smelling the Mexican food from here. "La Mariadas," he answered. "I got your favorite burrito from that place." "This is why you're my man." I smirked and held my hands up to catch the burrito he tossed at me. "The thing is worth the $50 you paid for it, too." "Whatever you say. Want a beer?" he asked. "Sure. I ate all my healthy food like a good boy. I'll take the beer as a reward for that." "Anything I can get you?" Alex asked his cat as he scratched his head. "Zeus could use his litter box cleaned out." I smiled. "That was your job since he's turned into your therapy cat. And since I'm pretty much your bitch now, you can at least clean out the litter box when my cleaners don't meet your or Zeus's needs." Alex came out with 2 beers, gave me one, and sat on the opposite end of the couch I was on. Zeus eyed his owner and stretched a paw out over my leg. "What the fuck? When did Bonnie get out of that prison world?" he asked about the show I was watching. "Well, I got bored, so I skipped a few episodes." I shrugged and sipped my beer. It was sort of depressing, watching the poor witch girl in there all by herself. "I thought we were past this." He smiled at me as I bit into my burrito and offered Zeus a piece of shredded beef. "No fucking human food, man." "Too late. Zeus loves this." I looked at Alex. "Speaking of my buddy here, it's obvious you have a thing for that hot chick who grooms him." "Jen?" he chuckled. "Yeah, she's fucking hot. And I saw the way you two looked at each other when she came over last night." "First of all, we were making fun of your stupid ass. And secondly, she's hot, but she's not into guys." "Oh, damn." I laughed. "Sucks for you." "Ain't that the truth?" he agreed, holding up his beer. "How was work?" "Hit pause," he said, trying to watch the show I'd been half watching and half spaced out while it ran in the background. "Now that we're husband and wife," he started, "allow me to give you a rundown of my day. I'm not telling you shit about your dad's company, that he's so generously left to you,
or its lovely vice president, Tatum. Hang on a second. First and foremost, let's not pretend my dad deciding to drop that into my lap in his will had to be a joke. We all know it was certainly something to make him laugh beyond the grave, I said with a laugh. My dad knew I wanted nothing to do with his architectural firm, which I made clear by becoming a neurosurgeon instead of an architect. So about Tatum. Is the devil in stilettos still giving you hell after Jim and I agreed I wanted Mitchell and Associates running the company? She's manageable. He rolled his eyes. The hell she is. Glad she's your and Jim's problem, not mine. I told you both to fire her ass. Like I said, not talking about your dad's company. Instead, my day over at Mitchell and Associates was delightful, he said with sarcasm. I managed to acquire 2 companies today, fire the VP of our media department, and break someone's heart after they tried to pitch some insane idea about balloon farms. I choked on the beer I was swallowing. Is that the shit Jim pranks your ass with? God, I thought Jake and I were bad. Alex smiled. I'll get his sorry ass back for it. Trust me, he said. Anything else, or are we going to talk our feelings out tonight also? I just asked how my husband's day was at work. That's why we need you back and working again, he said. That's a damn fact, I answered, hitting play on the remote. All right, catch me up on this show since you've gone rogue and started skipping episodes, he said. Wait, I'm lost again. A wedding is taking place now? What the hell? This has to end bad, man. No shit, that's why I jumped ahead. That sociopath, Kai, is on the loose. Oh, fuck, Alex said. And Elena's human again, I said, catching him up on the episode I was watching. I can't remember where or when that shit happened, but the 500-year-old vamp dude, the one with my eye color? Damon? Alex laughed. You don't have that man's eye color, by the way. We were turning into a couple of chicks, watching my Elena's vampire show. We must have looked hilarious. Well, I know that shit. My eyes are so much more enticing, I teased as Jake walked in. If it isn't the happy couple. Come here, Zeus, he said, walking in like he owned the place. Hands off, bro, I said. Zeus is my boy, and he's not moving. Besides, you probably smell like your doctor's office and need a shower anyway. I just finished rounds and checked on your lovely lady, he added, sitting in the leather chair to Alex's right. Is she alone? I asked, practically standing up and ready to bounce. It was hard enough leaving Elena's side, and also the hospital, let alone trusting everyone understood that I wouldn't allow her to be left alone in that room. Sit your ass down, Jake rolled his eyes. I thought the emotional support cat was working, he said, looking at Alex. Well, we're ramping up to a thrilling event in this show, and then you waltz into my place like you own it and drop an Elena bomb on Colin's sorry ass. What'd you expect? Zeus doesn't have that much therapy in his paws. She's not alone, dumb fuck. Jake rose. Everyone working ICU was practically besties with her before the accident, and she has family rotating non-stop. I'm getting a beer. You know where the kitchen is? Alex pointed to the room behind him. What are her monitors reading? I asked. All good, he said from the kitchen. Fuck, I hate this goddamn kitchen. Where's the fucking fridge, Alex? Next to the cabinet, asshole, he said. Alex and I zoned into the show again, after my stupid knee-jerk reaction about Jake seeing Elena. Your entire fucking kitchen is designed to look like cabinets, dick, he grumbled. Got it. Shit, that needs to be changed. Why the hell does your kitchen look like some massive-ass cupboard? It's called being fancy, Alex said, trying to ignore him. Gets him laid, too. That's what he told me, anyway. I laughed. That's true. Alex arched an eyebrow at me. Until you and Zeus decided to take over the place. You've got like 10,000 square feet and 3 stories of space to fuck outside of this loser moving in with you, Jake said, then practically choked on his beer when he looked up at the flat screen. Why the hell are you watching this show? Because it takes my mind off of the noise, I answered. It's sort of addicting, Alex admitted with a laugh. Even when this dipshit fast-forwards through seasons and episodes and you have no idea what the hell is going on. Nope, Jake said, snatching the remote and shutting off the television. What the hell? We were about to find out what this Kai Joker was about to do, I insisted. He's going to fuck that wedding up. I have to see if my prediction is correct, Alex said. Yeah, you two look like a bad episode of The Odd Couple. Now put on some sports or something. Remember those days of watching football and basketball, shit like that? I eyed Jake, thinking his reaction to us watching this show was a bit much. I don't give a fuck about sports right now. I pet Zeus, who responded by purring. I want to watch the wedding of the century, since I'm obviously not getting mine anytime soon. Nice play, asshole, Jake said. You're not watching this particular episode. I smiled. Aha, so you've watched this too, eh? Little rerun chick flick closet freak? He looked at Alex for help, and Alex only laughed, apparently not picking up on some cue Jake was trying to give him. You what? I pried. What happens that we already can't predict? Nothing, I'm just not watching vampire shows, Jake said, his eyes narrowing at me. Shame, because you're sort of missing out, I said. And so am I. Now turn on the damn show. Not happening. Give it up, man, Alex said. Blame it on Ash, unless you sneak out and watch this shit by yourself. He laughed. All right, it's one of Ash's favorite shows to binge watch. After I made fun of her for watching a show that isn't on anymore, she insisted I watch it with her. And just like that, you were hooked, right? Well, I was more hooked on laying my head in her lap after a long day at work and having her run her hands through my hair. Then it was like something came over me, and when I came home, it just became part of our routine. Right, I answered. Elena roped my ass the same way. Well, not the laying my head in her lap and acting like a bitch when I got off work like you are with Ash part, anyway. It doesn't matter. I know how this storyline ends, and I'm not about to let you watch television Elena go down and then compare that shit to your Elena. Why the fuck would I do something that ridiculous? You went out and bought the matching car to mine, dumbass. Should we go over the reasons you went out to buy the car in the first place? I was in a dark place. I'm doing better, though. I'm actually planning on getting my ass back to work. I looked over at Alex. I'm sure you and Jim heard about that today, too. Yes, and I've been feeling you out all night. I haven't heard you sound this good in a while, Alex said. Cheers to that truth. Jake raised his beer to me. Anyway, the board and I are sitting down in 2 days, and after I can show my head is back in the game, which it is, I'm going back. You think you can handle surgeries? Jake asked. I know I can, I answered. But I'm going to recommend I take a week back at work before I start in on the surgical part of my job again. Good call, Alex said. I know, I smirked. I'm probably going to start staying at my house again starting tomorrow, too. I want to be closer to the hospital. Elena made it clear that her condo was yours, too. She'd give you hell for making that long of a drive to Malibu from the hospital just to crash for a few hours, Jake added. True. I rubbed my forehead. I guess Malibu seems more like her place than the condo itself does. I laughed. So stay at the condo, Alex said. You know you can keep crashing at my place, too. Zeus is going to miss the hell out of you when you leave. More like the other way around, I said. Adopt your own damn cat. Don't even think about taking mine. Alex laughed. So that's it, then. Our big bad chief is coming back? Thank God, Jake said. I rubbed the cat's back. Thank Zeus, I laughed. This guy gave me some good therapy, cat style. I'd been back to work for 4 days, and it was going more easily than I'd anticipated. I should have had my ass shoved back into work a week ago. I managed to do well, seeing Elena for about 30 minutes before I started my morning rounds, then during my lunch and patient cancellations, and after work.
I spent the majority of my time with her. My mind was functioning at a healthy level, though, and I didn't even freak out as I'd imagined I would, seeing her office door closed, and even peeking in to find it empty. All in all, I was getting through this week smoothly, and my surgeries were set to start taking place next week. Being back in routine made all the difference in the world, and I was feeling lighter. This shroud of darkness that had clouded over me for the last 3 weeks was all but gone, but like any normal person, I had my moments. There were moments of grief, disbelief, and frustration with Elena's situation, but I took time alone to let tears flow if need be, or take a jog on the beach. Whatever it took to keep the bad energy away from me.
Dr. Brooks,
Anna, the RN working in ICU, said as I made my rounds in the post-surgery ICU floor where Elena remained, unconscious.
Your patient, Bethany Keene, the car accident victim?
Yes. Her glucose levels, have they come down? I was checking her first, I replied.
They have. Her family wishes to visit her, she said, following me into the patient's room.
Beth? I'd put her in a medically induced coma to save her life, and her family insisted I use the name Beth when trying to rouse her. Beth, it's Dr. Brooks. You need to wake up now. Your family wants to visit you.
You think she will?
Anna asked. Beth, I said, reaching for her hand, as I'd always done with my patients. It's Dr. Brooks, and it's time to wake up. I used a more assertive tone. Beth's fingers flicked against my palm. Here you come. I looked at Anna. Call the family in. She's waking up, and she needs to hear them and see them if she wakes within the next hour or so.
Yes, doctor.
I went through the floor, always saving Elena for last, so I could stay with her until I changed and went home. When I got to Elena's room, her sister was sitting in the chair next to her bed, and I ignored her as always, looking at Elena's charts instead. I didn't like the Ice Queen one fucking bit before Elena's accident, and time hadn't changed my opinion. All of her vitals and readouts are looking fantastic, I muttered to myself, studying Elena's charts. Elena, you can wake up any time now.
Dr. Brooks,
Lydia said. Yes, Lydia, I said, eyeing the chair she sat in, knowing I'd be taking it once Lydia's green-eyed ass was out of here. Thank God for her she was positive when she was with Elena, or my ICU nurses would have thrown her out.
Will they be moving her, as Poppy said?
Elena's swelling is no longer a threat. Her brain is healing quicker than we anticipated, so she'll be transported to our rehab location.
I don't want her leaving the hospital, she insisted.
Neither do I. It's why I'm paying outside of Elena's insurance for her treatment and care from that state-of-the-art coma facility to send a fantastic rehab unit over to St. John's to work with her.
But will they wake her up?
Lydia asked. Why the sudden questions? Elena will wake up when her brain is ready. I'm in here countless times throughout the day to ensure she wakes.
I can't do this anymore,
she wailed, bringing my ICU nurse into the room. Okay, I said. I understand. Perhaps it's time for a break, Lydia.
I'll leave on my own, she snapped at me.
While I frowned, Anna stepped up.
It's time for you to leave, Ms. Alvarez, she said directly. I will not tolerate you arguing with the doctor in front of his patient. We have other coma patients who can hear this too.
I remained silent because the words that would fall from my mouth would get my ass kicked out of here too. Lydia stormed out of the room, crying, and I shook my head. Call for Miguel, please, I said to Anna. He's been showing up with her, and I believe this is why. Perhaps Lydia's cracking at home.
It's not the first time I've asked her to leave this ICU unit, Anna said. She's starting to yell at the staff, and I overheard her saying that you put Elena in this position.
In grief, it's always easy to blame the doctor. I've blamed myself numerous times before I moved forward. The woman needs to be kept away from the patient until we can determine she remains positive when she's in here. I need to finish these reports, I said.
Inform Lydia, in Miguel's presence, why she was asked to leave tonight.
Yes, doctor.
I rolled my eyes at Lydia's dramatics. You hear that, Laney? I said, walking over and getting vitals with my stethoscope, sneaking a kiss to her lips. Your sister needs you to wake up so you can keep her in line. I rose back up and met the other nurse working the ICU at the foot of the bed.
Doctor, I need to go over a lab,
Nancy said. Let me finish with this patient, and I looked at her paperwork. Why isn't Singh up here?
Sorry, I didn't think to call him up.
I need to understand why he has his patient on this dose before I advise on the lab work. It looks like we're trying to keep the blood thin. Call him in, and we'll—
Oh my God, Elena!
Nancy practically shrieked.
You're awake!
My knees almost buckled when I looked and saw 2 wide eyes were staring up at the ceiling, as if looking for answers from it. Elena? I said. We approached her slowly, knowing that patients coming out of comas usually were disorientated. Those beautiful bronze eyes met mine, and my breath caught in my chest. I smiled through the fact that I impulsively wanted to kiss her beautiful face and hug her again. I followed my usual protocol and stood next to her. I slipped my hand into hers and licked my lips as her eyes were searching mine. Can you squeeze my hand? I asked, level-headed and with my usual steadiness. Elena, it's Dr. Brooks. Can you please squeeze my hand? She did, and my smile widened so much my cheeks burned.
How about mine?
Nancy asked on the other side.
Give mine a good squeeze, Elena.
I was watching intently. Could she smile? I was close to those motor skills while removing that tumor. God, I could easily see she was completely disorientated. Elena, do you know where you're at? I asked.
No.
Her voice was hoarse but angelic and soothing to my soul that had been raked over coals for 3 weeks. Elena, you're in the hospital, I said.
Did my parachute not open?
She asked me. Fuck. Elena, you suffered an injury while snowboarding with your friends, I said. Do you remember any of that?
No, doctor, she said.
Elena, do you know who I am? Please, God, please, please.
A doctor.
She smiled.
A really, really good-looking doctor.
I held my smile and my tears all at once. Where was Elena in her head? It was normal to be completely out of it after waking from a coma. It was also usual to know and have heard everything going on while in a coma. Nancy pulled Elena's attention from me and took over with exercises that showed her fine motor skills were working, and I didn't fucking damage anything. The contra coup jarring of her brain did, though. Elena didn't know who the hell I was. She was waking up from what she believed was a skydiving injury. Oh my God. Did I lose her? I was terrified to think the thought. I had to pull my shit together. Sometimes memory loss would last, sometimes not. It was time for evaluations, and since she wasn't reaching for me to hold her and be her Colin, I stayed in her doctor mode, because that's what she knew me as, and I had to respect that for her. I'll notify her family she's awake, I said to Nancy. I'll have a team come to work with her, and we'll keep running tests. I smiled at Elena when she looked at me. There's a lot to catch you up on. We'll get your family in to see you first.
My papi. I know he's upset. He didn't want me to go, she instantly said.
I smiled at her. God, I love this woman more than words. Your papi is far from upset, and when you see him, I promise he will never have been happier.
You know him?
She eyed me with those probing, beautiful bronze eyes of hers.
Dr. Brooks? I worked under him for many years, I said. He's a mentor of mine, one of the best surgeons I've ever known. That's neat, she smiled. He's the best. But he won't be happy about this. She raised her hands with IVs in them. A lot of people are grateful you're back with us, Elena, I said. Trust me on that. I winked out of habit, and when I saw her lips tint pink, it was a beautiful reminder of when she loved me before I knew. All I could do was pray that this was temporary.
Chapter 33. Elena. I was so confused. I had no idea what the hell was going on or why I was in a hospital. In California. I kept looking at the doctor's bright blue eyes that were so striking and more captivating than any other shade of blue I'd ever seen. He seemed upset about something, though. I became agitated almost instantly. Don't! I snatched my arm away from him when it looked like he was going to rest his hand on me. Don't touch me! Go get my poppy like you told the nurse you would, I demanded, aggravated by being in this bed with these plastic tubes up my nose and IVs in my arms. Elena, he said, in a softer response than I expected a doctor would have with my sudden outburst. You need to try your best to remain calm. I couldn't help but start crying. I was so lost and scared. His warm hand returned to mine, and my eyes went slowly to where the IV was that he ran his thumb over. Get me out of here, I told him, desperate and knowing he was the only man keeping me here. Elena, the nurse said, my head snapping over to her as if she and Dr. Brooks were suddenly holding me prisoner in this small room. Your mother is on her way. I want my poppy, I shouted back. I want out of this room! I'll call for the therapist. Her BP is rising and we need her calm, Dr. Brooks said. I don't need a fucking therapist. I need to go home. I didn't know what I was saying, thinking, or doing. Everything was instinctual. All I knew was that I was scared out of my mind. These people, calming blue eyes or not, weren't listening to my pleas to leave this room. Lainey, my baby girl, my mom said as she rushed to my side. Dr. Brooks stood back. He was probably trying to kill me in this room, and that's why he wouldn't let me go. I don't want to see you, I barked. I want to see my poppy. He's on his way to the hospital, Lainey. She ran her hands on my cheeks, aggravating me even more. Why isn't he here? He left me with this doctor and nurse. I eyed her with the fear I felt. Mom, you have to get me out of here. Poppy would have knocked that man out for keeping me in this bed. I leaned my head up and whispered, I think he's trying to kill me. He won't let me go. Mom's expression shifted from careful concern to worry as she looked at the doctor. Is this normal? She questioned him. Are you fucking joking? I shrieked. You're in on this with them too? I glared at her and shifted away when Mom went to rub my arm. Elena Marie Alvarez, she said in that stone-cold voice I hated. You will watch your mouth and calm down. A switch flipped in my head, and I started gasping for air, trying to tear the tubes out of my nostrils. Tears erupted as I started sobbing, scared out of my mind. This is normal. She's disoriented, and it's part of the post-traumatic amnesia. Get a therapist in here, stat! The doctor ordered. Then I watched in fear as he pulled his phone up to his ear. Miguel? Yes. He paused, his eyes watching my monitors. Hold on. Her BP is going up again. He looked over at the nurse. I want an extremely mild dose. I closed my eyes and tried to block everything out, feeling my heart racing faster than my confusion. I'm going to have a heart attack, I cried after who knows how long I held my eyes tightly closed. Oh my God, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. That's when my sobbing mom turned to Dr. Brooks and held onto him for dear life. What the hell was going on? Did I go skydiving and land in some other world where my mom was cheating with this handsome doctor? She realized he was in here to kill me, right? Elena, he said after he shifted my mom to the nurse that had walked in.
I need you to listen to me, okay?
He finished that last word soft enough that it seemed to calm every reactive nerve in my body.
Okay?
Okay. Please, God, don't kill me, I said to him, pleading with eyes that were locked on mine. The smile that was present on his face allowed me to take a deep breath.
The very last thing I want to do is kill you.
He smiled that lovely smile that made his eyes lighter.
My other patients, however,
he said, eyeing the hospital stuff that was in my room.
They might want to if you keep screaming like this.
He gently sat on the side of my bed, took my hand, which was trying to pull the IV out of my other hand, and held it.
Luckily for you,
that smile that was keeping me focused only on him.
I won't allow that to happen, and neither will my staff. We want to keep those patients out of your room. Your family has been waiting for you to open your beautiful eyes, and they will be very grateful to learn you're able to speak after your little accident.
His eyes widened, and his humor made me smile back at him.
Not quite sure your Poppy is going to be thrilled to walk in and find his daughter is cursing like a sailor in my ICU, though.
He'll blame you, I challenged. You started it all. His dark and light blonde hair was messy, short, and so youthful. He was a dreamy guy, which made all the more sense of why I was lured here to be killed by him and his nurses.
Your eyes are going wild on me again,
he said, studying me. He looked up at the monitors when that machine started beeping loudly to tell him I knew all about this man and his plans. You're trying to kill me, but I'm not afraid of you, asshole, I said, letting this handsome demon doctor know I was onto him.
Why would I want to do that when all I've done is work my ass off to keep you alive, Elena?
He became sterner, and that made his answer feel like the truth to me. Then why do I feel like I've been kidnapped? I asked.
Because this is normal. Things are a bit disorienting for you. Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer it,
he said. His warm hand holding mine felt nice. I curled my fingertips up some to keep us like this. It depends on what you want to ask, I answered.
How old are you?
He asked. Too young for you, I smiled at him. I watched him bite down on his bottom lip, and my heart felt like it flip-flopped in my chest. I loved that feeling, but didn't know why him doing that made me feel that way.
You think 34 is too old for you, eh?
He smirked. My heart did that thing again. Well, I'm only 22, Doctor. I don't think my Poppy will approve. His lips pinched together, and I watched his face grow serious again. That look scared the hell out of me, but I felt an intense wave of calm wash over me. I felt warm, like I was wrapped in relaxation. Oh, wow, yeah. Anyway, I think I was mumbling, but I remembered what we were talking about, and I forced a smile. This feels nice. You feel nice, I said to the doctor, but his eyes were looking above my head. Doctor, look at me.
A little more. I don't want her completely asleep, but I want her fully relaxed,
he said to whoever he was looking at. I don't care anymore. I giggled. You can kill me if you want. He smiled at me.
If you don't stop insisting that I'm trying to murder you, I might have to kiss you just to make sure you know I have no intention of that.
No way, I said. My dad won't let me date you. I can date anyone except a doctor. Poppy made me promise him that when I was little.
Is that so?
He asked.
I think I could change his mind.
He doesn't even know you.
Apparently, you don't know me either,
he said, his voice calm.
But you must have forgotten already that I know your father.
His eyes searched mine in the way that scared me before, and then he looked away.
Miguel should be here at any time. Where's the therapist?
His voice was stern about the therapist part. Are they not following your orders, Doc? I asked. His eyes shifted to mine.
No, they're not, Elena.
Getting mad? I tried to flirt with him because I wanted to see him smile again.
I rarely get angry,
he confirmed. Your eyes are gorgeous, I said. His face turned to mine, and I got that doctor smile again.
I've been told on more than one occasion that they resemble the eyes of a character named Damon on some vampire television show. I wonder if you remember that you've watched it. I think my eyes are sexier, and I think you might agree.
Flirting with me, doctor?
Stating facts is all,
He said. I bet everyone in this hospital is in love with you, I said, so loopy on whatever the doctor had the nurse give me. He smiled that smile.
I bet they are too,
he said with a wink.
Lainey!
I heard Poppy's voice as he entered the room.
My God, Brooks, she's awake.
He studied the doctor and me and stayed back. You can go now. My Poppy is here. I won't tell him that you like me. I thought I was teasing, but Dad wasn't happy at all.
Lainey, baby, how are you feeling?
Dad asked as the doctor and nurses walked out of the area to give me the time I wanted with my dad, the only person I trusted around me. I was scared. I thought the doctor kidnapped me, I think. I couldn't remember why I was scared anymore. I don't know why I'm here, Poppy.
You were in an accident, Lainey. You're waking up from that. It's okay. We're all here.
But why am I in California?
Because you moved back home to live with Stevie and me,
he said. I looked at him in confusion. That's impossible. I would never graduate college and not go to med school.
Lainey,
Dad said as he sat carefully next to me on my bed.
I want you to listen to me, okay?
Don't scare me, Dad.
I won't, baby girl. Do you remember asking me why I was sad when I came home from work one time? It was the only time you saw me sad.
Yes, I remember that. You cried. I was in middle school.
Right.
He smiled.
I had a patient who I'd been working on long and hard, trying to help her after she was in an accident. She woke up scared, like you, from her coma. It made my heart sad to see her so frightened. I knew that, with time, she would get through it, but she had a very long road ahead of her.
It's why I'm going to go to med school and do what you do, Dad, or do what that doctor guy does, the one I thought was trying to kill me. What does he do?
Quiet your thoughts.
He kissed my forehead.
You will become frightened again. I want you to focus on small things, little things.
Great. Now my dad was acting weird. What is that supposed to do? I demanded. Dad's face hardened some.
I understand what you're feeling right now. We're going to take small steps and gradually allow your mind to absorb things. You live here now, and you were involved in an accident that made it difficult for you to remember things and process them. Dr. Brooks isn't trying to kill you.
He smiled, as if the thought amused him.
He's going to help you, and you need to follow his guidelines like my patient who lost all of her memories followed mine. Do you understand me, young lady?
I knew you would bust me for this. I smiled at him. My head felt fuzzy. As happy as I was that my dad was here, I didn't really know what we were talking about anymore. So, why won't you be my doctor? Dad looked like he wanted to say something, but tightened his lips.
Because Dr. Brooks is your doctor. Now, your brother and sister want to see you. I need to tell you that they might look different to you. Maybe about 10 years older. But you and I already know they're weird anyway.
He chuckled. Can it just be you and me for a while, Poppy? I don't want to see anyone but you. Tell me what happened, please.
As I said, little by little. Too much stimulation will make you feel the way you did before Dr. Brooks calmed you down.
He took care of me, I said. But I thought he wanted to kill me. Dad's face was worn, tired, and filled with sadness. But he wouldn't let it surface. I'd seen this look before on his face so many times because of his work. It frustrated my mom. My brother was too little to understand, and my sister was too worried about her grades to care. Not me, though. I would hug him and not say a word. I knew he needed to feel love, and I loved him more than anything in the world. My dad was the best man for saving lives, and that's why I was going to go to med school. I wanted to grow up and work with him one day. I wanted to be his attending physician and learn from him. I wanted to be just like him. I felt so strange. Part of me felt like a little girl who wanted her poppy, but I knew I wasn't little anymore. So why was I feeling this way? I just wanted my dad to help my sadness go away and smell the familiar fragrance of his Old Spice aftershave. I didn't remember. What was I doing in here again?
Chapter 34. Colin. I was so thankful Elena was awake. Thank God that I'd managed to pull myself together in the last week or so, because if I hadn't, I shudder at the thought of what my reaction would have been to her amnesia. She woke up disorientated, scared, and confused, having no clue who I was except for assuming I was trying to murder her, and in my previously fragile mental state, I don't know how I would have handled it. I can guarantee that I wouldn't have been able to keep it together as I did, though. All of the medical staff in the room had seen our fair share of comatose patients, waking up as Elena had. Behind my surgeon's exterior was the heart of a man watching the woman he loved suffering through post-traumatic amnesia. By the next morning, we had a therapist and neurologist working with the family to prepare them for how to communicate with Elena. Another therapist worked alongside Miguel, who she wouldn't let out of her sight, trying to help Elena start to grasp what was happening and how to cope with visits from her family. Elena had lost 10 years of her life, and seeing appearances changed wasn't the easiest thing to accept, amongst other issues she was trying to process. I made my rounds early, and Elena was asleep when I checked on her. She was so beautiful, but I thanked God I was stacked in with surgeries today. My mind was in doctor mode, and it was easier for me to cope with the fact that she'd forgotten us when I was in that mind frame, and I needed to be efficient, as her doctor, to ensure she was cleared to be moved to the recovery unit and out of ICU today. I just walked out of my first surgery. I'd performed a spinal fusion that would work to stabilize my patient's spine after I removed a herniated disc. All went perfectly well, and I looked forward to seeing my patient when she woke and was ready to move forward with her life again. After everything was settled, I scheduled a meeting between surgeries to meet with the neurologist who would be monitoring and working with Elena now that she was awake. Dr. Marshall and I sat in the dark room, studying Elena's most recent brain scans and comparing them with the first scans of her brain that were taken. Right here. I pointed to the hippocampus and temporal lobe areas of Elena's scans. This is where the contrecoup took place, and the back of her brain hit her skull. That also caused the heart attack, he added. This bruising, it's likely the cause of her retrograde amnesia, I finished his sentence. From my assessment of her, she's showing signs of mild semantic memory loss. Yes, a bit episodic at times too, I confirmed, having been in and out of her room all night, monitoring her condition. She thought the nurses and I were there to kill her. A normal reaction after waking and dealing with this PTI she has, he added. Did you calm her with medication? An extremely low dose, I answered. When she tried more than once to rip out her IVs, seeing her blood pressure on the rise, I didn't want to risk her stroking out. Very good. We'll keep her stabilized on that while we get her to start coming through this. He looked at me. I know that you understand the situation you face with your fiancé. Am I correct? I eyed him. I was the chief of neuro. Of course I knew what I was fucking dealing with. I couldn't fault him for asking, though. I'd trudged around this place like the Walking Dead for a month. He was doing his job, and I would have done the same. I know that this will be an extremely long and hard process for both of us, but I am willing to do whatever it takes to help her retrieve her memories. Elena believed her brother to be She had hallucinations, I'm aware, I said. Stevie and I talked, and Miguel is doing a phenomenal job of informing the family about her current mindset. I can also see where the outbursts, agitations, and also the childlike behavior is present. Yes, I said. I've heard of situations like this lasting anywhere from days to months. Maybe the patient never recovers their memories. We need to continue to monitor, but I don't see where we'll need to administer medications or electrical stimulations currently. I'm glad that's your conclusion, I said, my arms folded. I believe that if this is as severe as we think, her neurons will map around this damage if it's long-term. We'll continue to monitor it, Dr. Brooks. Don't forget I have a goddamn brain tumor in there that I'm monitoring as well. It's not life-threatening, but I won't allow her recovery to be spent in this hospital under medications and knives if it's not necessary. That's not what I was saying. You didn't have to, Dr. Marshall. I'm informing you. We both know that she'll most likely spend time in rehab, and we will ensure that Elena is receiving proper care and that she works on her own to recover. This isn't as bad as the initial assessments led us to believe. He turned to face me after I flipped the lights on in the room again. I'm going to tell you something, knowing your relationship with Elena. He eyed my stern expression. You being a neuro chief or not, you will experience this all much differently than you might imagine. You, Dr. Brooks, must know that this will be a long, tiring road for her and those around her. I understand that. My only desire is that she remains comfortable and moving forward, Dr. Marshall. Thank you for your concern for me, but I'll manage. Then you'll be patient with her as she works through unnecessary outbursts, sudden rage fits, happy 1 minute, cursing me out the next, acting like a teenager who's flirting with some doctor, completely not the woman I fell in love with, I said in response. No, I'm wildly aware of the situation. When the woman I love woke up after 3 weeks of me begging her to, she woke up thinking I'd kidnapped her and wanted to kill her. I think I understand fully the road that is ahead of Elena and me at present. That there is no Elena and you at present? I smirked, pissed off, but I got it. Jesus Christ, are we this brutal with our patients? We have to be, Colin, he said. I'm so sorry she woke up in this state, but I know you're strong, and I only hope that you're willing to continue to support her. He stopped himself. Even if she hates me? I finished his sentence. Well, she does ask where the sexy surgeon is, he chuckled. So there's that. Right, I smiled. That's where it will be difficult, I assume. She'll enjoy my company for 1 minute and hate it for no reason the next. We have the support, even for you, for family members in situations with patients who are dealing with this PTI. It's not easy, trust me. You will want the support. I understand that, I said truthfully, rubbing the back of my neck. Thanks for going over the scans with me. Dr. Marshall and I went separate ways after we revisited everything. Miguel was saving mine and the staff's asses with Elena, who was altogether not herself, and the family needed to understand she may not be herself for a while. So these would be 3 disastrous occurrences that I was forced to stomach in less than a month. Elena's accident, the loss of our child she knew nothing about, and now this. She was all over the map with her emotions, all while not remembering anything about our love or relationship. Jake, I said, seeing my best friend on the floor, checking on a patient who'd come in overnight after suffering a cardiac arrest and a stroke. The patient would be pronounced brain dead this afternoon, and Dr. Sharon would be the one to deliver the news for the family to pull Mr. Weston off life support when they were ready. Call, he said, glancing up from his charts. He stopped and turned back to me. You looked like hell ran over you again last night. Good thing you didn't let that shit get to you. He was in chief surgeon mode, and it worked for me. I wasn't in the mood for emotions. I had to check Elena's vitals and release her from ICU and into the recovery room that had been set up for her. I needed to have my head on straight. You realize she referred to me as Demon Doctor, right? Jake sighed, and his lips twisted up. Demon doctor, huh? Last I heard, you were the sexy surgeon. She'll be like this for a while. It's something, but it's a fucking life change for her. I ran my hand through my hair. She won't be the same person we all remember. Miguel caught me up while you were in surgery first thing this morning, Jake said. We've seen some crazy shit with brain injuries, and I've heard your stories, but I don't recall you ever dealing with a patient waking with memory loss like this. Elena will be my first one, I answered. Miguel has dealt with his fair share of them, but the way she woke, that's what I typically see. Not this long-term memory loss shit, and certainly not with the woman I love. Can you swallow this? He asked, as if anything else was an option. What choice do I have? True, he answered. What about you and her? Does she know? No. In speaking a bit with the therapist, I've decided it's probably not the best idea to drop the bomb on her that we were about to get married. She's got too much to process, and that's massive. Shit. Jake's hardened post-surgery face softened some. I can't even imagine. You're not going through any of this alone, do you hear me? We need to be there for her. The therapist said to do things that might stimulate her memories, but expect she may not respond to any of it. I chewed on the inside corner of my mouth. Miguel says she's been asking to go home to their Beverly Hills place, and she threw a raging fit when she learned he'd rented the place out. Didn't you say something about the first time you went to their ranch? The way she loved that place? You'd think she would have been all in, but it stacks up on all the changes she has had to face. We're letting her in little by little, but fuck, even the little things are overwhelming to her. This is awful, man. More than. I glanced at his charts. Sorry about the patient. Are you doing okay? Jake hated losing patients more than anything in this world, but this was a hopeless case as soon as they called Jake into the surgical room. You know me, he smirked. I feel for the family when I know they're about to receive the worst news of their life. Yeah, I know. I clapped his arm. Well, this conversation has been completely depressing. I guess I'll let you head down to your office and start your day now. I figured we might as well hang with Dr. Temple in the morgue and maybe do some autopsies after this fun run-in, Jake said with a grin. See you later, man. Hey, are you going to meet up with us tonight? It's Wednesday. Kinder's? I just might. I'll text you or catch up later. We'll talk this shit out when we're out of these fucking lab coats. Jake and I parted ways, and I headed to the room of my unpredictable Elena. Once I walked in, the Ice Queen shot me a nasty glare, and Elena matched her sister's expression. Here we go. Good morning, Elena, I said, glancing up at the monitors and seeing the feeding tube had been taken out, and she was good to go to the recovery room. I see you've eaten some this morning. I see you're doing the job I was going to school to do, she said, her sister looking at me for a response. I had no clue how Lydia could be such a bitch to me after all this, knowing the hell I was going through. Did she have a lump of coal for a heart inside that statuesque body of hers? I am, I answered. I remember you being thrilled to be hired on as the neuropsychiatrist here at St. John's. Is that so? She answered with animosity. That is so, I said, bringing my stethoscope to her chest. What are you doing? She sighed in agitation. Quiet. I smiled at her, listening to the rhythm of her heart and checking the beats per minute. There. I grinned and loved the hope I felt when I saw her cheeks turn that pink color when I smiled at her. There what? She gave me her flirty and feisty look. You do have a heart after all. Don't you think that's a little harsh? Lydia said, rolling her eyes toward Elena, who laughed at my teasing. I think it's the truth. For all I know, Elena here hates me for... I looked at her. Why am I the bad guy this time?
You stole my job, asshole, she said,
Trying to be funny, but it was off-putting since Elena had never talked to me like this, and the tone she was using was one I wasn't familiar with. Ah, I maintained my composure. I don't think I did. You didn't pursue neurosurgery as you once wanted to.
Why's that? I always wanted to work with my dad. Now he's your chief surgeon, and you get to work with him while I sit in this bed and go out of my mind.
Well, I answered, prepping to leave. I know you're learning, and you're still dealing with some confusion with all of this, but your dad retired to the ranch. Now I'm the chief surgeon. So I'm pretty sure you'd hate your job, knowing now that you'd be working for
the demon doctor.
She laughed.
Listen, Dr. Brooks,
she said, in more of the voice that I cherished.
I'm sorry I said that about you, and I'm sorry for being mean. I'm just struggling.
Elena, don't apologize. He knows, Lydia said, interrupting the first time I'd heard Elena speaking to me, sounding like my Laney since her accident. You can apologize to me all day long, and I will never grow tired of it. I winked at her as she shrank down in her sister's domineering presence. In fact, I might just ask your dad if I can make good on my idea of kissing you to make sure you know I'm not Dr. Death.
I said that too?
She shook her head. It humored everyone in the room, trust me, I said. All right, you are well on your way to recovery on the lower floor. Congratulations, Alvarez. I said it out of habit. It was the first time her eyes locked with mine, and I swear not even the Ice Queen herself could have interrupted our locked gazes.
The way you said my name just now,
she mused, her breath somewhat light with relief.
That sounds so familiar to me.
It's because you wouldn't let me call you Elena when you first started working here.
Why not?
She was curious, and I was walking a fine line. Well, because you were the most beautiful woman I'd ever met, and you knew I had a thing for you, I said. I stayed locked on her eyes that seemed to be begging me for more. So I called you Alvarez. Do you remember anything about that?
You liked me then?
She asked, while Ice Queen glared at me. Does that frighten you? I asked her.
I just wish I could remember. You seem like you would be fun.
She smiled so sweetly, and it took everything I could not to bring her close to me and hold her. We had fun times. We'll get back there again. I smiled. You look just as beautiful today as the first time you insisted that I could only call you Dr. Alvarez. She licked her lips and shrugged innocently in response to her sister's glare, and I could only laugh in response.
Is that all, Doctor? Little stimulation, remember?
Yes, Ice Queen, I said.
Ice Queen!
Elena laughed spontaneously with so much amusement, and it was music to my heartbroken soul.
He loves calling me that as if I care what he thinks, Lydia said snidely. Because I knew what was best for you with this one. As usual, you never listened to me.
I stood in silence, wondering what Elena's response would be.
And what if I wanted him to kiss me?
Elena reverted to a more immature, fighting with her sister demeanor.
You see what you started?
Lydia snapped. I see that Elena's happy, I returned. And that's the entire point in moving her rapidly on her road to recovery.
When do we move her?
I'm going to call down to the floor now. I smiled at Elena as she watched me with a look of confusion on her face. Elena, enjoy your ride down. I ensured you had the corner suite that overlooks the fountains. It's quite lovely.
You'll still visit me there?
You're my patient. I'll make my rounds and discuss the therapy that is planned for you. I turned to leave.
Were we friends? she asked before I drew back the privacy curtain. My eyes closed. There was no way I was leaving the Ice Queen to answer this question. If Lydia had it her way, she'd probably influence every thought in Elena's head since she was at her most vulnerable point. I didn't necessarily think Lydia was evil, but her type A, control-freak personality preferred things to go the way she wanted them, and she made it clear months ago that she didn't like me. Lydia didn't graduate top of her Harvard law class because she was an idiot. The woman knew exactly what she was doing, but as far as I was concerned, she could save that shit for her law firm. You were one of the best friends I've ever had, I answered. Did we date? She asked. The immaturity in her voice was gone, and a hint of the Elena I loved, albeit very confused, was present. We did. I nodded. Her cheeks blushed, and I watched her inhale deeply. Elena, we were in love. Why couldn't I just drop that on her? I'm happy you don't hate me for acting so weird, Dr. Brooks. You also used to call me Colin. Do you want me to call you that? I want you to call me whatever you're comfortable with. Why can't anyone give me a straight fucking answer? Elena snapped. The normal mood swings that I was prepared to deal with. What question do you want to be answered, Elena? Ice Queen interjected, her voice livid. I don't know, she growled. I don't fucking know. Keep your voice down, sweetie, Lydia said. What do you want him to tell you? I want to know why... Why are you feeling something more with him? Lydia, I said, stopping her. This truth bomb about Elena and me was mine to drop, not the bitch sisters. Elena was already agitated. Why toy with that nerve? Why are you stopping her? Elena seethed. Elena, little stimulation is best for you, especially now, I said, watching her carefully. You want to know if you had a relationship with this doctor, don't you? Lydia pressed. Yes, Elena said, exasperated. Then the answer is yes. You were in a relationship with him. Lydia smiled at me as if she'd claimed a victory. You were going to get married, and all within 3 weeks of being together. Married? Elena said, daggers in her eyes as she glared at me. It's probably something that you could have waited to find out. Your sister hasn't approved of me since... You're both liars, Elena snapped, irrational and in a mood that I saw coming, but didn't want to escalate by telling her bitch sister to shut the fuck up. I would never date a doctor. I promised my dad. Lydia, I interjected before she could respond to Elena. I need to speak with you, please. I'll sit with my sister as long as she wants me to, and tell her whatever she wants to know. My God, Elena said. Poppy must have hated me. I wanted to strangle Lydia for putting her disdain for me above Elena's well-being. Didn't she understand her sister had reverted to her 20-year-old mindset, and that all of us were slowly trying to catch her up to fucking speed, that she was 32 years old now? That, of course, was a rhetorical question. She knew. The bitch just didn't care. I had to stop this and scrub in for surgery in 30 minutes. Miguel, I said, seeing the man outside the ICU room, talking with a group of physicians. Jesus, you're a sight for sore eyes. Dr. Brooks. He pulled away from the group. I was heading in to visit Elena. Yeah, well, Lydia is doing a great job of dropping bombs about mine and Elena's relationship. Bombs that I know she isn't prepared to find out about yet. God only knows what else is going on in that room. Elena has been released to recovery, and I have to get into surgery. Miguel gripped my arm. How did Elena respond to what Lydia told her? She's acting as though she's on her way to spring break, college style, with her responses. She wasn't ready to hear it. She already had some swift mood changes, and I couldn't settle Lydia down fast enough. Miguel rubbed his forehead. We're all going to get through this, son. We're going to have a shit ton of work to get through if you don't stop your hotshot lawyer in there from messing with Elena's mind.
I get the woman hates my guts, but... Miguel smiled and nodded. Go do your surgery, he said. Are you okay after all that? Just a little pissed. And you can work past that. Yes. He gripped my left hand. This needs to come off before you scrub in, he said, pointing to the string ring Elena had made for me when she proposed. She may be off right now, Colin, but she's still with you. Don't worry about that. He smiled. Now, let me go unwind the disaster my eldest daughter is in there creating. I knew it would be an even longer process now, and Elena's walls would be up at every turn. I had no idea what my next visit with her would bring, but I wasn't giving up or losing hope. Fuck that. She was my Elena. I was in this for the long run. Precisely 1 week from today, we were supposed to be reciting our vows. I didn't need those vows to know what for better or for worse, in sickness and health, meant to me. I felt more love for her than ever before, and I would never abandon her.
Chapter 35. Elena. I hated this damn walker, and I was about to throw the thing at my physical therapist if he kept encouraging me to accept it and treat it like it was my fucking buddy. I'm ready to do this without the stupid walker, Brian, I seethed, with as much anger as I felt.
So, 3 days of being out of bed, Miss Alvarez, and you think you've got this thing down to a science, eh?
He smirked at me. I hated being mean to Brian. He was young and so super optimistic, which was the only way he could put up with me, fighting him since he introduced himself as my therapy guy. I felt bad for him, too. He tore his ACL in college and lost his opportunity to be drafted by the NFL. Instead of stopping his life, he turned to help people in the same unfortunate and life-altering positions. I couldn't relate as much. I didn't feel like I'd lost out on my future with my head injury. I'd just lost out on whatever in the hell happened in the last 10 years of my life. The most frustrating part was hearing things about my life that made zero sense. The things I did and decisions I'd made that didn't seem anything like me. Number 1 on that list was moving back to Southern California to work at St. John's as a neuropsychiatrist, and not the surgeon I'd planned to be since I was a little girl. I didn't care how anyone tried to explain it to me. I couldn't comprehend that abrupt decision change. It was always a dream of mine to grow up and work with my dad. Son of a bitch, I said, my right toe tripping on the carpet.
Lift that leg, girlfriend,
Brian said, and I glared at him in response. Easy for you to say, asshole, I snapped.
I see that's your favorite name for anyone who is trying to encourage you,
Brian said, his hand on my back as I steadied myself with this stupid walker. Please don't touch me, I tried to say as nicely as I could.
Hey.
Brian became sterner like he always was when my mood was nasty.
You're the one who said you want to get out of this hospital and stop smelling all those beautiful flowers in your room. This is how we get you out.
By using this fucking walker? I grumbled.
Well, if it isn't the resident foul mouth of the recovery unit,
the sexy voice of Dr. Brooks said. I looked up and loved being caught like this, lost in his eyes and smile. This man was rehab bottled up in one beautiful body. Though, since I was brought down here and he'd visited me, I sometimes cussed him out for no reason, too. I hated that, because I really loved it when he was around me. Apparently, I'd always liked him around, but the accident stripped me of those memories. Another frustration about my past that didn't make sense, but I was okay with that one. He was the finest man I'd ever seen, and he and I were an item. Too bad I couldn't remember any of it.
She's just mad at me because we're doing exercises with her favorite buddy here.
Brian smiled at Dr. Brooks. How many times do I have to tell you that this thing isn't my buddy? I snapped.
What would you like to call it, Elena? Yesterday you were fine with it.
Brian said patiently. I don't want to call it anything. I want it gone, I said,
Then let's get those legs walking. Care to take a walk with us, Dr. Brooks? He looked at Brian. If you think it might help, why don't we try it without the walker? I think Elena will do great holding onto my arm.
Stop talking about me like I'm not here, goddammit. Jesus, why couldn't I turn off my frustration as fast as it turned on?
Give it a try. Careful though, Dr. Brooks. This patient bites.
Brian teased. I rolled my eyes and reached out to Colin's hands. I'm stronger with my left side. I'll hold on to your right arm, I informed him. He slid a hand behind my back and took my left wrist in his. Shivers shot through me like an electric current, having him touching me like this.
Let's get you steady,
he said as I stared at his perfect hands. You have beautiful hands, I told him.
We've got this, Brian. When is her curfew?
He said in that teasing voice I was attracted to.
She's in the surgeon's care.
Brian smiled.
If she gets tired, then page me and I'll get the wheelchair down here.
Oh, God, I sighed.
I'll get her back to the room, even if I carry her myself,
Dr. Brooks said, and his eyes seemed to be doing that searching thing with mine again. Thanks, Brian, I managed.
You two enjoy your walk, and try not to cuss out the others on the floor.
Brian winked at me and left me in the care of the man who always made me excited when he came to visit me. So, I said, as he walked carefully, allowing me to move for the first time without the walker. You would carry me. Left leg, right leg, I thought, feeling a bit stronger with this hot doctor holding on to me.
Without hesitation,
he said.
Looking good.
He praised me as I managed to get one foot, very slowly, in front of the other. But what about wrinkling your nice suit? I said, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. God, my legs felt so weak. Don't get pissed, I thought, knowing I'd finally calmed myself down.
Well, I'm off for the day, and that's why I have them pressed,
he answered. I looked up at him and smiled. So, you and me, huh? That's when I saw the most beautiful features soften on his perfect face.
You and me, the couple everyone envied,
he said with a wink. Come on, we only knew each other for 3 weeks, though.
Hey, man, you fell hard for me, what can I say? I can hardly blame you.
He laughed. Is that true? It was all me acting dumb? Sort of like I was acting now when I drooled over the man.
Don't worry. Do you recall me saying that you wouldn't let me call you by your first name? I was the one in hot pursuit of the beautiful Elena Alvarez.
He chuckled. Oh, right. I laughed. I don't understand why I would be mean like that to you. I'm sorry about that. I guess I still don't understand a lot of things about my last 10 years either.
I don't blame you for being confused about what's happened in the last 10 years. Our experiences shape us and lead us in different directions, and you can't remember those, so where you ended up seems strange. You'll get there, though.
He steadied me as I tripped.
At least now you allow me to call you Elena.
Did we have sex? I asked, when he had me stop to rest and let me hold on to him after I tripped. Shit, why do I keep blurting out these fucking things? I hate this. Dr. Brooks didn't seem to let it affect him. In fact, his face was more beautiful now than I'd ever seen it, and it almost seemed like he was holding on to me, so he didn't trip the second I asked that incredibly personal question. He pinched his lips together. I laughed, which made him laugh, and I loved it. So, Dr. Brooks, I said, did I enjoy it?
Elena.
He tried to maintain his composure and then turned to help me start walking again.
Perhaps this is a conversation that should wait.
That pissed me the fuck off. I hate nothing more than when I ask about things I've forgotten and everyone tells me I need to wait. I glared at him.
Okay then,
he said, lifting his chin, with his arm around my back and gripping my waist.
Did we have sex?
Did we?
The best sex ever,
he answered while he gave me a teasing look.
You, Elena Alvarez, couldn't get enough of me.
So I enjoyed it. I blushed and laughed. Do you think we'll have all that back?
It's my greatest hope, he answered. So, now that you know we had sex, and you loved every single second of it.
He eyed me, and I knew the look. He was feeling out my emotions again.
What else would you like to know?
People knew about us?
I made sure of it. You were hesitant to let everyone know at first, but I knew how gossip ran in this hospital and didn't want to give them shit to say about us.
Was I the only girl you had here? He frowned.
What do you mean? Did I cheat on you?
No, I smiled. Like, were there other girls before me? I see the way they all look at you.
Remember being upset because you promised your dad that you wouldn't date a doctor?
He asked. So much for keeping that promise.
Well, I made a promise to myself not to have anything to do with doctors or hospital staff, too.
He said. His thumb rubbed my wrist, and I liked it. All of my body that had been numb since waking up after a 3-week coma liked it.
I broke my own rules the second I laid eyes on you.
I was getting tired and was no longer in the mood to hear about something I forgot. The other Elena. I started referring to the Elena I used to be and knew nothing about. That bitch had 10 years of making decisions and living life, and having this man to herself. My therapist said these feelings were normal, though they felt far from that. Who would split their personality like this on their own?
Are you still with me?
He asked.
The answer is no, Elena. There was no other woman for me but you.
It was beautiful coming out of his mouth, but my brain felt overloaded and wasn't accepting it. Quit talking about her. I'm not her anymore, Dr. Brooks. I started crying, which I did a lot since I'd woken up. Crying, cussing, and acting horribly to people, and I couldn't control it. We stopped, and he turned me to face him. I know that I may never be that Elena you loved again. She's not here. His piercing blue eyes swallowed me up, and I was swimming in them.
I will be here, and I will wait for you to remember us for eternity if I have to,
he said in the sincerest voice that I'd ever heard him use.
I will wait, and we will go through this together. Hell,
he smiled.
We are going through this together as we speak.
What if I'm never her again? You fell in love with a woman that I don't know. She makes no sense to me, I said. He touched my face, and I felt like I was going to pass out.
I fell in love with you, Alvarez. Every part of you. Even if you like to be a little rougher around the edges with people these days. You have to understand that I will do everything to help you fight to get your life back.
I love to hear you say that, I said. But I'm not sure.
Why don't we talk about something else?
He said. This guy must have been a genius doctor with superhero hearing, because my heart was racing and my head was spinning. All of the good feelings I was having were being twisted into everything negative. Good afternoon, Dr. Brooks. It's great to see you, a beautiful woman my age said. She wore scrubs, and I watched her blush when Colin smiled at her.
How's it going, Dr. Solano?
He asked her.
Your patient looks great.
You did an amazing job with the fusion of her spine. We're all in awe of your work, Dr. Solano said, while Colin readjusted me to hold me into position. He must have felt me coming off balance as my rage built from this woman and him talking.
I'm glad the surgery went as we all expected.
How are you, Elena? She asked me with a smile that seemed fake. I forced a smile. I'm fine, I said. Her eyes met Colin's, and it showed me that the woman acted as though I'd cussed her out. I looked at Colin, and his expression was the concerned, thinking one he made when I said something that seemed to upset him. Have a good day, doctor, she said to Colin first, and then she looked at me. Have a good day, Elena. What the fuck was that? I asked Colin as the woman walked away.
That was me conversing with a neurologist, he said. I performed surgery on her patient. She's checking on them after they were cleared for recovery over here.
Did you have sex with her too? I lashed out.
Elena.
He looked at me, and it appeared the perfect and happy doctor was caught.
You need to try and think of other things. We had a beautiful—
No, I said, trying to walk toward the wall. Let me go, and I'll walk back to my room. You're a liar.
Elena,
He said, working on getting me to the wall safely.
I understand a lot of this is frustrating, but there is one thing I will not do, and that is lie to you. That woman is a coworker, a doctor, and a professional.
I saw the way she looked at you.
I saw it too,
He said, his voice leveling my behavior.
She was behaving naturally for a doctor who is grateful that their patient is recovering well.
You both looked at each other weird, and I didn't like it.
I have no idea what you saw in that exchange,
He said,
but you'll find that most of these professionals knew you and know what you're going through. They also know that you're the love of my life. That's it.
I want to go back to my room, I said.
Then let's walk.
He was stern and using that doctor's voice on me. This time, it wasn't working. As we turned back, there she was again. I think I hate her, I said.
You don't mean that, Elena. Please relax.
Don't tell me what to fucking do, I said to him. Don't touch me.
I will be holding you until I get you back into your room, Lainey,
he said, and I heard the sorrow in his voice.
Let's go.
Dr. Mitchell, I called out to my heart doctor, and the man I heard was Colin's best friend when I saw him down the hall. He can walk me back.
You know what the therapist says about this behavior,
Dr. Brooks said. It's irrational and I don't care, I said. Dr. Mitchell!
Lainey, call,
he said with a bright smile as he approached. The dark-haired man was as handsome as Colin. Both men wore short and messy haircuts that were so attractive. I had to stop thinking like this. Dr. Mitchell was married, and apparently his wife was supposed to be in my wedding. I wanted to make Colin feel jealous, the way I felt about that woman just now, and nothing was changing my mind. Oh my God, I hated myself right now. I started crying again and crumbled into Colin, who was there to catch me. Why am I like this? I sobbed into his suit.
Because you were injured,
he said.
Is everything okay?
I heard Dr. Mitchell say.
Ash is here with John, but maybe it's not a good time.
I sobbed more, knowing I'd ruined my chance to meet Dr. Mitchell's wife and son, who I was told I adored. I couldn't do anything but repeat the words "I'm sorry" over and over again.
Don't apologize,
Jake said.
We all are working through this. You can meet Ash and John tomorrow.
Please don't send them away because I'm like this, I said, trying to dry my tears.
No one is sending anyone away. Ash was fully aware that it might not be an ideal time, and that's okay. No one wants you to feel rushed. I'm going to go and tell her,
Jake said reassuringly while he smiled at me and Colin in understanding before heading down the hall.
Don't worry about anything. You did well with your walking. A lot of stimulation can cause this, babe. Elena.
Colin stumbled over his words. He'd called me babe before. I don't recall exactly when, but I cussed him out for it. This time it was soothing, and I loved it. I loved being in his arms. I love to hear you call me that. I felt him chuckle.
Yeah, you were condemning me to hell for it slipping out of my mouth last night.
I hate this.
Stop talking like that, Lainey,
he said.
Stop fighting your emotions. It would be best if you let them in. I'm prepared for it all as best I can be.
I love the way you smell. I inhaled deeply of his crisp cologne that made the hair stand up on my skin in a good way. It was a masculine scent with a hint of the tropics.
You always have,
he said,
and I love the way you smell.
I want you to stay with me tonight, I said, oddly feeling secure with him for the first time.
You had the chair that I fell asleep in last night taken away.
He laughed.
I can have someone try to find it.
Wow, I'm horrible.
You're a survivor, Elena,
he said.
You've survived a horrific, traumatic head injury. You're dealing with that outcome now.
I don't feel like a survivor, I said.
Of course you don't, but that's natural. You must try to fight the feeling of being defeated, and if you can't fight it, You need to accept it, conquer it, and move forward.
Stay with me, I said when we'd reached my room, and he laid me in my bed.
I have to visit another patient. Your sister is on her way.
I looked at the clock.
You know you love her visits.
When the hospital is quiet, I'm scared, I said, strangely, almost in the voice of a 5-year-old.
Baby.
He instantly reacted and took my hand.
Have you told anyone you feel this way?
It didn't bother me to hear him call me baby. No, I said. I just want to go home to the ranch now.
Then,
he smiled at me, his eyes glistening.
Let's bust ass to get you moving and out of here. I'll get you home. Do you trust I'll help you?
I think I do. He smiled.
I'll let everyone know it's time we get you home. I'll stay with you, or at least close by, when the hospital gets quiet. I don't want you to be scared.
Okay, I said, feeling sleepy like I did after I worked my mind up.
Close your eyes. Think about how much you love flamingos,
he said, and I smiled. I love dancing, I said, remembering that was my favorite thing about Florida.
Then think about dancing,
he said.
Just let your mind be calm.
Don't let them give me that medicine. I felt his hand on my wrist.
Your heart rate doesn't require it. You're doing fine, and I will stay after it gets dark and quiet.
I felt like I'd been drugged, but Colin was so peaceful and serene, and my mind was in love with these feelings. I felt him kiss my hand before I drifted off to sleep to the images of me salsa dancing on the beach with my friends in Miami. It was so crazy how my mind could get fired up into a frenzy, and then I would crash hard, and I was so tired I could hardly move. Thank God that Colin agreed to stay with me. He would be my comfort in these storms. But what if I woke up to hate him again? I wanted these mood swings gone so bad that it hurt, and it made me suddenly frightened of the dark and quiet nights.
Chapter 36. Colin. Elena worked her ass off in the recovery unit, and I was pleased to see her physically progressing at the rate she was. Her mental state and recovery were not as advanced as her physical progression, though. On numerous occasions, I had sat in with Elena and her family as the therapist worked to help everyone understand that we had to be patient with her as she dealt with the fallout of a brain injury. It was surreal for me, a neurosurgeon and neuroscientist, to be on this side of the fence. It was usually Elena and me sitting on the other side of the table and consulting families in this situation. I'd had a pretty immense amount of guilt since I'd been on the receiving end of this amount of trauma. As a neurosurgeon, my job was to fix the injury and move the family forward with a neuropsychiatrist at my side to help them cope with the outcomes. I know for a fact that I wasn't an asshole of a surgeon, and I cared about my patients deeply. But I also had to detach from patients as well. It's why I had the therapists and neuropsychiatrists. This is where they filled that gap so I could take on my next surgery. Now that the shoe was on the other foot, I realized how much more painful this experience was, and it made me wish I'd handled a few people a bit more carefully. "I heard Elena is being released to go home tomorrow?" Jim asked, after he and Avery had shown up to visit Laney. Elena was more mentally stable, but was still uncensored at times. Still, she wanted to meet the people who she'd been told were our friends. She wanted to meet their children and hear the stories of them clinging to her like she was Minnie Mouse. Knowing Elena's brazen mood swings were still an issue, I asked her therapist to be present when the kids were around her because the kids didn't quite grasp the severity of Elena's injuries. Ash was pretty much a therapist on her own. That woman managed to bring Zen into the room when she visited, and little John made Laney laugh nonstop when they showed up for a couple of visits this week. Addison, Jim and Avery's daughter, being only 5 years old, was hesitant at first. But once Laney started asking her questions about surfing with Jim, Addison opened up. Avery acted very casually, and once the conversation started rolling, Elena was fully engrossed. She was especially interested in learning about Avery and Jim's wedding once Avery told her about the hula dancing. Jim and I stood outside of the room as Jim informed me about a deal for my dad's company that needed my final approval. I didn't give a shit about what the company took on, and Jim knew it. So long as Alex was in control, I was all in. Ever since I allowed Mitchell and Associates to take over, I trusted Alex's decision-making entirely. "Hey," Jim chuckled. "You with me?" "Sorry." I looked away from where I watched the sweet sight of Addison sitting on the bed, showing Elena something from her mom's phone. Miguel confirmed the ranch is set up and ready for her. "Are you planning on bringing her to your place in Malibu? What's the deal with her condo?" Jim asked. "Well, you know I've been staying there. Before the accident, Elena and I were living out of both houses together," I answered and looked back to Jim. I've told her a little about our living arrangements, and she didn't seem to want to hear about it, so I let the conversation die. The therapist said she'd ask when she was ready. So I just sort of go with the flow now, I said, as Jake walked up. "Hey, Jim," Jake said as he approached. "You need to see this shit. It's bugging the hell out of me, but the whole remodel of this wing is going to hell." "Can it wait?" Jim half laughed. "No," Jake smirked. "While I have you here, I want you to see it with your own eyes." "What the hell is going on?" I asked. "Let's just say they're overdoing my cardiac floor, and pink and gold aren't going to fly," Jake said with an eye roll. "I'm not approving this princess remodel." "You're way too damn picky," I laughed. Jake looked at Jim. "Just come look at this shit and give me your opinion. If you were recovering in the new heart facility, would you like to feel as though you were moved into a cartoon version of a princess castle?" "Go," I said. "That heart center opens up next month, and we can't have the chief heart surgeon spiraling out of control before his baby opens up." "Fuck you too," Jake mouthed, making me smile. The guys walked off, and as I turned back to walk into Elena's room, I heard Addison crying. Elena was sobbing and saying she was sorry over and over again, as she always did when something slipped out, and she immediately felt remorse for it. What the hell happened, I thought, walking briskly up the hall toward the open door of her room. Addison met me first, crying for Jim but settling for me. I knelt and brought the 5-year-old into my arms, looking up to see Avery crying with Elena and trying to calm her down. "Uncle Colin," she said, her voice muffled in the scrubs I was wearing. "What's wrong, Munchkin?" I said, using the nickname I always called Addie. "I'm so scared. I'm so sorry." I held her tight. "Why are you sorry and scared?" "Your baby is dead. Mommy's baby can die too." She pulled away, and tears streamed down her face that I instinctively brought my hands up to hold. "Lainey said she killed your baby." My mind was reeling. Thank God Avery was holding it together with Elena while I had Addie out here. Where was the goddamn therapist who usually sat in there in case Elena switched gears and blurted out something like this? Dear God, who told her about the miscarriage? She wasn't ready for that yet, and even the therapist confirmed it. Addie. I brushed her tears from her cheeks with my thumbs and held her face for her sad blue eyes to look at mine. Your mommy's baby won't die. That baby is nice and safe in your mommy's tummy, just like you were before you were born. "Why did Lainey say mommy's baby can die?" she said through quivering lips. It ripped my heart out to see this naturally vibrant child so broken. "Your baby died, Uncle Colin." "Listen, sweetheart," I said, trying to comfort her. "Remember how we talked that Lainey was hurt in a bad accident?" She nodded, and I nodded with her. We also talked about her not being able to remember a lot of things and about how sometimes she says things that she doesn't mean. "Are you sad?" she asked. I would have naturally been angry that someone would say such things to upset a little girl, but Lainey had no ability to restrain herself,
It was messed up on every level. I understand that it wasn't time for me and Lainey to have a baby yet, I said. You shouldn't worry yourself over these things, sweet Addie. She sniffed. Lainey said your daughter died. Good God, I thought. Yes, our baby daughter died in Lainey's accident, but she has angel wings now, and that makes me very happy, I said. I don't think of her as dead. I think she is an angel who watches over all of us now. Addison smiled, thank God. She protects us and her mommy, who is hurt. Exactly. And Mommy's baby won't die? She eyed me as I heard Jim and Jake's approach behind me. Nope, I said, in a voice I always used with Addie. That baby is nice and safe in your mommy's tummy. I think Lainey might have said something that she didn't mean, just like we talked about before. Don't you? Yeah, Addison said. Then she looked up and saw Jim. Dad, Uncle Colin's baby is an angel. I rose when Jim gathered Addison up in his arms and held her. I looked at Jake and Jim, and all I could do was shake my head. I need to get in there with Elena, I said. I bit my lip, my anger growing that the therapist in that room allowed this to happen. She must have found out about the miscarriage and said something in there. Addison is now aware that mine and Lady's daughter is an angel who watches over all of us. I eyed both men's confused expressions. Yes. Addison looked at me as if to inform me of that being a fact. Let me get in there. Avery looks pretty shaken up, and I don't want all of us to rush the room. You got this? Jake asked, while Jim nodded. Yeah. I turned and walked toward the door. When I made it to the doorway, Holly, the therapist, who was supposed to be in the room for Elena's support, rushed past me into the room again, slipping her phone into her pocket. Come here, Av. I held an arm out to my friend's sobbing wife, who met me at the doorway while Elena, who was upset and crying, reached out for Holly, who she'd grown attached to recently. All I knew was that Holly had better have a good fucking reason to have been out of this room while Avery and Addison were visiting. If she were taking a personal call, I would lose my shit. You okay? I asked Avery, who'd hugged me, pulled back, and wiped her tears away. She and I looked into the room, watching Holly comfort Elena. I had no idea she knew about the miscarriage, or I wouldn't have let Addison talk about her having a surprise baby brother or sister coming. We went from talking about the wedding, dancing, and laughing to Addie saying I surprised Jim and her about the baby. Avery started crying again. Then Addie just went off about the baby, and poor Lainey started crying, and then told Addie that her baby died, and if I wasn't careful... She trailed off. Jesus Christ, I said, pulling Avery back in for a hug. I'm so sorry about this. No, Avery stepped back. I am. I didn't know Elena knew. I didn't either. We all agreed she wasn't ready to know yet, I said. I talked to Addie, and I think she'll be okay. We're all good here, Jim said, as he approached with Addie in his arms. Thank God. Avery looked into the room again. Elena was sobbing, and the therapist who'd bailed on her ass was rubbing her back, trying to soothe her. What about Lainey? She looked at me. Call, I'm serious. I'm so sorry about this. So long as you're okay and understand Lainey is still struggling, that's all I need from you, Avery, I said. No, I get it, she said. This whole fucking thing breaks my heart for you both. I can tell she's just wading through the darkness, trying so hard to find herself again. I can't imagine the suffering that comes along with it. We're going to get through it, sis, I said. Love you, Call. Both of you. Go, make sure Addie is okay, I said. Let me see if I can talk to Lainey. I walked slowly into the room. Holly's guilt-ridden eyes met mine. Colin, she said. I hope that was an emergency call you were taking while this happened, I said, looking at the panic in her eyes.
While I appreciate all of your help in Elena's recovery, there was only ever one specific request, and that was not to leave her when the kids were visiting."
"I understand," she said,
and then she looked to my crying and broken Elena.
"Dr. Brooks is here, Elena. He always puts that smile on your face that we love so much."
"No," she growled.
"I can't. I don't want to see anyone. I'm awful."
"Elena," I said, rubbing her back. "Baby, look at me." The babe and baby thing seemed to work magic on her about 50% of the time, but when she went into hysterics, it was over.
"I can't," she said. "I'm sorry."
"I'll calm her down," Holly said. "I'll give her some medication to help her relax." "We're tapering off of that," I said, as calmly as I could. "Half the dose. It's what she requests and her family approved."
"I understand."
"Call me when she's calm. Someone took it upon themselves to deliver information that we all know Elena wasn't ready to hear."
"I'm sorry, Dr. Brooks. I'll make sure she's okay."
I walked out of the room, closing the door behind me to give Elena privacy. I wanted to speak to the person in charge of these therapists immediately because this was bullshit, but I knew I was angry. I had to trust that the therapist, who Elena loved, would calm her and make this right in Elena's mind in my absence. I ran both hands through my hair and closed my eyes, letting a large breath of air out and calming my mind. "Call," I heard Jake. "What the hell happened?" "Someone told Elena about the miscarriage. You were standing there when I told Jim," I said, so pissed about this that I was taking it out on Jake when he was only trying to start the conversation. Fucking unreal. "How's Addison?" I asked. "Sitting over there with Jim and Av. We thought we'd go grab dinner, and we thought it might be a good idea if you came along." He shrugged. "If I find out it was Lydia who told Elena, I might strangle that woman," I said, surer of that than anything else in this world.
"Colin,"
Lydia's voice said. "Wow. It's as if I summoned the Ice Queen myself," I said, eyes wide and turning to her.
"It was Steve,"
Lydia said, quieting the anger in me with the sorrow I heard in her voice.
"Dr. Mitchell, do you mind if I speak with Colin alone?"
"Good to see you, Lydia," he said in his professional voice. "Why?" I snapped. I narrowed my eyes at her sad ones. This was not the Lydia I knew. She was actually showing emotion and not shooting daggers out of her eyes.
"What happened in there? All I heard was that she's inconsolable right now," Lydia asked.
"The therapist took off while that sweet little girl was visiting Elena." I pointed back to where Jim, Avery, and Jake waited for me. Elena unloaded on her about our dead baby, unfiltered style.
"Dear God,"
Lydia said, rubbing her hands together.
"Colin, I have to apologize to you. For everything."
"Come again?" I couldn't believe my ears. What fucking episode of The Twilight Zone was I in now?
"I'm sorry for the way I've been treating you."
She sighed.
"And I'm sorry my brother told Lainey something critical that was between you and her, all of it. I've watched you care for my sister so beautifully since her accident. You've proven that you don't deserve my scrutiny."
It was evident that I was looking into the eyes of a woman who rarely apologized for anything. If she weren't so genuine and vulnerable because of her big sister, the words would have probably made her uncomfortable.
"I am a big enough person to admit when I am wrong, which isn't often, by the way,
I assure you," she said, with a confident arch of her eyebrow.
"However, I will admit that I was wrong about my assumptions."
"Well, Lydia," I said, pretty fucking astonished that this exchange was taking place. "Thank you for that."
"I'm serious. You're a remarkable man, and you've been with us every step of the way. To deal with all of this, I'm so sorry. I love my sister more than anyone in the world, and I don't want to be your enemy," she said.
"Well, Who am I supposed to take out my frustration on if you and I start getting along? I subtly smiled at her, still utterly baffled this was even happening. She reached out and ran her hand on my arm in a careful yet earnest way.
I want you to know I'm here for you, just like you've been here for us, in all of this. I'm here for you and Lainey.
I do appreciate that, I said.
You can still call me the Ice Queen if you'd like. Nothing wrong with being a queen.
She flashed me a humorous smile, one that I wasn't even sure she had the capability of mustering until now.
Can I talk to the girl?
I handled her the best I could after Lainey told her that her mom's baby might die too. Lydia looked past me and closed her eyes.
All of this is so unbearable at times. To hear things like that, it's so unlike Elena. It's a brutal reminder of the loss of personality that we're struggling with.
She started to tear up. I know. If anyone gets that brutal reminder, it's me, but she's got tremendous support from all of you, I said. I have to say that I don't understand why Stevie would let that slip. Why would he tell her that?
He's not handling this well at all, Colin. Lainey was Stevie's lifeline, his anchor. She always has been, she said. I'm sure you've noticed that she's the only one he listens to. Poppy lets the kid walk all over him, and well, let's agree that I don't have the patience for his frivolousness.
You don't say, I teased, having the first open and honest discussion with this woman. She raised her eyebrows to confirm that she wasn't sorry about the facts she'd laid down.
We're all very different. Lainey was always the perfect balance to all of our personalities. Where I'm driven to be in control, following the rules and the letter of the law, she's wild and free and goes jumping from planes and waterfalls. Where Steve is lazy and unmotivated, she knows exactly what she wants and has goals to get there. It's hard for us to fit without her, and we're trying, but it takes its toll on our family dynamic as well, as strange as that sounds.
It doesn't sound strange at all, I said. Lydia was right. The family needed to learn how to function with Elena's personality change, too. Elena had been the glue that kept them all together. She was the magnet they were all attracted to, the way she'd attracted everyone else who knew her. And now she was different, and that left a void in their lives and relationships with one another.
Poppy won't allow Stevie around her again until he can figure out how to work with all of this. When Stevie came home crying and telling us he accidentally told Elena about the miscarriage, I came straight here, and Poppy lost it on him.
It's hard on all of us and in different ways. I'll talk to the kid, I said.
You don't have to do that. He's not your responsibility, Lydia said.
Yeah, I ran my bottom lip between my teeth. But I made a promise to Elena that we'd get him on the right path. He's part of my promise to help her.
After what he did, you're willing to do that? She questioned me.
I love Elena, and although she's forgotten our history, I haven't. Steve was part of that. I can't help but be sorry for him. We'll repair the damage that's been done with Lainey losing the baby.
Uncle Colin? I heard Addison say from behind me. Why is Lainey's sister so sad?
Lydia took over for this abrupt subject change as my friends came up after Addison had most likely broken loose and rushed over to me. Now here we all were, the dysfunctional unit of people outside of Elena's room.
Hey there.
Lydia knelt, and I watched in admiration as Elena's oldest sister spoke to Addison.
I want to make sure you're happy, little blue eyes.
I'm sad for Uncle Colin, Addie said. Lainey is very sad, too. Their baby died but has angel wings now.
That's right,
Lydia smiled, flashing a look that resembled one of Elena's expressions.
And what a beautiful and wonderful thing to learn today. I didn't know she had angel wings until you just told me.
Yes,
Addison said. I choked back my emotions, knowing that my Lainey was in that room without me, dealing with the loss of her child, after not even knowing she'd been pregnant.
She flies with the butterflies in the children's garden.
I heard about that, Lydia said. I will go to visit it soon. I want you to know everything will be perfectly fine, and Lainey will be happy to know her baby has angel wings now, too.
Jim was studying Lydia with his no-bullshit CEO face. Avery wiped away her pooling tears, and Jake most likely had the same shocked-into-silence expression I had.
Lainey is tired, Addison informed Lydia. Do you want me to take you to the butterflies? Addie, Avery interjected as she looked at Lydia. I'm sorry, she's sort of processing it right now.
Lydia smiled up at Avery warmly, looking like an entirely different woman from the one I'd grown to loathe.
Would you all mind if I went with her to see the butterflies? Colin, Lydia smiled at me. Have you been there?
Only to ensure the plaque faced the fountains.
Why don't we go together?
She rose and placed her hand on my back, and I had to rewire my brain not to shiver at the gesture. We'll meet you guys down there, Jake said. Lydia pulled back.
I know this has got to be painful for you, losing Lainey as you have. What you've done for your baby is a lovely thing, and I know if she'd woken up with her memories, she would have loved what you did.
I'm happy to know that, I said, still a bit indifferent to the loss of our child, and knowing it was a subject I had to bury until Elena got her bearings again. She smiled at me.
Let's go see her together.
Did your dad kick your ass or something? I smirked at her while we started walking toward the pediatric area of the hospital. This is completely unexpected.
I've still got my eyes on you, Dr. Brooks, she smiled at me. Don't let me catch you slipping because you know Big Sister is always watching.
Oh, I don't doubt that, I smiled. Well, this has been the most eventful visit of them all. She laughed.
She's put you through hell, and most guys would have taken off on that fact alone. But you stayed, and you won't give up. I admire that tenacity.
I love that woman more than life itself, I said.
And if she doesn't return to the woman you fell in love with?
Then I will fall in love with her all over again. I looked over at Lydia. Nothing wrong with falling in love over and over again, is there?
Even if you're the asshole who cheated on her?
You heard about that one, eh? I smiled. God, I think I've officially cheated on her with everyone, including the gardeners. Lydia laughed and nudged me playfully.
You're all right, Colin Brooks. I'll take you as my brother any day.
Well, outside of me thinking you're high, I eyed her with a smile. I'll gladly accept the gesture.
We're all going to get through this. Poppy already said that you're part of our family, and we want you to know that.
Thanks, Lydia.
That does sound weird, doesn't it?
She chuckled. You prefer Ice Queen? I looked over at her as we walked into the elevators behind Jake, Avery, Jim, and Addison. It does suit you, being a hotshot lawyer and all. She laughed.
Damn right.
I was grateful that Lydia was on my side, but torn by the fact that I was leaving Elena in the arms of Holly when she needed me most. But she didn't want me for this, and that hurt like a motherfucker. She needed things to happen at her pace. If I was honest, coming down to the gardens to see the plaque was not something I'd planned on doing unless Elena wanted me to go with her. Addison seemed to love all of the serenity and beauty that St. John's had created in this lovely garden. They'd managed to create a whimsical world that felt enchanting. I'd expected I would be a bit traumatized by facing this whole thing, but I wasn't. However, I felt my lungs constrict when I saw the etching of the butterfly on the plaque. It was a reminder of something Elena had drawn, and I would never know what her thoughts were that day she went home and cried when she first learned she was pregnant. She was crying now as I left her room and came down here with everyone. I couldn't hold her. When she went into these fits, it always seemed to take a therapist to calm her down. It tore my soul in half to know that she was hurting and I couldn't be there for her. Addison gleefully played with Jim and Jake as Lydia and Avery started to open up to each other, and I started to feel like I was suffocating. I had to get the fuck out of here. It was all finally starting to hit me, even though nothing had really happened to set it off. "I'm going to take off," I said, my voice unexpectedly hoarse. "Lydia, I'll stop by the ranch tomorrow after work." I couldn't control how weird I sounded. "Are you okay?" she asked, her and Avery looking at me as if I'd suddenly turned into the madman I felt I was. "I need to get out of here for a while," I said truthfully. "I was just inviting—" "Seriously," I cut off Avery. "I have to bounce." With that, I took off out of there like demons were chasing me. "Colin!" Jake shouted after me by the time I'd gone into a sprint after the front doors of the hospital had turned me loose. "Fuck, man," he said, on my heels. "Stop, Jake. I have to get the hell out of here." Jake grabbed my shoulder, slowing me as we reached our parking structure. "Talk to me, goddammit!" "I'm done talking to people," I snapped. "Fuck, I don't know what's happening to me." "You're flipping the hell out. Take a breath. Was it Lydia? The baby?" "It's everything. I miss the hell out of her so much it fucking hurts worse than any pain I've ever felt. She's right in front of me every day, but it's not her. She doesn't want me. I can't help her or do anything to ease her suffering. I can't play nice guy right now. I can't be fucking soft and vulnerable. I have to get the hell away. I'm off until tomorrow, and I'm getting the hell out of here." "You're not taking off like this," he said. "Jake, if you know what's best for me, you'll let me get the fuck out of here." "All right. It looks like you and I were both blessed to be off at the same time." He glanced up. "Let's get the bikes and turn those things loose up the coast. You and me." "Ash ain't going for that shit, you know that." "Just sent the text, prick." He smirked. "Let's see who can get to Malibu and suit up first. You know I always kick your ass when it comes to a good night ride." I smiled and inhaled. A ride is just what I need. Then we're wasting good fucking time. On the bikes was where we had always found our solace. Once I was on the bike, I hit the radio and turned on the music I always played, encouraging a good, adrenaline-filled ride up the coast. This was my therapy, and holy shit, did I ever need it.
Chapter 37. Elena. I had been at the ranch for 3 days now, and I hadn't seen Colin since I blurted out those horrible things about killing his baby to sweet little Addie, terrifying her. I insisted that I didn't want to see him so many times, and now I had no idea what he thought of me. Thinking about seeing him again brought up the horrible things I'd said and done to that poor little girl, and it made me feel wretched. Holly would visit in the mornings, and even with her help and encouragement, I wasn't ready to face Colin or any of his friends yet. It made me cry and go into hysterics, which I despised, when I even thought about seeing them again. I had no control over myself, and it was scary and frustrating and making it feel impossible to move forward. I was told that this was the week Colin and I had planned to take our 2-week honeymoon. The first 2 weeks of June were supposed to be for us to enjoy each other after our wedding, and he'd planned a trip that was intended to be a surprise for me. I only knew any of this because of what my family had relayed to me. Lydia, Mom, and Dad worked overtime to help bring me to accept being around Colin again, but nothing helped. All it did was send me off in another direction, making me hate the other Elena again. I just wanted to start over from where I was now. Nothing my family was doing jarred any of my memories, and it was starting to make me angry. It felt like they were trying to push me to be someone else instead of accepting me. Maybe it sounded ridiculous given my situation, but that aspect of it hurt my feelings. They didn't want me. They wanted her. That is what made me hate her. Even if my memories came back, my therapist told me my erratic behavior, the mood swings, the uncensored cussing, and everything else that was uncharacteristic no matter what stage of my life, may or may not go away. I was told not to dwell on that, though, and that everyone understood. "Stevie," I caught my brother before he left the kitchen to hide in his apartment above the garage. "How's my baby brother?" He smiled and wrapped his arm around me as I walked with him.
"Good, Lainey,"
he said, kissing the top of my head.
"How's my crazy sister?"
"I'm good. On top of you being much taller than me now. I love being with you the most, you know," I said. "You don't treat me like I'm some fragile person, and you shoot me straight."
"Yeah, well, because of that and my own mistakes," he said, "you refuse to see Colin, the only guy you've ever dated who was actually cool and who I liked."
"Stop blaming yourself for that, Stevie," I said. "None of that was your fault. If Colin weren't always so scared to talk to me about stuff, then he would have done what was right and told me himself. It's more his fault than anything." Steve stopped.
"You can't mean that."
He glared at me.
"Lainey, you need to stop doing this. I know you're having a hard time, but the nicer people are to you, the meaner you are to them. Then you go into these fits, and look at where it's all at now."
"If I don't want to see Colin Brooks," I leveled Stevie with a glare of my own. "That's up to me." Now, I looped my arm through Steve's. "Let's sneak out Cookie and Oscar and go ride them up to the lake." Steve gave me a look that I hated. Everyone gave me the same look whenever I forgot that something had changed in the last 10 years, or when no one had told me yet. I know I hadn't asked to ride my horse, and I know for a fact I hadn't been out to the stables, so this was something I hadn't been told. "Spill it," I said.
"You sold Cookie when you started med school,"
he said.
"You didn't want him locked up in the stables."
Sounds like something I would say or do. I smiled at him. See, I do well when people actually answer me. "So let's get on the other horses and ride then."
"You're not cleared to ride yet,"
Steve said.
"That's a doctor's order for now."
God, I rolled my eyes. Cookie would have never thrown me. He would have been gentle. I should have never sold him. I would have him here and we would ride.
"Hey, I have to run."
He used his usual avoidance tactic with me. "You're afraid to be around me," I said, my voice more elevated than before.
"I'm afraid of hurting you, sis. After accidentally saying I was sorry that you were in the hospital and that you had a miscarriage, I don't trust myself anymore."
"Fine." I folded my arms. "Maybe you should sit in on these stupid family therapy sessions then."
"Elena, I love you."
He kissed my forehead.
"I'm job hunting today, something I promised you I'd start doing. That and going back to college."
"Well, this is good news." I smiled at him. "Can I go with you? I need to get out of here."
"I'm afraid the interviewer wouldn't appreciate my sister cussing them out if they don't hire me."
He chuckled, and I punched his arm. "Good luck," I said. After a day of roaming around the house, I spent the afternoon outside, watching a little girl jump one of the horses she had boarded here. What a cool thing my dad did to allow kids to board and train their horses after we all had grown up and moved away. "Lainey," Lydia said, making me roll my eyes. "You've been out here for hours." "Well, it's the only place where I can get any peace." I looked at her as I stood from my chair. I walked up to the split rail fence, stepped a boot onto a rail, and watched the girl jumping. "I see that," she said, joining me at my side. "You know, you've got to stop hiding from all of us." "I'm not hiding, Lydia," I said, looking at her. "I'm avoiding all of you." "Why?" She smiled. "Because of that stupid look on your face. I'm sick of it." I growled and looked up in annoyance. "I'm so sick of everyone treating me like damaged goods." "Is that why you won't see Colin?" "Part of it, yes. No one answers me when I ask questions, and the only person who ever did runs around this place sad now because I did such a god-awful thing to Avery and her daughter." I sighed. "Colin is the worst of all of you. He hid that from me." "Why would he hide that from me?" "Because he knows this is all a process, Lainey. He planned on telling you, and time and again, the therapists, you know, the people you trust like we do, They told him you weren't ready to find out that you and he were going to have a baby. Well, it's all in the past now, I said. I'm done talking about it. You need to knock this off, she said. This is childish, and you know better. You shared a pretty awesome life with Colin, and you're refusing all of it now. It's stupid. How can I not act childish when all that you guys ever do is treat me like a child? I said. And I want my horse back, but the other Elena sold him. Stop referring to your memory loss as the other Elena, Lydia said. How can I not? I laughed in disbelief. That part of my brain doesn't seem to want to fill in the missing 10 years of my life. That Elena was who I used to be, and I can't get her back. The more I try, the angrier I get. I started crying again, and Lydia wrapped her arms around me. This was usually where my days ended. It was so difficult to come out of these fits when I let it all in. Lainey, she tried to calm me. Don't do this again. I can't help it, I sobbed. I want to see Colin, I finally admitted. Then let's call him, she said. I know for a fact that man would be here in seconds. No, I sniffed and stepped back. He might think he still loves me, but I'm telling you, I don't even like myself anymore. He's wasting his time if he thinks he's in love with this bitch standing in front of you. A man who sticks by your side after he saves your life. She paused. You truly believe he would stick around after all you have forgotten about him and all the hateful things you've said to his face? It would get old, and I don't want to fight. I know this will only frustrate him as it does me. God, I can't even live with myself. Why should I allow him to try and live with someone he didn't fall in love with? I started crying again. I want to ride again. That's all I want right now. It was always soothing to just ride. The previous day ended with me avoiding everyone, holed up in the attic, and looking at pictures of when I rode Cookie in competitions. In one picture, I was standing in Cookie's saddle and getting busted for trying to turn an expensive, show-jumping horse into a trick horse. Instead of crying at the memories, I smiled, knowing I could remember them. It was so comforting to see things I remembered. And part of me wished I'd taken that early flight with my mom this morning to go back to the life I remembered in Miami. Thinking of going back to Miami made me think of yet another thing I couldn't manage to do anymore. Dance. It was like that part of my brain wouldn't allow me to remember. I busted my ass to learn salsa, tango, and even hula when I lived in Hawaii, and now all of it was gone. Well, my mind understood it, but my legs didn't want to do what my brain tried to tell them to do. After getting it out of Poppy, I found out my surprise brain tumor was still in there, and scans would most likely show that the tumor was jarred in my brain, possibly pushing on that part of my brain and causing me to struggle with something as simple as making my legs move to music. It was so crazy how the brain worked. If Colin Brooks wanted to do anything for me, he could take out the last of the tumor and let me dance again.
The door is for you, Lainey,
Dad said when I walked out from doing the dishes.
Get out here.
He had a smile in his voice that I liked. I'm not seeing anyone, I said, eyeing him.
Too bad.
He hit me straight with a smile and his usual no bullshit look. I covered my mouth when I saw a magnificent horse trailer and Colin holding the most stunning, tall chestnut mare. They both were so beautiful.
Care to take a walk with me?
Colin asked with a dazzling smile that could only make me say yes. Are you boarding a horse here? I asked, leaving my dad laughing in the doorway when I walked out to where Colin held onto black leather reins.
No,
he answered, as the horse remained perfectly calm. I ran my hands over her mane and the nameplate on her fancy black bridle. Grace, I said, and the horse seemed to tug at the reins Colin held. What a beautiful name. I smiled at Colin. Why are you and Grace here if you're not boarding her?
She's yours,
he said, his eyes shimmering. I can't accept this. Did Lydia call you? I glared at him. He ignored that, and I diffused immediately.
Come with me.
He turned the horse and led her as we walked. I loved hearing the sounds of her hooves clicking on the cobblestone walkway. "Where are we going?"
Well,
He looked at me.
Lydia called yesterday.
"She needs to knock that shit off."
It's a good thing she did,
he said,
because I wouldn't have known it was finally time to give you the gift I'd planned on giving you as a wedding gift.
I stopped and swallowed hard. "Why would you think to buy me this beautiful horse?"
Lydia mentioned you wished to be cleared to ride.
He ignored my question. "Yes?" He stopped once we reached the grass.
Obviously, we're not going to allow you to just take off and let your healing brain bounce around in that skull of yours.
He pulled the reins up over Grace's head.
So, if you'll allow me.
He reached for my waist, and I shivered and smiled at his face being so close to mine, right before he effortlessly lifted me and placed me on her back.
You still enjoy bareback riding, correct? She has all new tack that was delivered with her today as well. We can saddle her, too.
I narrowed my eyes at him. "How did you know I like to ride bareback the most?" His expression made butterflies swarm in my stomach.
We had a few fun conversations about that.
He arched an eyebrow at me and laughed.
"All right, Alvarez."
I loved when he called me that. I just didn't know why.
Here's the deal. You're only allowed to go as fast as a walk with Grace. No trotting or galloping, am I clear?
"Listen to you, Dr. Colin Brooks," I said in a low, silly way of mocking him. He grinned.
As your doctor, and the man who loves you more than you care to learn about, you'll follow my orders if you wish to ride again.
He looked up at me, and this horse was so calm and well-trained that I could feel her serenity rushing into me by being on her back. "Are you going to let go of the reins?" I asked.
"Nope,"
he answered.
"The Elena we all know from before I even met you might just give this horse a kick, stand on her back, and take off."
"You knew how I was?"
"I would be a foolish man to fall only for the woman and not want to know about her history, too,"
he said, holding the horse at her mouthpiece and letting us walk. "This feels amazing," I said with a smile of freedom. "Tell me why you bought her for me."
"We had a discussion when you wouldn't let me date you. You showed me a picture of Cookie, and you told me your real dream was to have your very own rehab center, knowing that equine therapy was a beautiful way for patients to accept their altered lives."
"Wow," I said, feeling in complete agreement with that statement at the moment. "So you bought me the horse after Lydia called you yesterday, I'm assuming?"
"Lydia informed me that she'd seen you out here, and your family knew about Grace after she came in 2 weeks before your injury."
"Where have you been hiding her? That beach house?" He laughed.
"No."
He looked up at me.
"At a place I can officially say would have been a surprise after my mom informed me about her plans for the future this week."
Suddenly, I felt terrible instead of upset by the tone of disappointment or sadness in his voice. "What do you mean?" I couldn't focus being on the horse, and everything inside me told me I needed to be able to talk and listen to Colin.
"It's nothing. The horse was at my childhood home. I had the stables renovated, knowing that I was bringing the mare in."
"Colin, help me down," I said sternly. He turned back to me.
"This is nothing to get worked up about. I'm sorry if I seemed annoyed."
"Help me down," I insisted. He did, and I took his hands in the middle of the field we were in and smiled at him. "Sit with me," I said, loving the confusion in his eyes and our closeness. Something felt warm and beautiful about it. Colin sat cross-legged in front of me, and we both laughed. "Now it's time for your therapy session, not mine." He covered my hand that held his cheek, and I felt so many burning emotions inside of me. I could hardly handle it. Now that I was seeing him again, I was reminded that I actually dated this gorgeous man. Not just that, but he and I made a dreamy life together. And instead of being jealous of the Elena who shared that with him, I stayed right here, solid in this moment. He dropped his hands, and his eyes met mine.
"Well then,"
he smiled.
"I'm all ears, Dr. Alvarez."
You say that like I'm still that doctor.
I see it in your eyes and hear it in your tone. And officially, I declare you my doctor. I have to warn you, though.
He laughed when I reached forward to hold his hands.
I might intermittently cuss you out.
Shut up, I said, knowing how erratically I behaved. Now, Colin, tell me what's bothering you.
Well, the woman I love more than life itself seems to hate me.
He stared at me, and I nodded with a laugh.
I should be on my honeymoon with her, but alas, I'm not.
A horrible woman to do that to you. We can agree on that.
She was tolerable, I guess.
He chuckled.
Then,
his eyes widened.
With all of that going on, and while I'm in the middle of planning to hire plumbers to replumb my mother's house, my mom drops the bomb on me that she's selling it.
What did you say? I asked, knowing that this was what was bothering him. He shrugged.
I told her that I wouldn't allow her to sell the place I grew up in, the house that my dad designed and built for us. She was happy about that, at least.
Why does she want to sell it? Because of that bad plumbing? I asked. Colin chuckled, and his face was so beautiful when it was lit up with humor.
No, she wants to live closer to my sister in Maine. She misses her grandkids, and I get it. They're all growing up too fast, and my mom needs something more than being in that massive house alone.
So why are you upset?
It's news I wasn't expecting. It seriously didn't call for a therapy session with my new doctor.
He teased. I took his large hands and traced my fingertips over the top of them. Something was very familiar about this, and Colin's sighing seemed to alert me to it being something I must have done before. Weird. Why does this feel familiar? Or why do I like this so much? I looked up at his striking eyes. He smiled.
You always seemed fascinated by my hands. I still have no idea why.
They are beautiful, and I'm glad to hear there's something you don't know about us. Welcome to this shitty club I'm in. We laughed together. Tell me what I would do. You changed just now. Like you remember something that I don't know.
Well, after you and I had amazing sex.
He chuckled and shook his head. Good God. I laughed and gripped his hands. What happened to being reserved?
Stevie told me you're sick of that shit, so I'm breaking the rules now.
I like that.
I'm sure you do. Anyway.
His eyes widened and smile beamed.
It was either after our wild sex or lying on the sofa together and doing nothing after a long-ass day that you'd run your hands over mine when I held you close.
And you miss it?
I never thought I'd have it again. Thank God that after all of this, she still loves my hands.
He laughed. And your smile and eyes.
Of course.
He was a little cockier than I'd ever heard, but it was charming.
I believe I loved your smile more, though,
he said, reaching for my face. I closed my eyes and held very still, letting in the rush of tingling sensations that followed his fingertips as they ran on my skin.
You're so beautiful, Lainey.
I'm not her anymore, Colin, I said, feeling a sincere tear slip down my cheek for the first time. Typically, my tears were rushing and hysterical, but this was genuine sadness.
I will wait, babe,
he said.
I love you more than anything in this world.
My eyes reopened when he brushed the tear away. Even after I blurted out those horrible things about killing your baby to that little girl?
Even after that.
This time, he took my hands into his.
Look at me, Elena,
he said. My heart was pounding after I'd brought this up, and I looked into his eyes.
We lost our child, and I should have told you earlier. I knew you didn't remember the baby, so I didn't press the issue.
You should have told me what we had and lost, but it doesn't make up for what I did.
Bringing up something you couldn't remember, only for you to have mixed emotions of grief or anger that you possibly didn't feel grief over it. All of it seemed pointless at the time.
I'm sorry, I said. I'm sorry I lost your baby. I named her Jo?
Our daughter was named before you even told me about her.
He smirked.
How about that for keeping a secret?
I didn't tell you I was pregnant?
No, I had no idea. You were coming back early from your snowboarding trip to tell me. At least that's what your friends and I think.
He kissed the back of my hand, and the air was stolen from my lungs at how lovely that felt.
I learned about the gender after you miscarried, and had no idea what I should do.
God, I said, sad, but not irrationally sad. This was okay. I wanted to hear about this. I heard you had a plaque put up, but how did you know about the name?
Long story short, you wrote it down.
I loved Joe from the book Little Women. I smiled. I loved everything about that character.
That's why I went down the road I did with the plaque and naming her. I still don't know if it's what you wanted.
I know I love it now, I said. I don't know what the other Elena would have wanted, though. He gave me a stare that was both loving yet admonishing.
No more referring to your memory loss as the other Elena, you got that? I'm talking to the Elena I fell in love with right now. And I now want to know. Did I do the right thing for our daughter?
You did a beautiful thing for her, I said, with all the sincerity I felt. All while I was in a coma.
All while I didn't know if you would survive it. I just went into some weird gear and called to find out what you felt about it all.
Was I upset? I asked. I haven't asked that before.
You cried. You drew a butterfly after you named the baby. Dr. Allen said you were extremely excited when you found out. I just don't know why you cried and then drew the butterfly.
He was so perplexed, but I knew the reason I loved butterflies, and I also knew how I was feeling right now with him saying we didn't plan on a child. I might know why I cried, I said.
Do you remember, or are you having feelings about it?
He asked, his eyes searching mine. I know why I love butterflies, I said. Maybe I drew that because my papi always told me to dance with the butterflies when I left for Miami. He knew I loved to dance, and he told me that butterflies meant embracing change and a new life. I didn't want to leave him when Mom left for Miami. I smiled and then tried to mock Dad. Dance with the butterflies, I sang out in my best Miguel Alvarez impersonation. Colin smiled.
I guess you were embracing the change that would happen then?
He still seemed to want to know more, and I didn't blame him. I might have been feeling the way I do now.
How's that?
He asked. Well, you said we didn't plan on the baby. What if I were scared it would upset you? A child changes everything. Even I know that with 10 years of my life stripped away. He smiled.
You're the most amazing human being I know,
he said.
Perhaps that is what it was then.
Would you have been upset? He grinned.
Well, I did the math on the gestational growth of the fetus. It would place us in the earlier days when we just said fuck it and had sex with or without a condom.
God, I coughed out with a laugh, imagining what it would be like to have sex with him. I was that wild?
We both were,
he said, laughing.
You certainly couldn't resist my sexy ass, and that is the reason you got yourself pregnant.
He winked at me. So it's all my fault? He licked his lips.
We couldn't resist each other. We barely managed to survive watching one movie, and then we were...
His eyes grew distant. You miss us as badly as I wish I knew about us. His eyebrows knit together.
That couldn't be a more accurate statement. All in good time.
He smiled.
We'll get there.
Until then, I said. About your mom leaving. Are you okay?
Well, it seems I'm buying the place from my mom now. So, I'm fixing the plumbing myself, since I've already taken these 2 weeks off, and I'm doing exactly what you dreamed.
What's that?
There are at least 50 hidden acres with that place. I'm turning it into the equestrian rehab center you said you once wanted. Perhaps I'll move there. It's not too far from the office, and I found out you're selling the condo.
Sorry about that, I said. I heard we shared that place.
We did, but that's not your home anymore. I hardly visit the place anyway. On our honeymoon, I wanted to propose that we buy something like my childhood home. Now, here we are talking about it, and my mom is allowing me to buy it from her, after twisting her arm a little.
He laughed.
I think it would be perfect for an equine therapy center. That's if it's still your dream.
I want to know more about why I never became a surgeon. His lips twisted some.
I saw how your dad fixed people but didn't help them like you're being helped. Like we're all being helped. After the fallout. You toured a hospital, and you said it just hit you one day. You wanted to be the one to fix them mentally while your dad fixed them physically.
That's quite beautiful, I said, finally getting why I changed career paths. Do you mind if I help you this week? I mean, we were supposed to be on our honeymoon.
You want to help fix the plumbing?
His forehead creased in humor.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Did I name this rehab center you want to build?
No, I'm sure I said something stupid.
Well, let's come up with something together.
Well, I'll be damned. That equine therapy really does work.
He laughed.
If I'd known that Grace would put all of these smiles back on your face, and we could manage to get through a conversation for this long, I would have walked that mare right through the hospital and handled shit immediately.
I laughed and felt happier than I had since I woke up to this life. Colin stayed for dinner, and I watched how he blended so beautifully with my family. I wanted to know more about us now, but I wanted to be stable in my head. We opted for a day together, and he would take me to the beach house where we lived. We would go from there, and I would try to gather the missing pieces of our relationship.
Chapter 38. Colin. To say it had been a long fucking week would be a vast understatement. Elena not wanting to see me from the moment she'd cracked after telling Addie our baby died wasn't what I'd expected. I was pissed it had come to this, but what the hell was I going to do, bust down Miguel's front door and demand she see me? I was powerless in the situation. I'd been trying to keep myself occupied since Elena had gone to the ranch, refusing to see me, but nothing was working. Surfing wasn't even working. Just when I thought I couldn't take on anything more, my mom dropped the bomb about moving to Maine. It shouldn't have come as a surprise to me. Mom and Dad had a summer house in Maine, and being close to my sister and her kids made it all the more enticing to Mom. Who wanted to live in a mansion alone? I could hardly be at home since Elena's accident, so what made me think my mom enjoyed being in the big-ass house that my dad built for her, without him? It didn't take much convincing to insist that I buy the house instead of my mom putting it on the market. It's not like she needed the money, and this way the house stayed in the family instead of sitting vacant. After Mom knew Elena was healthy and I was going to survive this, she confirmed her usual summer trip to Maine, giving me the idea to try and take on the old plumbing of the massive-ass house myself. I had plumbers on standby to fix anything I fucked up, since, I was a surgeon and not a plumber. It was a fun challenge, and one that kept my mind occupied up until I got the call I'd been anxiously awaiting. When Lydia called yesterday, I knew it was time to change the game. My mind had already been made up that I wasn't going to sidestep shit with Elena anymore. I just needed a nudge. That nudge came with Lydia suggesting I could introduce Elena to Grace, the mare I'd boarded at the stables at Mom's place, all set to surprise her for our wedding that never happened. I wasn't off my rocker. I wanted her back and would do whatever it took, even if it meant showing up with the horse uninvited. I wasn't having Grace delivered. Elena was getting both of us, whether she fought me on that or not. From what Stevie had told me, after I took him out for a heart-to-heart and got his head back in the game, Lainey was sick of the secrets and us being guarded around her. Holly even agreed it was time to stop holding back, and with her brain healing, it was time to start moving forward. We needed to continue to be cautious and remain unoffended if Lainey lost her shit on things. I was prepared, and from what Lydia had told me, so was Lainey. After Lainey and I shared the best day since her accident, being together at the ranch and introducing her to Grace, she asked to see the beach house and spend the day with me. I couldn't put my joy into words, but I knew I needed to stay cautious. "You ready, Sunshine?" I asked, seeing if she would react to one of the many nicknames I called her. Working to get her to access her memories was part of our job now, too. She blushed. "I like that," she said.
walking to my car. Wow, this car is so badass.
I know, I smiled at her. That's why I bought it. It was your favorite one.
You have more?
Sort of a hobby, I said, helping her into my Lamborghini. So, to the Malibu place, right?
Let's do this, sexy, she played back.
I smiled. I like you calling me that.
Did I used to call you that? She asked.
She frowned when my music came on, way too loud, and I instantly shut it off. Sorry about that. I love loud music, fast cars, and pretty Cuban girls. I smiled at her. You loved it too.
Ah, she laughed. Then punch it and get me out of here.
I probably could have left the music on, but I didn't want to blast Elena with sensory overload. I would see if the beach house jarred any memories of our time there, and we'd go from there. When we rolled into the garage, Elena was quiet. Don't let the cars intimidate you. You always made fun of me for having them.
I did, she said softly. You're seriously rich. These cars alone are worth...
You always said I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, I said with a smile. Let's go inside. This house misses you. We walked in, and Elena was greeted by all of the vibrant colors of Miami. I stood back as she moved into the living room area that led out and overlooked the infinity pool. Seeing her here again was the most beautiful sight in the world, and it felt like a dream to have her here again. She continued to wear a crocheted beanie to cover the shaved areas of her scalp, but I wished she was comfortable enough around me to take it off if she wanted to. I didn't care if she was completely bald. I had the love of my life back, and she was in the one place I'd felt the most immense void, our Malibu home. The pool dumped over the side and appeared to fall into the surf beyond the beach that spread across the back of the house. The decorators had been called off, for now, so she had to deal with my plain decor, which was exquisite, but not what she liked before the accident. She was quiet, so I decided to follow her lead and sit next to her on our blue sofas. What do you think? I asked.
I think I just landed in Miami, she laughed. All this wicker, the flamingos, palms. And to think I almost booked a flight back to the life I remembered there when you have it all bottled up in this living room.
You designed it. I smiled at her bewildered expression. No shit. You and Ash's best guy friends designed all this. They're crazy talented.
Those flamingos, the water behind them looks like it's moving.
She pointed at the large portrait that Clay and Joe had designed to be the room's focal point. Ash painted that for us. I think that woman sprinkles fairy dust in her paintings, and they magically come to life.
This place is beautiful. I love your home.
Well, it's your home, I said with a laugh. The pool and cabanas in the back are the remainders of what was mine in this house.
Before I took over the place?
She laughed, and it made me smile.
I was pretty damn bold to do that.
You were the same person you are now. I looked out at the pool area. This was your next big project, and since you just scared the shit out of me by saying you wanted to move back to Miami, what would you change out here to make this home for you?
I think moving in with you is a pretty big step, she shrugged. I can't even dance anymore. If I can't mentally move my legs in big steps...
She stopped herself and frowned.
I don't know what I'm talking about. She half laughed. It sounded right until I started talking.
Your dad told me about that. My heart broke, seeing the sadness in her eyes. But even if this tumor was pressing on this particular motor skill in her brain, it didn't warrant emergency surgery. I heard she threw a raging fit with Miguel, saying she wanted the tumor removed, but thank God that man was a brilliant neurosurgeon himself, and he explained to her why I wouldn't do the craniotomy. I watched her, curious if this would turn into a sudden nightmare because she wanted the tumor removed, and I didn't know if this would wind up being a conversation of her trying to convince me to do that.
And I'm sure he told you I want you to get the rest of this tumor out of my head, she said in a stiffer tone than before. He did. Why won't you? Because I know you can fix this on your own, I answered. Come with me. She looked at me with confusion, but I only smiled and prayed I could help her understand that she could live her life without the surgery. We walked out to what used to be our favorite place, next to the outdoor bar and under a pre-lit pergola. I called for the outdoor music to turn on. My rhythm and blues playlist came on, playing the last song we'd listened to before her accident, when Elena and I had turned a night of dancing by the pool into a night of hot sex. I knew how much this woman loved dancing. Hell, it was how we met, and we loved doing it when we were home. Setting aside my memories of the last time Otis Redding played for Elena and me, I cleared those thoughts and appreciated the perfect tempo to lead the woman I loved. I seriously can't dance anymore, she laughed as I slid a hand around her waist. I can do it in my head, but my feet won't do it. I swear to God that this is a waste of time. Bullshit, I smiled at her. Follow my lead. I stepped back. Step forward and follow my foot. She stepped forward and laughed. Wow! Her forehead wrinkled in humor. And now I step back. She followed my simple steps. I stepped my other foot forward, watching her follow perfectly. Yep, you got it, I said, as we slowly moved our feet in with the beat of the song. Now, I pulled my hand from hers and took her chin between my fingers. Look into my eyes and allow the beat of the song to guide you. She tripped and laughed. Not a good idea to look into your eyes. Eyes on mine and listen to the music, I said with a smile. This feels nice, she said, gently swaying her hips to where I couldn't resist both of my hands holding her waist and guiding her. Her eyes widened. Are you trying to distract me? Trying to get these sexy hips moving again, I said. Can you squat down on one leg and up to your toes before moving the other side the same way? She did, and I smiled. It's like shaking these hips can't be stopped by anything. Oh my God, I'm doing it! It was a matter of retraining her brain with a little bit of a confidence boost. I was thrilled to see her cheerfulness by conquering something she thought she'd lost. She wasn't at full speed yet, but the song's tempo didn't lend to that anyway. I was pulling her into me and bringing her closer to my cock that was hard and dreaming this was my Elena, before her injury. Shit, I had to be careful. The last thing I needed was her taking off down the beach because I turned this into a too much, too fast sexual situation, but this felt amazing. She molded herself against me, and it felt like the world of disaster and chaos left us both, and it was my Lainey and me, dancing with a second chance we deserved more than anything else in this world. She held on to me tightly, and I knew she could feel I was harder than a rock. Thank God she didn't let my issues bother her. Instead, we danced as if the accident had never happened, and we'd reverse time and let it stand still. You're an amazing dancer, she softly said. And thank God you think so, because that's how we first met, I said. She pulled away, tearing me from this moment of peace I'd been begging for since I lost her. Can we walk on the beach? She asked. I feel so good right now, and I just want to talk. I nodded and knelt to slide off her sandals. Let's get these feet back in the sand, I said, after rising back up. Everything cool? It just seems like we must have had a lot of fun together out here. We did, I said. We took walks together all the time when we got off work. We ate taco truck food like crazy. She started laughing at that statement, and it made me laugh with her. Oh, God, she said. Was it me or you who was about the taco trucks? You, I said. My best friend's a cardiovascular surgeon, remember? We both had fun lying to him about how healthy we ate, though. That's so weird. I'm not a huge fan of them. I never really was, she said, as we hit the beach and started walking, people passing us as they walked their dogs or were jogging. Well, you said you missed the hell out of them after living in Florida and going to med school. We walked, and I filled her in on every detail she questioned me on. She wanted to know about our first meeting in Vegas up until now. This time she wasn't as brazen with her questions and asked about sex with me. That was my curse this time. So this is your beach, she said. Our beach, I'll add. I smiled at her when we came to a stop in front of the private part of the beach I owned below my house. Our beach? Yeah, we pretty much ensured we owned it. I smiled. She arched her eyebrow in that playful Elena way, and I felt myself staring at her in awe. It felt like I was getting a damn good second chance with her, and I wasn't going to blow it. How exactly did we own it? How do you think? I thought I'd play with her. Well, from the stories you've told, I'm pretty sure we violated some laws. Her cheeks tinted pink. We unquestionably had sex on the beach, and you wanted to hate me for it, too. I laughed. I highly doubt I would have hated to have sex with you, ever. You despised me pulling crazy shit when it came to illegal sex, I smirked. Like when we had sex in the car. We did not. We most certainly did. I eyed her with a grin. You didn't believe I could pull that shit off, so I proved to you I could, driving up to Big Sur on the 2-lane highway. In your tiny little car? She laughed and rubbed her forehead. No, the blacked-out windows on your Land Rover made it pretty easy for me, I said. How in the hell did we pull off sex while driving? She was laughing, and her face so beautiful while her bronze eyes dazzled. Cruise control, my awesome driving, and you climbing on my lap. You loved every single second of it, too. I chuckled. I was getting hard just thinking about that wild ride. That was near the top of the list of the hottest sex I'd ever had with Elena. Well, for being a neurosurgeon, you sure do take a lot of risks. She grinned. You're going to laugh when I say this, but I'm craving a taco truck taco now. Glad we're changing the subject. I exhaled with a laugh of my own. And also, I'm truly grateful you want your usual taco truck fix, because we practically own the damn trucks down here. I took her hand to guide her up the steps to the house. What do you say we grab some tacos, head to Jim's place, and then I'll show you where I grew up? You sure they're okay with me coming around? I still don't trust myself and get a little anxious sometimes. She sighed and stopped. I really couldn't handle it if that poor little girl thinks I'm some crazy woman who says horrible things. Everyone understands, Lainey, I said. The kids are cool too. Trust me. If there is closure you need with all of that, our best friends will allow you to see that you didn't damage anyone or anything by saying what you said. We all know we're in this together, all of us, and that includes you with our friends. I don't get it. You don't have to, I said, leading her up to the house. Just know that we're all tight, and if Ash or Avery were in your shoes, you'd be leading the pack on forgiveness, understanding, hope, and moving forward. They all love and adore you. Okay, she smiled at me. You'll be with me the entire time? I'll smother you so much that you'll be pushing me off of you so that you can enjoy some girl talk with Av and Ash. I smiled at her. Let's go get your life back.
Chapter 39. Elena. The taco truck was more delicious than I thought it would be. It tasted so familiar. And even though I knew I'd apparently been eating these like crazy for the past 10 years, it was still strange to have such a familiar reaction to something completely foreign to me. I felt the same every time Colin touched me. It was like I subconsciously craved him, but I had no experiences to back up my feelings. It was so unfair. I remained positive, though, and after we ate our tacos, We reached Jim's place in Hollywood Hills. All I could say was that Colin and all his friends were seriously loaded. Growing up in Beverly Hills, I had my share of wealthy acquaintances, but this was insanity.
My dad designed this house with a buddy of his,
Colin said, probably because I got quiet as I stared at the imposing house, built beautifully into the mountains that overlooked all of downtown Los Angeles.
We got lucky he convinced Jim to buy it and more or less keep it in the family.
You guys blow me away, I laughed. Was I surprised by this place before?
Shit, who isn't? My dad was a goddamn genius, and his skills are seen throughout the home. I'm sure Addie would love to give you the tour.
He winked, and I settled down. When we walked in, I was awe-stricken again. All the walls were windows. I couldn't believe such a marvel of a home existed. I could easily understand why Colin would be proud of his dad, seeing what he'd done in this house. The group of us settled into conversation, and I felt at ease and happy. Another one of those familiar feelings washed over me. My brain knew this was a meaningful environment, but it wouldn't reveal why. I ignored the frustration I felt as soon as Jake and Ash's little boy came running in with Addison. They made a beeline toward Colin, screeching with delight. "Oh no!" Little John's bright blue eyes widened, and he made a perfectly round O with his mouth when he giggled out the word no. "It's him!" Addie rushed to John and ducked behind the cute little boy. "It's the mad scientist," she said in a funny voice. Colin released my hand and rose from the couch where we sat when the kids rushed in. He hunched over and started growling at the two laughing kids. John balled up his fists while I laughed at him, pursing his lips and frowning at Colin. John's spiky and messy hair was like his dad's and Colin's and made him look so cute. "No, you crazy, mad doctor," he said as Colin crept toward where he and Addison laughed and giggled. "No Frankenstein today, bud." Colin held this crazy doctor pursuit while we all laughed at John, who was protecting a giggling Addison. "No!" Addison shrieked when Colin swiped at John's feet.
"I feel like,"
Colin said in a funny voice.
"Like pudding."
He grabbed John and held his arms up.
"This rib,"
he began tickling the laughing boy.
"In Addie."
Addison laughed while John tried to get serious again.
"And this femur,"
he gripped John's leg and made the boy laugh.
"In Addie, too."
"Get him, Addie!" John screamed. "Lena, save us!" I felt everyone's eyes on me, but that didn't stop me. I joined in and rushed to help John and Addison, who were now in Colin's grips.
"She can't help you, little boy,"
Colin said.
"I'm the mad scientist."
"Tell him he's the sad scientist," Addison said to me. "It makes him sad, that's what you say." She smiled and laughed while Colin acted like a gorilla, swinging the kids back and forth. "You're the sad scientist," I said in the best authoritative voice I could use.
"No!"
Colin released Addie.
"It's the only woman in the world I can listen to."
"And she's here to stop you!" John shrieked, still held by Colin. "Tell him, don't touch my John and Addie, you crazy sad man!" Addie laughed, sitting with her mom. I repeated Addison's words and laughed at Colin, acting like I was the cure to his mad scientist rampage.
"Now, the only way I won't operate,"
Colin said to the giggling boy he held, "is if the beautiful woman saves you!" Addison squealed. "Saves him?" I laughed and looked at Addison. "You have to do the grossest part," Addison said, then ran up to me. I knelt for her to whisper in my ear. "You have to kiss him, and then he's our prisoner." Colin's eyes dazzled while John squirmed in his arms. "Hurry, Lainey, hurry!" I walked up to Colin, and before I could do the one thing I'd been curious about doing, Addison called out orders to me. "Kiss his brain, his forehead!" She laughed. "It's what makes him mad."
"I always thought it was the lips,"
Colin said in a voice that made me laugh.
"The slimy kiss is all that stops me now."
I laughed when Addison looked at Colin like he was ruining the game. "That's just gross. So gross. Poor Lainey," John said. I walked up and kissed Colin's forehead. "There, mad scientist. Now you're cured." The kids broke loose as soon as Avery walked in with pudding and fruit for them to eat out by the pool.
Damn,
Colin sighed.
so close.
We all laughed and then followed the kids out to the pool. The day was light and breezy, and Jim and Avery's badass pool made it even better. I fell effortlessly into a conversation with the ladies, and it felt right. I wished I knew how it seemed like we'd all been close friends for all our lives. Instead of going back to Colin's place, I felt great and was in high spirits, and I gladly told Colin that I'd love for us to accept the invite to go out to dinner tonight. Maybe, if one thing led to another, I'd be able to kiss this most incredible man on his lips later on. It was no wonder I'd fallen in love with him so quickly before my accident. He was brilliant with kids. He was an all-around happy guy. He showed remarkable patience with me through everything, and he was still here with me, even though I couldn't remember him or act like myself anymore. Regardless of all of those attributes, he was also, hands down, the most beautiful man I'd ever met in my life. That evening, Colin was transformed from the sexy way he looked in jeans and a simple blue tee into a crisp, button-down shirt and one of his perfectly tailored navy suits. This restaurant was supposed to be quite fancy, but when I looked in my closet, I seemed to have plenty of nice gowns to show it wouldn't have been my first rodeo with this group and their lavish styles. It was hard to believe the wealth that filled the air when I was around Colin and his friends. They didn't talk or act like the snobs I remembered from the extravagant parties and events my parents threw at the Beverly Hills house. These people acted normal and fun, but I guessed they also appreciated a fine dining experience now and again. I wore a black, strapless dress and flats. My balance was a disaster, and there was no way I was quite ready for heels. Colin was waiting for me downstairs, and it was somewhat odd to see Lydia thrilled to pieces that I was back up and on my feet again. From what she'd told me, she changed quite a bit after she almost lost me in the accident. I guess that was one upside to me losing 10 years of my life, my career, and accepting every single day that I wasn't 22 years old anymore. "You look radiant. Smile," Lydia said, and I did. She dusted some blush onto the apples of my cheeks and touched the brush playfully to my nose. "There." I laughed. "Why so nice? What the hell is wrong with you?" "Just making sure my baby sister shines like the light she is." We never acted like this before. It's kind of weird. I almost lost my little sister, and a situation like that tends to change one's outlook on life. "So, we weren't close before the accident?" She leaned against the vanity and smiled. I moved away, and all I cared about was being successful. And I was. I was successful at making it on track to be a partner at my law firm, and I was successful at running off the love of my life because of my ambitions. Wait, I smiled at her. "The love of your life?" "Alan Hall." She smiled, and her eyes became dreamy. "He and I lived together. He was great. But I found out he cheated on me." She shrugged her shoulders and rolled her eyes. "Oh my God," I said. "What an asshole." "I had it coming. I didn't make any time for him," she said. "We went from having a dreamy love affair to this mundane and distant relationship. Maybe that's why I was harder on Colin than I should have been." "You saw me on the same course." "I did, and I knew a lot about him. Being a world-renowned neurosurgeon, totally gorgeous." She winked at me, and his face plastered all over the health magazines with some broad on his arm. I guess I figured he'd crush your heart. "What makes you think he still won't? What changed your mind about him?" "My eyes were opened after your accident. Poppy even said Colin was the strongest man he'd ever met, even to attempt to perform your surgery while faced with the impossible idea of it being you. When I woke up, you seemed to hate him as much as I did when I fought with him." At the time, I wasn't overly convinced he would stick with you as your family would. Instead, he proved me completely wrong. I saw a man in love with my little sister, a man who lost a child he didn't know about and grieved for both of you. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. It broke my heart to see the man so broken. He felt every bit as lost without you as we did, the way only people who love unconditionally do. I hugged her. I was so horrible to him. I still don't know if he'll ever really fall in love with the woman I am now, Lydia. I'm not the woman he shared a life with before that accident. If I were her, I'd be on a honeymoon, married, and with— Stop that, she sniffed. He wouldn't be waiting downstairs to take you out for a wonderful dinner if he didn't love you still. He told me he would wait. That doesn't mean he loves me. I felt tears pooling in my eyes. Lainey, she said with a smile. Then make him fall in love with who you are now if you're so worried about that. You've lost your mind completely if you can't see it in his eyes. I see it. He loves you. The question is, do you love him? She cocked her head to the side. I don't think any of us have asked you that. I don't know him, I said truthfully. I've seen the funny videos of us on my Instagram page, after Stevie showed me what it was and how to use it, and I've seen videos and pictures on my phone, but all I see is my face with this beautiful man who made me smile. It's like I went out, got blackout drunk, and had the time of my life, and then I'm looking at videos of it the next day, and I have no idea who any of the people are. I sat back down, a bit defeated. I feel like I'm this other woman with her face. Just give him the time he asked for with you. I was there at the dinner table when he said he'd make you fall in love with him again. He's genuine, and I don't think that man's going anywhere. There were so many videos, but there was one that stood out to me. He was singing this silly song and dancing for little John and me as he held 2 dead Christmas trees. I shook my head and laughed. Tell me you watched the video of you proposing to him. I haven't watched that one yet. I'm afraid to. There's nothing to be afraid of. It shows who you both were. I saw it all as foolish and reckless. You always seemed to live this wild life, not caring about the fallout. But I now know that Colin was put on this earth to be your other half. My eyebrows rose. If only I were still that wild life-living, carefree person. You are, she said. Now, go fall in love with the man who wants to steal your heart again. I walked downstairs, and Colin was laughing about something with Stevie and Dad. His hands were casually slipped into his pockets like he wasn't wearing a $1,000 suit. He was tall, beautiful, and I wished I could see beyond his exterior sometimes. It was okay to be smitten by a man's flawless and handsome looks, but I had seen more of his personality, and I needed to hold on to that. I saw the mad scientist games he played with the kids, the way he looked at me with confidence when he worked to teach me how to dance, and the tender way he held my hands when we talked in the meadows yesterday. So why wasn't I feeling more? Was I being difficult, or did my brain know I loved him, but my heart couldn't understand? Just like my brain knew I could dance, but my feet couldn't do the job. Stop thinking, Elena. It's been a beautiful day. Just go with the flow. Wow, Colin said when he saw me. You look beyond ravishing, and I see you picked out my favorite dress of yours. Your favorite dress? I smiled back at his perfect smile. I almost didn't send it with all your clothes when you moved back home, he said, taking my hand when I hit the last step. But I threatened to kick his ass. Poppy smirked and chuckled at Colin. Take care of my little girl tonight. Have fun, sis, Stevie said. Bye, guys. See you tonight. My dad laughed, and Stevie followed in suit. I didn't understand it, but Colin whisked me out of the house and into his car before I could start asking a million questions. So, this is your favorite dress? I asked, smiling at him as he got in his car and started it. Yep. He smiled at me, putting the car in gear and taking off. I think that might be... He squinted over at me and grinned. His eyes fell to my cleavage, and then he nodded while looking out at the road.
Yeah, that's definitely the dress that got you knocked up, Alvarez.
He chuckled, and the way he said it made me laugh. You keep saying I'm the one that got myself pregnant. I teased back. But I think it was probably more your fault than mine.
You're probably right.
He smiled at me.
But I do blame you and your hotness for luring me into being impulsive with you.
Impulsive? I questioned.
Yeah. Usually I have a good head on my shoulders until you walked into my life. You, Elena Alvarez, are my greatest weakness and my strongest desire.
Well, that's quite flattering, I said. I'm no fool. I see that I am pretty lucky to have you feel this way about me. He glanced over at me and gave me a look I couldn't discern.
You give me too much credit.
I landed the hottest doctor at that hospital. I laughed.
No, I landed the hottest doctor at that hospital.
He nodded and then turned on his music.
Let's get our night started with some high speeds and good tunes.
With that, Colin and I settled into the car, and I let the music playing on his radio soothe my nerves and set the mood for a fun and fancy night with Colin and his fun friends. This is my first time being in public, I whispered to Avery and Ash while the men stood in conversation together. What if I say or do something? I paused at the idea of embarrassing everyone. Shit, we didn't go over this part. Elena's first night out, and at the fanciest place around. You won't, and if you do? Avery smirked at me, her black hair putting such a beautiful spark in her blue eyes. Ash and I have your back. Hell yes, Ash agreed. Nothing to worry about. She glanced over at the group of handsome men. If anyone is going to embarrass us at this extravagant place, it'll be those four. I laughed. You two are so kind to me. Thank you. Elena, Ash said, her brown eyes twinkling with excitement. You have no idea the kindness you've shown to all of us. Like we talked about earlier, we got close, and fast. You're still the spark of energy that we love. Now, let's go have fun and watch the guys banter over something stupid and get us kicked out of this place. Colin was at my side as soon as the group was called to our table. The restaurant's fancy atmosphere should have calmed my nerves, but it made me feel a bit intimidated. Maybe I wasn't ready for this. I should have kept the eating out thing exclusively to taco trucks. I tried to laugh along with the group, but the anxiety I was feeling was something I was working to keep at bay. Jim's presence exuded power, and Alex, who sat at my right, was the same. I hardly knew these men, and suddenly I felt like I didn't want to ruin their expensive dinner. Jake and Colin were in some funny conversation, but I couldn't keep up. I focused on simple things like Colin's thumb rubbing against the bare skin of my upper back and wondering why I didn't feel sparks like I did before when he touched me. I swallowed my water and wished I was clear to drink alcohol. Maybe that would loosen me up, but I had my brain surgeon sitting right by me saying I needed more time before alcohol consumption would be safe because it wouldn't agree with my medication, among other things. Shit. Calm down and breathe. I'm okay. It's all fine. Hey, Lainey, Ash said, most likely seeing me fade. I would love it if you'd come to the gallery tomorrow. After Colin said that you liked the flamingo painting today, I wanted to show you more pieces that go with it. It's interesting how your paintings come to life when you look at the picture, I said. It's all in the way I paint the canvas. I do black at first, and then I sprinkle in colors as I go. It was Jake who noticed it under certain lighting.
Yeah,
Jake smiled at me.
After she dumped my ass for being an idiot back in the early days, I found out she was going to trash the things. Instead,
Colin chimed in.
Jake realized the black magic that drew him in to love Ash must have been the same black magic she used in her paintings, too. No shit,
Jake said, as Ash laughed. We silenced as two waiters came and placed our plates in front of us. My food was arranged so beautifully that I was afraid to cut into it and ruin it. Damn, No wonder I had a million pictures of food on my Instagram page. This is how we ate. I cut into my poulet de Bresse with cream that I'd ordered and took a bite. It was so flavorful and delicious. A bit chewy for chicken, but who knew? Maybe that's what the world's most expensive chicken was supposed to taste like. "Oh, fuck!" I shrieked. For no reason, all of my panicked nerves that I'd been pushing down surfaced like a bomb. "It's not cooked all the way through." "Please, God, don't be louder than you think you're being, Elena," I inwardly hoped while my breathing picked up, and I rose from the table like it was on fire. Colin was at my side. God damn it, I'd fucking blown it. All this work and I was shouting in fear and fighting off Colin's hands like I did when I threw the tantrums I hated. I couldn't stop it, and trying to made it worse. The waiter was at the table, but I couldn't hear him. I didn't know how long it took or how he did it, but Colin sat me down, and I was facing him. Me, the lunatic who ruined dinner for everyone in this restaurant, embarrassing myself and everyone at my table.
"Eyes on me, Lainey."
Colin's voice finally cut through my internal freakout.
"Baby."
His hands held mine like they did when we sat in the meadow. I started crying. "I'm so sorry," I said, my body shaking. "I'm so sorry."
"Breathe with me, Lainey,"
he said.
"It's okay. I'm right here, and so is everyone else. We're all with you."
"That chicken," I eyed my plate. "It's going to make me sick." I looked back at him as I spoke in that stupid fucking whiny voice of a 5-year-old. "Shit!" I growled that baby voice away. "The food isn't cooked," I said, my rage growing.
"We'll handle it."
He smiled and brought me into his chest.
"Relax, Lainey."
"It was a $500 plate, and I ruined dinner." I started crying. I hate myself more than anything in this world. I hate this. It's not fair that I can't stop doing this, even after doing so well. I heard the waiter ask us to leave, and my attention was brought to apologies directed toward the man.
"Listen,"
Alex, the handsome billion-dollar suit man who sat to my right, said in an authoritative voice.
"We're not leaving."
He spoke as if he owned the place. Colin held me as I watched Alex's sharp features level the waiter. Why, though? To protect his lunatic friend's outburst?
"Sir,"
the waiter said.
"our guests have been disturbed." "I wasn't done, sir,"
Alex shot back.
"I want the plate taken back and the chef brought to our table immediately." "As per our—" "No,"
Alex said.
"As the customer and the man who had papers drawn up for the executives who own this restaurant today, I want the chef brought out, and I demand to speak with Gabrielle Lefebvre." "Mr. Lefebvre is the owner, sir. I can assure you—"
I cowered into Colin's side as the restaurant grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
"I can assure you, Alberto,"
Alex said, a bit more aggressively,
"that if you don't get the head chef out here and tell the owner that Mr. Alex Grayson is seated and most unhappy, we might have a bigger problem than my friend getting salmonella poisoning from undercooked food. I believe she is overreacting."
I shot up from Colin, only to see Jim look at me, and his stare alone settled me down.
"I demand the owner be notified that James Mitchell and Alex Grayson are patrons at his restaurant this instant,"
Jim said to the angry waiter.
"Quel est le problème?"
the head chef said, storming into the dining room. Alex responded to the man in perfect French, and they went into some French conversation, Jim chiming in, and I had no idea what the hell was happening. "What are they saying?" I whispered to Colin.
"That the food sucks."
He had a smile in his voice.
"That it is criminal to charge more than $500 a plate for undercooked food, and that they are going to terminate the contract of Jim's company that is investing in this unique French restaurant business."
"What?" I pulled up while Alex continued to speak French in some demanding voice.
"Alex was acquiring this business, and we were here tonight to celebrate on an exclusive invitation from the owners,"
Colin said.
"Turns out the chef sucks, and he's not too bright to be arguing with the two most powerful men in Southern California right now. This is all bad for the owners if the asshole doesn't get on the phone with Jim or Alex fast."
"I feel horrible I started this."
"You didn't cook the plate of food, Lainey. Jake said from across the table with a smile. The chef, who is continuing to argue with Alex and my brother, allowed a disaster of a meal to be served. He won't apologize and is remaining firm that he did nothing wrong.
I've seen 3 plates go back now, Ash said. You're not the only one who would have been thrown in the hospital with food poisoning from undercooked chicken. Jim was on his phone, and I wanted to leave.
Lainey,
Alex said. I looked over at him. I'm sorry. Alex smiled.
Don't apologize for saving Mitchell and Associates from a horrible investment. I'm truly sorry your dinner was unsafe and unfit to eat,
he said as he placed his hand on my shoulder reassuringly.
Jim is handling the owners after such horrendous customer service. Perhaps the owner will hire a new chef and regain our trust. Nothing to worry over.
I didn't have to make a scene, I said to Alex. He shrugged and handsomely pursed his lips.
I probably would have thrown my plate back against the chef's wall.
He smirked.
Acted like that show.
Hell's Kitchen? I laughed. Yes, Gordon would not have approved of what was served.
Not likely,
Alex said.
It's all good, love.
He winked and then returned his attention to Jim, who was speaking in French to a man who seemed scared to death of him.
Let's get out of here,
Colin said.
You've stopped shivering, and I think you might enjoy a taco from the taco trucks.
That sounds delicious, I said.
No shit,
Jake said and stood, prompting the others to stand as well.
Jim and I will be out once we've finished up here,
Alex said.
We heading to Malibu? Yeah. The taco trucks practically moved there because Elena and I funded them being out by Venice,
Colin said.
Tacos and sitting on the beach is just what this doctor ordered,
Jake said, putting his arm around Ash.
Wow.
Colin raised his eyebrows at Jake as we walked out.
The cardio doc is approving this?
Eating tacos on the beach while watching the surf roll in is just the trick for good health, Avery added. It's all good, Lainey. I felt a bit better, but now I had a new insecurity. Freaking out in public over something minor. There was no excuse for my behavior, and I knew that. I didn't mean to react when I did, but I couldn't stop myself. Whether or not I was justified, and regardless of how everyone was trying to calm me, I needed to find a way to stop this.
Chapter 40. Colin. Eating tacos at the beach with the gang was a perfect way to help ease Elena out of her embarrassment. Her outburst was certainly unexpected, given how well she'd been doing. However, it was also something the neuropsychiatrist and therapist had repeatedly told us could happen. It was all part of the unfortunate package that came along with Elena's brain injury. That and the anxiety she told me she'd been suffering from when we were on the way back to her house. As much as I wished it would all go away, I also knew Elena was more exhausted than anyone else from dealing with this, and this wasn't about what I wanted. My heart was crushed when she told me she was scared to go into public after what had happened tonight, and I'd be damned if I wouldn't help her regain confidence. The last thing I was going to allow Elena to do was isolate herself because she was dealing with the expected outcomes from surviving a traumatic brain injury. She survived that accident and the tumor, and she was a walking miracle. The only issue was getting her to understand that. "Home?" she said, when I pulled up to the ranch house. "I figured we'd stay at the Malibu house tonight." As much as I'd love that, I smiled over at her. It's probably best we take it slow, as you wanted.
"Colin,"
she sighed and ran her hand over her forehead.
"I'm so confused. I thought we were trying to get us back."
"We are," I said, taking her hand into mine.
"Then why am I home and not staying with you tonight?"
She looked away, and I softly gripped her chin and turned her face back to mine. "Because it's the right thing to do." She sat in my passenger seat, and I was fully prepared for her to lose her shit again.
"I want to be with you. I want to kiss you, at least."
She stared at me with some anger. "You have no idea how badly I want that myself," I said. "Lainey, I want you to be ready."
"What makes you think I'm not?"
"I've dated enough women to know when love isn't present between us. I know you're not there yet."
She stared at me, and tears filled her eyes. What if that will help me remember us? I couldn't help but smile. Sex? I softly laughed. If that were the cure, I would have had my way with you the first second I had you alone. I just want it all back. I've seen videos of us, and I see a woman in those videos and photos that I'm not. I hate her, Colin. You hate that you can't remember us in those videos and photos, you mean. That woman is you, Lainey. It's the same person that I'm looking at right now. She let out a breath of frustration. Well, I don't. And no matter how hard I try, I can't see it that way. That's why we're moving slowly. You aren't attracted to me anymore. After the outburst tonight, I wouldn't blame you for taking off. I'm not going anywhere, Elena, I said. I already told you that. And if I don't come back? If you don't get the woman back who you fell in love with? You just said it yourself. You dated women like me, and there was nothing. God damn it, that came out wrong. Fair enough. Allow me to put it to you this way, then. You, Elena Alvarez, are the love of my life. I'm not abandoning you over memory loss and outcomes you're dealing with due to your injury. However, I will make you this promise. I will make you fall in love with me again, like you did before. I wasn't going to stop pursuing you when I first fell for you, and I don't plan on stopping that pursuit even if I'm forced to have to relive those days of you turning me down all over again. You say that like it will happen. I say that because I know you'll fall for me again. Through all of this bullshit, you'll be in my arms soon enough. I smiled at her. Then take me back to your house. I won't allow you to ever suffer regrets from being with me. While I am seriously fighting the urge to take you up on this offer, I don't know. Call me selfish or whatever, but I want you to love it, to love me, to wake up in my arms and not feel anything but how amazing it was. And you don't think I'll feel that way now? You have no idea how I'll react. I know that too, I said. But if I brought tears to your eyes after we were together, I would never forgive myself for it. Aside from that, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not sure I'm solid enough these days to handle that kind of rejection. Unexpectedly, she smiled. Fine. She opened her door. We'll wait, but when it does happen, best sex of your life. I finished her sentence. She blushed, and I loved it. You held me off before, trust me. I think you even liked making me bust my ass to get you in bed. I was different from all your other girlfriends then? I laughed. You have no idea. It's almost as if that part of my life never existed after you waltzed in and staked your claim on me. Did I now? She licked her lips like she always did, making me hunger for her kiss. Well, I promise you this. I have plans for you and me. I'll work through all of these issues that make you think I don't love you and that I'm tearing your ass up. I laughed out loud. Now that could get you taken right to the beach house without another word. Good. I hope you sleep well, knowing you could have taken your favorite dress off me, but you decided to play it safe. Trust me. I arched an eyebrow at her. I'll get to the fuck it part soon enough if you keep this up. Don't make promises you can't keep. I'll be back early tomorrow. I'm plumbing my mom's house, and you said you wanted to help, remember? I'll have my overalls on. I hope you won't mind those. Like most of your clothes, I wanted to rip those things off you the first time I saw you wearing them. I laughed and got out to help Elena to the front door. Stevie was walking out as we were walking in, so the small kiss goodbye I was hoping for was put on hold. I'd eventually have her, but I knew it was all a matter of patience. The old Colin wouldn't have given a damn, but the man I was since this goddess bounced into my life? Hell no. I treasured this woman, and there was no fucking way I would have sex with her and then wonder if she regretted it. Fuck no. I couldn't handle that.
Elena. Colin was at the house bright and early like he said he would be. I had to admit, longing to be with him, just hanging out, was overshadowed by these raging flames of wanting him sexually. The guy was gorgeous, and that wasn't helping these feelings either. Rejecting me only made me want him that much more, and because of all of that, I hardly slept last night, tossing and turning and aching for his touch, wondering what it would all be like. Hopefully, getting busy with this plumbing today would curb my sexual appetite for the man. "I still can't believe you're doing this," I laughed, sitting across from him in the massive house's basement. Colin glanced up, smirked, and continued to work on connecting the new pipes he was installing for the kitchen.
Well, who knows? If I can perform brain surgery, I can certainly plumb a house, right?
He laughed.
Though, if the plumbers were here, they'd laugh at me for that statement again, and rightfully so.
"So what are you doing now?" I asked. My feet hung down from the concrete I sat on and into the dirt that was dug up to get to these particular pipes. Colin was tweaked and bent over, and I was trying to ignore how perfectly defined his biceps were and the way they flexed while he worked. He was using some tool to smear blue stuff around the pipe.
"I'm gluing this so I can attach these two."
He grabbed the final piece of PVC pipe to finish his current job. I watched with humor. "I can see you as a sexy handyman, you know?" He laughed.
"You haven't seen me in my surgical room."
He glanced up at me with his beautiful smile and winked.
"All right."
He looked back at the pipes he'd just glued together.
"Your turn. Twist that valve on and let's see my magic unfold."
Colin was inside of this manhole that had been dug, and I was closest to the main valve he'd instructed me to turn. I twisted the valve, and we waited. "Looks like you did it," I said. Colin stood there, inspecting a small leak, when, suddenly, the thing exploded with water, breaking loose the pipe Colin had just glued into the other piece. I shrieked and laughed while water shot out of the hole, hosing down Colin and reaching up to spray water all over me.
"Shit, turn it off!"
It was all I heard him say as I laughed so hard it made tears stream from my eyes. I cranked on the main valve, shutting it off. "Well, hell," I said with another laugh. Colin ran a hand through his wet hair, and his once steely eyes turned humorous.
"That's one way of putting it. The other way would be, well, I suck at this."
He laughed, and I couldn't help but laugh along. "Tell me this is clean water," I said. "Not sewer?"
"Yeah, and straight from the well from hell."
He smiled at me and pulled himself out of the manhole he'd been working in for the last hour. I rose with him and picked up the can he was using for the glue. "I thought you said you were a patient man." I arched an eyebrow at him, both of us dripping wet.
"The most patient man you'll ever meet,"
he said with a smug grin. "Then why didn't you let the glue actually dry?" I laughed again. "It says here at least an hour."
"Give me that,"
he said as he took the can and studied it.
"Damn it. I thought I bought the quick cement shit. Well, fuck."
He made the funniest expression of defeat, and the water dripping from his spiky hair and down his face made him so desperately gorgeous. I couldn't resist closing the gap between us and wiping the water from his face. "God, I'm one lucky woman," I said. Colin didn't respond. Our eyes locked, and my heart started to fall out of rhythm in my chest.
"Other way around,"
he finally said. I watched his beautiful face twist into an expression I'd never seen before, and then his hands were holding onto my face. I reached for his forearms, mainly to brace myself when he let out a breath, and his lips were finally on mine. My mind was fuzzy but focused. I was frozen in place while I felt his warm, soft lips cover my bottom one, then gently kiss each corner of my mouth until it dropped open, wanting more.
"Damn,"
he said in a ragged breath, his lips firmer as they captured my bottom lip again. I swept my tongue into his mouth, on my toes, and reaching back to grip his waist and pull him against me. He groaned as his tongue met mine, and he held me closer as his kiss became so wild, aggressive, and hot that I could hardly take in how this made me feel. I moaned, tasting his delicious kiss and yearning for more. Both of us were caught up in this hungry kiss, and I felt how hard he was. I felt energy rushing through my body on another level, and it was enough to make me feel dizzy and powerful all at once. Colin pulled away and sighed when he kissed my forehead.
"Hell, Lainey," he said. "We need to go take a walk or something. Jesus Christ.
I stepped back and pulled off my overall straps. "You're what?" I interrupted, my new hunger for him urging me on.
"Listen, no one wants this more than I do,"
he said as he reached for my face and then tightened his lips, his eyes deep in their blue color.
"But I swear to God, if we do this, I won't be able to stop. My mind is already struggling to manage to keep my shit together, and that was just a kiss."
"I'm not afraid of you, Colin." I smiled at him.
"You should be." He laughed. "Baby, I swear
What?" I smiled at his struggle. "Stop fighting what you and I both want."
"It won't be gentle. I don't trust myself."
That shot a spasm of aching between my legs. "I didn't ask you to be gentle."
"You're sure?"
"I haven't been more sure of wanting something since I woke up in that hospital bed."
"Well, if there's one thing I know,"
he swept me up in his arms,
"it's that since we are both drenched in ice-cold well water, I'm certainly not doing this down in an old basement."
Colin must have had the entire house memorized, because I had no idea where we were or where he was taking me after he finished that sentence, and we resumed his delicious kiss. My feet were set on the ground in a room with a balcony to the right of the bed where Colin stood. I ignored the stylish room and focused on the only thing I wanted, and that was for Colin's clothes to be off. He stood as still as a statue while I pulled his shirt off and examined the defined ridges of his pecs and ab muscles. "Wow, you're beautiful," I said, kissing the center of his warm, tanned chest. I stepped back and wanted to see Colin's expression when I stripped down to nothing for him. I hadn't been this daring since, well, never. Colin's sharp blue eyes grew darker, and I loved seeing them fall to my exposed breasts while he licked his lips, watching as I pulled off my lace panties.
"How did I ever forget the body I always worshipped?"
He smiled a devilish smile. "I know I forgot yours," I said, stepping up to him. I unbuckled his leather belt and worked fast to give myself the pleasure of seeing this outrageously handsome man entirely. My eyes followed the V-shaped muscle that was cuttingly defined, and then my eyes took in the perfection of this man's enormously large and hard cock. "You're perfect," I said, looking up while I instinctively reached for his hard cock. His eyes closed while I felt his wet tip and then tightly ran my lubricated hand from the top of his shaft to the base and then back.
"Holy Christ,"
he said in an exhale. His eyes reopened and met mine.
"Elena."
"Stop." I smiled and looked into his dazed eyes. How in the world did I ever forget about this? I squeezed his tip while twisting its moist surface in my hands. Colin grinned.
"A question I've asked myself since you forgot about me."
That's when the man had me back against the wall and took my breast in his mouth. I groaned in satisfaction, my nipple being tugged and toyed with by his teeth and lips. I ran my hands through his hair, loving its soft, wet texture. "I need more," I begged through a choked-up and hoarse voice. "Fuck me, Colin. Please don't make me wait." That's when the patient, funny, witty, and kind Dr. Colin Brooks turned into the sexiest man I'd ever been with. I could only remember having sex with 2 boyfriends before this, but I knew that most men fucked hard and couldn't last long. I'd only hoped I could keep up with this man. Colin had me on the bed, my body writhing beneath his, as he kissed and bit along my neck. Then he did something I wasn't expecting. He dipped his fingers into my soaking wet entrance and licked up the center of my chest.
"I need to taste you,"
he said, his eyes demanding and possessive.
"Are you comfortable with that?"
Fuck. I arched my waist up, his fingers pressing into a spot that made me feel like I was electrocuted as his thumb moved my clit into circles. "Oh, God," I said, and my eyes met Colin's brilliant ones.
"Come on me,"
he said with a triumphant smile that only made me want more. "I don't want it to end," I said, feeling the rolling sensation of this orgasm spinning deep inside me.
"We can go all night, Lainey,"
he said. Feeling more ecstasy than I'd ever remembered having, I did the one thing I'd never done and shoved his perfect face down, begging him to taste me. "I'm coming, Colin." I arched up my pussy, and he caught it with his mouth. His hands covered my hips, while his long fingers gripped around my ass. "Oh, my God," I thought, when his tongue ran in and out of my pussy. His grunts told me how much he loved this, and then as I screamed again that I was coming hard, his mouth covered my pussy, and his moans made this orgasm rip through me with so much more power and ecstasy than I knew was possible. "Fucking hard," I called out again, coming in his mouth. Once I started coming down, I felt my body working back up again. He was right about being able to go all night. It was perfect, and my pussy was desperate and needing that massive cock of his inside me.
"You're so fucking beautiful when you come,"
he said, kissing the inside of each of my thighs.
"You want more, baby?"
"So much more," I panted out. "Kiss me. I need to taste myself on your lips." I was stoned on this man. I had the most intense orgasm ever. Usually, I was pretty much done after I came. But now, I was just getting started. After tasting myself on Colin's lips, running my hands through his messy hair, and feeling his tip teasing my entrance, I had no earthly idea how my brain could let me forget this man. Chapter 41. Elena. I have no idea what had washed over me, but I wasn't stopping it. This was the best sex I'd ever remembered having. Not just that, but it was with the man I'd been secretly wanting it from, wondering what it would be like to have him all over me. I knew there was more to it than the way he held himself so confidently with his tall, robust frame, or the way his eyes sparkled like jewels when they seemed to recall our sexual past the few times I'd asked about it. It was even more than just that smile of his that took me under his spell. But that's exactly where I was now, and I never wanted to leave this bliss. I couldn't bear not having him inside me anymore, and my thoughts were wild and extreme when his daring eyes met mine. His kiss was delicious, especially when mixed with the taste of myself and Colin's flavors combined into one. He was a man who every chick seemed to pine over, but he was mine, and I loved it. I reached down while his tongue moved aggressively with mine, and I grabbed his dripping wet cock. Colin pulled away that second, and his eyes met mine.
"Fuck, baby,"
he said, exhaling and bringing his cheek to mine. He sighed in the most beautiful way that told me he was following me into this world of bliss that had shrouded me. I spread my legs where I lay beneath him, feeling his hard abs against my flesh. "I want it." Colin's bottom lips went between his teeth.
"Once I start, I could be rough."
"I want you, baby," I whimpered, kissing his hair that I'd destroyed while he swallowed my orgasm. "Now."
"Fuck it,"
he growled with a smile so dangerously beautiful I felt my stomach coil up in response. Colin's eyes closed as he pushed through my entrance, spreading me so wide that I gasped in pleasure and some pain. "Oh, fuck," I said, my chin lifting while he kissed it and thrust deeper inside me.
"Open your legs for me, Lainey,"
he said in a low voice. His eyes met mine, and his face was so serious that it nearly pulled me out of my exquisite bliss.
"God damn, I've missed this tight pussy.
He pushed in, and I watched his eyes go into a trance while his mouth fell open. My own eyes rolled back behind closed lids the deeper he filled me. It was slow and so sexy that I could crawl out of my skin. I reopened my eyes and saw Colin's head turned to the side. His eyes closed as he moved in and out. My pussy throbbed against the sensation of his huge cock, moving deep and pressing against an area that sent a shiver up my spine. I fell back into my daze, pushing my tits up into his chest while his lips went to my forehead. I licked from the base of his neck and under his chin, feeling so powerful that my body was creating this feeling for the sexiest man I'd ever met. His grunts and groans were so erotic, and I could only whimper in response. Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion when Colin's fingers twisted into my hair and his lips forcefully met mine. He began moving harder and faster, and my body welcomed his cock in a way that had me wondering how I could have another orgasm without using my clit to set it off. "Oh, fucking God," I cried out. "Oh God, Colin, just like that."
"That's my girl," he said in a low voice, his lips and tongue on my neck. "You taste so delicious and feel so fucking good." He let out a breath and started thrusting harder. Colin and I whimpered and moaned together while I gripped each of his biceps and further opened my legs. My body coiled up deep inside as if Colin's cock was pushing this orgasm through me like he knew exactly how to do it. This was heaven. "Harder?" he asked, our eyes meeting. "Fuck yes." I smiled at him. "Baby, I've missed this." We both used voices I'd never heard before, and our eyes locked onto each other and wouldn't let go as I felt Colin's body flex. Then, with a hard thrust and his head falling back, eyes closed, we both cried out in orgasm together. I went wild into shivers beneath him and loved him moving himself to complement the way my pussy contracted around the one thing it had wanted from this man for too long. "I love this goddamn part so much," Colin said, his tongue circling my hardened nipple. And then he moaned, taking my breast in his mouth, sucking and moaning while moving in and out. "You feel so good," I said. He moaned in response, and I could sense he was having his own moment of pleasure while coming off his high. I wasn't done with him, though. Not even close. When Colin rolled off of me, my eyes took in the dreamy sight of his perfect body while he panted out the last of his pleasure. I traced my fingers over the rigid lines of his abdomen when his hands went up behind his head. "You're so beautiful," I said, my fingers moving to that sexy V-shaped muscle. "And sexy." He smiled, his eyes remaining closed. Then he reopened them and eyed me. "Thank God you approve." "More than, Colin Brooks." I smiled. "You used to call me baby, or call." He ran a hand through his hair. "Never this Colin Brooks BS." He chuckled. "I'm not who I used to be, remember?" I peered up at him as I repositioned myself between his legs. "You're my girl," he said, eyes studying me. "That's all that matters." His lips twisted up into a smile. "We used to go all night, eh?" I said, grabbing his soft cock and moving it through my hands. "How'd we manage that?" "By doing what you're doing now." He arched an eyebrow at me. "You want more, my little goddess?" "You're the sex god," I teased. "I've never had sex with anyone like I just had with you." Colin's head shifted against his pillow. "Well, I'm happy to hear that. You never brought that topic up before, nor did I care to ask." "Why wouldn't you ask?" I asked, feeling his dick grow hard and sparks ignite between my legs, knowing I was blessed to be with a man who didn't pass out the moment he was done having sex. "2 reasons. The first is that everyone has a past, and it's in the past for a reason. And the second is that I knew I was the best you ever had." He grinned. "I want to swallow all of your cum, baby." I dipped my head and covered his hardening tip.
I watched Colin's legs fall slack and give me all access to his perfect cock, his balls, and his beautiful body. He grinned and let out a breath when I used the fact that he wasn't fully erect to take all of him in my mouth. Jesus, Colin whimpered. I took his balls and ran my tongue around them. This man was beautifully and meticulously groomed for a woman to devour him. I couldn't resist sucking on his balls and seeing his heels dig into the bed.
"You may not remember any of this, but you could have fooled me,"
he said in a beautifully tranced voice.
"I'm all yours, sunshine."
I watched him close his eyes while I licked up and down his shaft and took his tip into my mouth. I closed my eyes and worked Colin's cock like a hungry sex addict. That's when Colin moaned again.
"The way you get me hard again blows my goddamn mind. Take me deeper, sunshine,"
he said, me seeing his muscles flex and stiffen while I worked him harder and harder. It wasn't long before I watched Colin writhing and groaning, his severe-like eyes watching me as I took him as deep down my throat as I could. "You want me, baby?" I groaned out sexily.
"God, I'm going to—"
I inwardly smiled, watching his hands fist the sheets, and then his cum shot deep into my mouth. The savory flavor of Colin was fully welcomed, and I swallowed his cum like it was the best thing I'd ever had. "Damn," I said, licking his tip for the last of him. "I've never swallowed before." I smiled at his eyes, snapping open and looking at me.
"You're fucking kidding. Well, that's another new one for me. Aren't you full of confessions in bed today?"
He smiled.
"Well, hopefully you're not thoroughly disgusted."
I ran my tongue around his leaking tip. "No," I smiled. "Not at all. It was pretty amazing." I couldn't say how long we continued our sexual escapade. It was all about crazy positions, groaning in pleasure, being on some crazy high, and Colin being so rough sometimes that I had an orgasm by that alone. The man sent me into some crazy sex frenzy, and it wasn't until I woke up and saw it was dark outside that I realized we'd been at it non-stop until we had actually passed out. There was a soft light filtering into the bedroom from the living room, giving me the view of Colin's perfect body with a sheet that was draped slightly over his legs. We'd stopped for food at one point, walking around the house naked, and me, acting like a drunk weirdo, smearing peanut butter over my breasts to see that look in Colin's eyes and feel him lick it off my flesh. It was wild, and it was passionate, and it was self-indulgent and hedonistic, and right now, as I looked around, not under the love spell anymore, I felt dirtier than hell. Fuck, I have to get out of here, I thought, feeling like the whore I'd acted like with him. I slipped out of bed and gathered my half-dried clothes and went to leave the room. I grabbed my cell and called Lydia, but there was no answer. Shit. Why did I feel so disgusted with myself? And him. I tried to call Stevie, but no answer. Okay, fine. Get some fresh air. I went outside, trying to rid myself of the disgusting way I felt. I sniffed, knowing I couldn't do this again. I was repulsed with myself. With my mind reeling, I decided to see if Lydia was right about Colin Brooks. I decided to search up a hashtag on Instagram to see if he really was some guy who always had a hot chick on his arm. I had no idea why I was doing this, but it's the way I felt after being with him. Cheap and replaceable. Our sex was hot and amazing, and there was a reason he was a natural, knowing how my body would want to be pleased. He let me do things to him that showed this man was probably a male slut himself. Why are you thinking this way? I pleaded with myself. I knew where it was going, and this wasn't going to be good at all. I felt my spiral, and I couldn't stop it. That's when I saw some beautiful brunette when a video started rolling, and Colin appeared and ran his tongue up her cheek. They were on a boat, and Colin's hand slid over her waist while someone videoed them. "We're celebrating my birthday," she squealed when Colin's mouth covered her neck.
Get the fucking camera out of here, Colin said. I could see he was drunk and delighted to be all over this woman. I love you, Colin Brooks, she screamed as he hoisted her up in his arms, and she waved off the person videoing them. My stomach knotted up. I checked the date of the video and saw it was 3 years ago. On some crazy witch hunt, I kept going. It seemed Dr. Colin Brooks was quite the playboy and the male slut that Lydia was right about all along. No one is that good in bed without a reason. I watched more videos with different girls, and mostly on that boat. All the others were uploaded with a younger Colin and even Jake, probably 6 years ago or longer. It must have been when they were interns, but it didn't matter to me. I couldn't separate it in my brain. I was repulsed because I was one of those women, too. What are you watching? Colin asked. I should have felt like shit or something, but I didn't. Videos of the man I just slept with? I said, standing up and turning back to where he stood, confused and staring at me without his shirt on. You're quite the hot item. You know that? His face darkened some by the accusation in my voice. What are you trying to say? Was this who I was to you? I asked, turning my phone and shoving a picture of a woman in his face. I thought you didn't cross lines with medical staff, yet here you are up in a helicopter with the same nurse who checked on me after I woke up. Casey came to see you? He questioned. Doesn't matter. She's a nurse. And you said I was the only medical professional who made you break your stupid little rule of dating medical colleagues. There was something inside me that I knew was making something out of nothing. It's like I should have known better. But that voice inside me wasn't loud enough to drown out what was urging me on. He ran a hand through his hair, looking almost terrified. We're not doing this, Lainey. There's no fucking way I'm going to allow you to act this way. Not after everything We both acted like nymphos, Colin. I glared at him. I'm sure Casey, who has 1 million pictures of you and her, was the same as I was in bed with you, too. Colin's expression was dark, and I shivered under it. Those videos and pictures are from another fucked up life I had before you. Ever since I met you, it's like I never had that life, Lainey, he said in a sad voice. I bet your patients love seeing this, I said. I haven't lost patience over ex-girlfriends and their social media posts, no. He snapped back. Lainey, I'm telling you that's from a life I hardly remember. You're my entire world. Fuck. Did I know about all of these women? If you did, you never accused me of being an asshole for it. I smirked in disgust. An asshole? Try a male whore. I glared at him. Jesus Christ, he said. Is that what you're thinking? Good fucking God. I knew this was a bad idea. God damn it. His eyes leveled me. Now what? He lifted his chin, and this was the first time I could see that Colin was furious and not playing the Elena has a brain injury game. I want to go home. God, Elena, over my past? You'll judge me for that shit, but not for being the man who loves you more than anything? Thank God I'm on the birth control pill, I said, strangely hardened against him. God only knows who else you knocked up the way you selfishly fuck women without protection. I stared at his stoic expression with disdain of my own. Is that how it would have been? A girl from your past, walking into our lives with some kid she had you didn't know about? He ran a hand through his hair, looked to the side, and closed his eyes. Answer me, goddammit! I yelled. You have a history, that's obvious, and you just want women sexually and don't give a shit whether— Stop it, he growled. I fucked up by once again losing myself in you and fucking you without protection. No, I've never had unprotected sex with any other chick I fucked. He paused, and his eyes widened, glossy with tears like he just had a revelation. Oh my God, what did I do? What the fuck are you doing to me? He asked in a soft voice. Realizing you weren't the man they all say you are, I responded coldly. I could sense him pulling into himself. It was like an animal who'd been struck by its owner one time too many. His lips tightened, and he coughed out a laugh of disbelief. My fucking God. I can't. I've done everything under the sun to work with you. And you're just not going to let me in, are you? I wish that I could. No, you don't.
His voice wasn't filled with accusation or malice. He was heartbroken.
I knew better. Having sex with you was the worst thing I could have ever done. I see that perfectly now. God, I wish I had you back.
His eyes filled with tears, and my heart broke, seeing that this man was torn. That's the thing. You see, every day, I'm reminded that I'm not 22 anymore. I have to force myself to imagine I'm 32. I guess this ruins everything because I'll never be the Elena you fell in love with. I walked up to him, but he stepped away from me as if I were the devil I was behaving like. I'll never have my career back, my life with you back, and I'm sick of fucking trying. I waved the phone in front of his somber expression. I am pretty sure the other Elena wouldn't have stalked you out like I just did. And if she did, maybe she'd be more forgiving than I am. I'm not the woman you fell in love with, and I'm glad the sex we had made me see we're both wasting our time trying to get back something I know I don't want. I'm sick of trying to be who everyone wants me to be. He pulled a fist up to cover his mouth.
It's over,
he said to himself.
Fuck me. I can't believe this.
He looked over at me with a tear slipping out of his eye.
Okay then. It's easy to see people fall in love when the time is right. We met at the right time before, and it was all beyond perfect.
You see what I mean? I can't even tell you how sick I am of being compared to someone I don't remember without you immediately bringing her up. Everyone is clinging on to some hope that I'll one day come to my senses. I don't want to be her. Fuck her. I couldn't help but shout. But I wasn't out of control. I didn't need to be calmed down. I was angry, and I was finally speaking my mind, and I didn't give a fuck how it made him or anyone else feel. I've heard you talk about me regressing, and maybe this is what that is, but I don't care. Nothing I do changes anything, and I think it's time you leave me alone for good. I have no interest in being the woman you loved. That's not me anymore. I was tired of trying with him, and with everything. I was tired of all of this, period. I wasn't getting my life back, no matter how hard I tried. I didn't wake up from a night of passion, feeling in love like I'd hoped would be the case. There were no bells or memories flooding back. Nothing. It was just me and the man who'd been relentless at trying to make me someone else again. I was hurting him, but my instinct for self-protection felt so much bigger than any of this. Maybe I blew the video thing out of proportion to have an excuse to get out of this. My subconscious had been sabotaging me for months, so I didn't know anymore. And I didn't care. I was done.
Chapter 42. Colin. I was numb. Elena had sat quietly in the car for the entire way back to her home, and she didn't say a word as she got out and went inside. Yesterday, I wouldn't have let her leave that way, but I couldn't do this anymore. I fucked it up, and I knew it. She wasn't ready, and yet I still impulsively jumped off the deep end and destroyed any progress I could have made with her and her goddamn memory loss. I felt like a piece of shit. Worse than the man she recalled from my past, the player, Colin Brooks, who didn't give a shit. I was all about enjoying hot women, booze, and good times when I wasn't studying. Fuck that life, and fuck me now for putting Elena in a position to have regrets about being with me and make her think I would fuck her like any other piece of ass I had in the past. Regardless of the videos she'd seen sending her off the deep end, she made it clear that she was moving on and accepting life as the person she was now. She had no interest in trying to get her memories back, and pushing her to keep trying was only making her regress farther into herself. I'd fucked up on so many levels, and I knew there was no putting this genie back in its bottle. Maybe I'd been fooling myself that she was farther along than she was because I wanted it to be true so badly. That mistake cost me my happiness, my entire life. Ring, ring. I was headed to Malibu after dropping Elena off, and lo and behold, at 7 a.m, Alex was calling me. I would have ditched the call, but the man never called this early. "What's up?" I answered through the car phone. "We're going to need you at the firm today." Not a good time, man, I said, driving faster than usual. Yeah, well, unless you turn the entire company over to Jim, I need your ass here for an issue that came up yesterday with Tatum. You're fucking kidding me. She's the last goddamn witch I want to see right now. We need you present, or she'll fucking sue your ass after we fire her. Fire her? Yes. That's the only thing that you're needed for. After multiple complaints about Tatum abusing her position as VP and accusation of sexual misconduct, we hired an outside and non-biased investigation on her, he said. We have 2 individuals who've come forward with her on video, setting her up, and it turns out that she'd misled them into believing they'd be promoted in return for sexual favors. I steered the car to head toward the freeway that would bring me to downtown Los Angeles. You still there? I was notified of her immediate termination by the board and Jim. I'm 5 minutes out from the firm myself. Don't sick and twisted men in power pull this vile shit? I questioned, in shock that Tatum was sick enough to consider such a thing. Anyone can pull this shit, Alex said. But Tatum will fucking try to sue. She's that ruthless. You need to be present, sign papers, and we'll handle the rest from there. She's requesting a meeting with you and me first. I don't want to be anywhere alone with a woman as demented as she is, I answered. What about the complaints? Is this shit going to put the firm on blast and shed my dad's company in a bad light? Not if we terminate her. We've had our lawyers speak with the lawyers of the victims. A healthy settlement has been reached, and there won't be any media involved. Jim's a genius when it comes to this shit. I'll be there in about 30, I said. I pulled my car up to the valet and tossed him my keys. Park it in the VP parking space, please. Sir, that is Ms. Adams' usual spot. Her car is parked there currently. He smirked at me in confusion and humor. I'll park your car in your... Tow the Mercedes that belongs to Ms. Adams, and then park my car in her spot. She's terminated. I glanced down at my Rolex. She'll be packed up, and that car will be considered illegally parked in about half an hour. A towing company should be here by then, and if she wants her car back, she can find the impound lot. I eyed him. Please don't argue with me and just do as I ask. Absolutely, sir, the valet said. And I turned to walk into the entrance of the badass skyscraper my dad designed for his firm. I walked in and was greeted by the security at the front desk before using my card to get to the top floor. The more and more I thought about it, the more I was entirely done with owning this company that had been dropped into my lap. I tried to work with Jim, having Mitchell and Associates take it on, but Alex was right. There was shit Jim and Alex couldn't do. The vice president we'd trusted, because my dad had trusted her, had taken advantage of her position. Alex tried to manage this place, but he was running 2 massive billion-dollar companies between this and Mitchell and Associates. His main priority, however, was Mitchell and Associates. Brooks' architectural firm was something he oversaw to keep the machine running, and he did that for me. I'd be making a lot of decisions within about 30 minutes, though, and I was so furious about everything that had happened with Elena that I didn't know if those decisions would be good or bad, keep friendships or destroy them. I didn't fucking care, either. You, I said to a young woman with dark blonde hair sitting outside Tatum's office. What's your title? Well, I was hired a month ago by Ms. Adams as her personal secretary. She pulled off her black-rimmed reading glasses and suddenly seemed a bit irked as I remained quiet, studying her. You'd think I was vice president, though, which I shouldn't get annoyed about. I graduated at the top of my class at NYU to get in this position. At least I'm close enough to take Tatum's place when she becomes president. New York. That's an excellent and prestigious college. However, I believe you've been misled somewhat. What do you mean? She asked. It appears that your current boss had misled you to think you'd be taking her position after she was promoted, I assume. That would be an understatement. I was told I was interning, and then my pay would match the job I left before I moved out here. Come with me. Give me a rundown on your resume, Miss Grant. She smiled at me, her youthful glow adding to her attractive appearance.
I was the senior marketing director for a firm in New York. I moved out here, knowing the history of Brooks Architectural, and I was excited when Miss Adams, hired me after...
All I was hearing was that this place needed a fucking overhaul from top to bottom. The woman trying to keep up with my long strides was downloading a resume that should have had her replacing Tatum a long fucking time ago. So glad I'm responsible for allowing Tatum to have this much control and pulling shit over Alex's eyes. I walked into a conference room where an HR rep, Alex, and Tatum sat, a perplexed Miss Grant at my side. I ignored the bewildered expressions and asked Miss Grant to take a seat while I picked up the phone, sat casually in my chair, and met Tatum's daggers with a blank expression of my own. "Yes, it's Dr. Brooks," I said when the records department answered. "I need records emailed to me and Mr. Grayson immediately. There'll be the resume and whatever else we have on..." I covered the receiver to the phone. "What's your first name?"
"J.C.," she said, and I nodded.
"A Miss J.C. Grant, please." "Right away, sir." I hung up and stared at the silenced room. "Turns out you're fired." I widened my eyes at Tatum's meek expression first.
"Just like that?" she said.
I pursed my lips. "Well, if you'd like, I can call for the reports on you. We can dim the lights and have the videos of your hostile work environment and sexual harassment case shown on our large conference screen if you don't understand why you're terminated."
"Listen,"
she tried to speak nicely to me.
"This isn't what you think."
"Ma'am," the HR representative spoke before I could.
"With the contracts you've signed, and Brooks Architectural Firm's zero-tolerance policy on any harassment in the workplace, we are here as a formality to confirm the owner complies with your termination."
She looked at Miss Grant.
"Why are you here?"
"Because she's not packing up your desk," I snapped. "Those days are over." My email notification dinged, and I pulled it up on my opened laptop, looking at Miss Grant's resume. Holy crap. I looked over at J.C. "You've won quite a few distinguished awards. You accomplished a great deal at your previous firm as well. It's no wonder you assumed you were going to be our vice president." I looked at Tatum. "Care to explain the lies you told this woman when you hired her?" I shook my head, disgusted. "You know what? Your voice is no longer necessary." I looked at J.C. "It looks like Tatum was right. You were hired to replace her as vice president. Alex will schedule a meeting with you to go over the details of your new job, should you accept my offer. The monetary concerns will be addressed in all of that as well." Her eyes nearly bulged out of her head as she looked over at Alex's pissed-off expression. I already knew I was coming in hot, and that I may or may not make all of my friends angry in the process. "Miss Adams, security will return with you to your office, and with Dr. Brooks's official declaration, you are terminated from this firm immediately," Alex said with anger and authority. "Is that all?" I said.
"That's all we have for now," the HR rep said.
"Miss Grant," Alex said, "I request that you move forward with your day. I will be in contact with you shortly." The room filtered out, leaving me swiveling in the leather chair my dad always filled, staring outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. How many meetings had that man conducted in here, and how many times must he have looked out over all of downtown, deep in thought about the next project he'd take on? This next part wasn't going to be easy. "What the hell was that?" Alex asked, taking the chair adjacent to mine. "That was me, handling the last of the business that I'll be taking care of as the owner of this firm." "Call, come on," he said. I saw Miss Grant's resume. I'm quite shocked about her predicament, but an immediate replacement into Tatum's VP position? And now you're acting like you're out of this firm altogether." "I'll be selling it. I'll ensure the new owner understands that it's merged with Mitchell, but I know you well enough to know that if I gave this burden to you, you could manage the firm and not allow shit like this to bust loose or ever happen again." "Things like this always happen in large..." "I know, Alex. That's why I'm out." I'll keep our family's stock in the firm, but I'm out. I can't run this place. And with the position you hold at Mitchell, trying to trust the VP and board to keep this place running, it's fucked up. So, you've got the keys if you want them. CEO and owner. Tell Jim he can hate me for the rest of his life for offering you the business, but I don't fucking care. What the hell happened? He grew more solemn. It's you and Elena, isn't it? Let's say that Elena and I are officially done, and I'm getting back to what I do best, which is being a neurosurgeon and not dealing with this place. It's been bugging me for a while. Tatum's fuck-up was the push I needed to do the right thing and let it go. I appreciate you and Jim carrying this shit for me, but I'm not keeping the firm. So either take the beast or I'll sell it off. Okay, fuck. He rubbed his forehead. We're not allowing you to sell it, that's for damn sure. Even if you did sell off, Jim would buy the place on principle alone. This was practically his second home growing up, too. Then he won't be pissed when his VP leaves to own it, I said, and stood. Let me know what you both decide. I'm as serious as a fucking heart attack. I'm done here. Talk to Jim and let him know where I stand. That JC woman? I eyed him and pursed my lips. After skimming her resume, you'd be a fucking idiot not to put her in the VP position. After we're assured she wasn't connected to what Tatum was doing, of course. I smiled my asshole smile. And that's why you've got this place, if you want it. Jim and I will discuss removing your name as owner, and we will ensure you still receive the proceeds of the company. You, your mom, and your sister. I can give a fuck about the endless income from this place, but I know my sister could probably use it, and even though my mother has enough mink coats to carpet her mansion and money to wallpaper it, I think her dividends are well earned. She helped my dad start this place, so I wouldn't feel right about her not getting her share, even if she is swimming in gold coins like Scrooge McDuck. Alex let out an incredulous laugh as he shook his head. He couldn't have been too surprised. The bigger surprise should have been that I attempted to hang on to this place for as long as I did. We'll handle it and do what's best. I turned to leave. The only reason this place has kept running without my dad is you, Alex, I said. You know that shit, too. You are the fucking reason it didn't fold, so take my offer. It's the best you'll ever get. Being the friends that they were, Alex and Jim handled all of my business. It turned out that J.C. Grant's nose was clean from any contamination from Tatum Adams, and she and Alex were going to work together to clean up my dad's company and move it forward. I didn't give any of it much more thought. I was just glad that Jim and Alex didn't flip out over me, handing the firm over to Alex. Jim couldn't have been happier for his best friend, though, and rightfully so. Badass acquisitions and VP executives like Alex were primed and prepped to take over a company like my dad's, or even Jim's. It had been about a month since Elena told me she was done, and I was moving forward no matter how difficult it was, knowing Elena and I had no hope. I couldn't fix what I broke, and if I was honest, I never wanted to see that look in her eyes again, or be reminded of how she felt and how it all made me feel. My friends kept the topic dead after I went off and said I didn't want another word spoken about it. Even though I'd gotten back to work and moved through it all reasonably well, I had my moments. Today was what I'd refer to as a dark day. A day that made me feel like demons haunted me and laughed in my face, making sure I knew that I'd gotten what I deserved for being so reckless and wild with women. These days only hit when I was stupid enough to stay at the beach house I'd finally gotten up the courage to put on the market. So, I heard Jake walking down to me as I stared out at the ocean, looking for serenity there. You're really selling the place, eh? I have my mom's, my ranch, I said, not looking at him as I continued to lean against the edge of my balcony, forearms resting on the top edge. We all know I never spent that much time here anyway. Well, Ash and I don't spend as much time at ours, and we still have the place as a nearby place to escape. I don't need the place, I said distantly. I eyed a sailboat out in the distance. Remember when we were like 5 years old, and I was supposed to tie that rope? Your dad was teaching me how. And you fucked it up, and the wind blew the mainsail right into me and knocked me the hell out? He laughed. I'm still sorry about that. I chuckled. No, you're not. He grinned. Maybe I'm not. I let out a breath. It was that moment when I thought I'd killed my best buddy. I smiled over at Jake, still in his scrubs from working today. That doctor who helped you, being so young, I really thought he brought you back to life. That neurosurgeon was an asshole, Jake chuckled. While the nurses kissed my ass, he told me that my head was fine, and I didn't need special treatment. He laughed. Just when I had a nurse sneak in a candy bar for me, too. I laughed at the memory. Well, I'm glad someone stopped you from playing the system. What's with all of this reminiscence? Are you thinking about giving up practicing now, too? No, I said. I'm just thinking. Well, I've let you think long enough, and I want to know why Elena just fired my ass as her cardio doctor. I rolled my eyes. Probably searched up a hashtag on your ass and determined she didn't trust you to be her doctor anymore, too. Miguel must be losing his shit on this, Jake said, then laughed. Although the way he is and that no-bullshit Latino streak in him, I guess Elena's blood runs just as strong with that, too. It's what made her personality so much fun. I smiled at the memories of her and I being wild together. I definitely met Miguel's bloodline in her that day I stopped. She made you feel like a male whore who fucked her for fun? I glared at Jake. You know me too fucking well. It was easy to see. You have the same regrets I had when I got together with Ash, and wished I'd never lived some crazy male slut life before her. And what's the fucking deal with your exes not deleting old pics of you with them? I have no clue. I ran my hands through my hair. Do you think you'll try again? I know it took 2 of you to have sex, right? This isn't all on you. I should have had better control. Fuck that noise, Jake said. You've had nothing but control with Elena. You're so damn sexy that I want to fuck you sometimes, too. Can't blame her for most likely luring you in and taking advantage of your greatest weakness with her. You can be so stupid sometimes, I said, not in the mood for the way Jake and I got into this routine a long time ago of acting like fucking idiots. Listen, whether or not you and Elena ever get through this, I know one thing I'll remain solid on. What's that? I'll be single and lonely for the rest of my life? No. He laughed. I won't let you carry the blame on this. I don't give a shit about what you heard her say. It wasn't all you, Call, and we both know that. No, it wasn't. I rose and turned back toward the house. It wasn't only about that, though, and that's why I'll never see her again. There's no point in trying when she's made it clear she's not 32 in her head and didn't want to try to be. I think it was a lot less about the sex and a lot more about not wanting to keep trying to be someone she's not. I think I'm just a reminder of what's gone, and after a while, me being around is counterproductive. I have no place with her anymore. I'm accepting that, and I'm moving on. I clapped him on his arm and exhaled. The burden of the firm being gone has helped, and once this house is out of my life, I'll be living in a better place. Why do you have this place listed nearly $40 million over the market price? He smirked at me. Because. I stopped and stared at the living room. I'm greedy. Bull fucking shit. Jake laughed. Hey, I'm off early, and I'm heading to the beach house to change and take a ride up the coast. You in? Absolutely, I answered, feeling the adrenaline of my bike calling for me from my garage. I'm off until Tuesday. I might just get a hotel up the coast and enjoy what I love most about it up there. Sounds like a great idea. Guys' weekend? Ash cool with that? She hates it when I take her to San Francisco just to ride trolleys and take tours of Alcatraz. Yet, my forehead wrinkled in humor, it's what I love most about you. Let's get the hell out of SoCal for the weekend and enjoy the fact that Jim insisted we work identical shifts. You think that's why this shit keeps happening? I laughed at the fact that Jake and I were rarely off simultaneously, but as soon as Elena and I were over, his shifts pretty much matched mine. I know that's why, he answered. Jim's always been a big brother to you, too. He's just looking out. Thank goodness I can handle your ugly mug. And that I can handle your all-new asshole personality. Chapter 43. Colin. The time came and went in the blink of an eye, and before I knew it, it was officially August. I went through the motions of my life, trying to scrape together a semblance of what it used to be before Elena came into it. But I would never be the same. I could never be the same. I suppose I could have gotten angry at the universe for treating me so cruelly, but when I compared my misery to what Elena must have been feeling, I knew I had no room to complain. If anything, I should have been on my knees with gratitude that I was given the gift of all-consuming love, something that most people will never have. My sister told me that I should be grateful that things with Elena ended now instead of later, something she intended to be a comfort to me, as if it's something I would have ever wanted to happen at any time. Maybe it was easy for people to give those platitudes because they didn't know Elena. They didn't know us. The people who didn't know, there were no extraordinary circumstances. I was just a guy who'd lost the interest of a girlfriend he hadn't even been dating for a year. It seemed so uncomplicated with that logic, and I wouldn't bother to set the record straight. What looked like a whirlwind romance that was bound to fizzle out was anything but that. Elena had been my soulmate, of that I have no doubt. But she wasn't my Elena anymore, and I'd forced myself to accept that conclusion. I wouldn't live in misery, and my Elena wouldn't have wanted me to. So all I could do is get on with it. I spent the majority of my off days giving Addie and John horseback riding lessons at my ranch. Grace had been a return-to-sender gift from Elena, so she kept the kids busy while they anxiously awaited their new siblings, who were due to arrive any day. The Heart Institute had opened last week, and that was a huge asset to St. John's, as Jim knew it would be. All that was left now was to break ground on the Neuroscience Center and get the ball rolling. Sometimes I wondered how Jim kept up with all of this shit, and still managed to be the ideal family man. It was nearing the end of the day for me, and I only had one consultation left. It was with our new neurologist from a prestigious hospital in the UK. And in her 2 months here, this doctor was a highly impressive asset to the team. I walked to the hospital to do a quick consult for her patient, who had a benign tumor and would probably not be a candidate for surgery, but who knew? I hadn't had a chance to read the recent brain scans or patient history before being called for a consult. I walked briskly to the neuro ward and into the dimly lit room, knowing her patient was waiting in the hospital for her to come back with answers. I went straight to the scans and studied the brain in the 3D images of the MRI. Patient is Miss Elena Alvarez, and... I'm sorry, who? I looked at Dr. Moas. Elena Alvarez. She looked at me weirdly. This doctor was one of the few people here who didn't know mine and Elena's history. She only knew that I was the one who performed surgery after the brain injury. Why is the patient in with MRIs? I questioned, seeing the tumor I wasn't able to remove altogether had grown by quite a bit since Elena's last scans when she was released from my care. Headaches, nausea, and her history, of course, Dr. Moas stated. I wasn't able to remove that tumor completely. It's benign, but I did wonder if it would take on a life of its own after her skull was opened for the emergency surgery. Keep a close eye on it, I said. I would recommend ordering another scan next week. For now, there are no life-threatening issues. If it grows larger in the next week, I will revisit the scans.
Miguel Alvarez requested that you be there when I consult her.
Good God, Miguel. Why are you doing this to me? I assume it will be to pass the buck if the patient isn't happy that I'm not green-lighting the surgery. I smiled at her. Well, let's hope that seeing my face will diffuse the room of any outrage.
They were hoping for surgery, she said.
I won't approve that, I answered after I opened the door. Shall we then?
Let's go piss off another family today.
She shook her head. Good surgeons know the first answer isn't surgery.
And you get to say that in the room.
I grinned. No, I'll be present and answer questions asked of me when asked.
There's something I need to know,
Dr. Moas asked skeptically. Only that this is my ex-fiancé who woke up with no memories of me and hates my ass now. I smirked at her shocked expression. Other than that, it's peaches and cream, Mabel.
For heaven's sake.
She looked over at me.
Between women gawking and talking about you all day and your crazy sense of humor, I have no idea how we all work together so well.
My eyes widened as I gave her a funny look when we approached the conference room. You mean to tell me you're not fascinated by the dashing Dr. Brooks? A shame. She rolled her eyes.
Even if I did like boys, your cockiness would have killed it for me a long time ago, she said with a laugh. Can we get this over with? Now I'm really afraid to meet with them.
And you haven't met with her feisty and fun Cuban side either. I laughed, and then we went into professional mode as I followed her into the room. Miguel and Elena sat at the large conference room table, and Elena's eyes grew as wide as saucers when I walked in and took my seat across from her and her father. She looked at her dad, and all I could assume was nothing had changed since the last time I saw her. Now here I was again, about to piss her off again. I allowed Mabel to inform Elena why she was experiencing headaches and minor dizzy spells, and when she was done, that's when those bronze eyes that I'd loved so much shot their daggers at me. We understand, Miguel said, sadness in his voice.
No, we don't,
Elena shot back at her dad.
Why am I not a candidate for surgery? I have a tumor in my goddamn brain.
Elena was more aggressive than I remembered, so her mood changes were still there, but they seemed a bit more, and I made a mental note about that. Mabel hadn't mentioned increased mood swings, but that might have been because Miguel didn't bring it up. I understand that. However, it is not life-threatening at the moment. There is nothing about this tumor at present that deems it necessary for a craniotomy, I said, trying to remain steady and professional against all of my instincts.
Well, it did grow. Dr. Mabel just told us that, Elena insisted. We are monitoring that situation closely. If the tumor grows more by the time we order scans again next week, then we'll discuss the craniotomy, Mabel said. Damn it!
She gripped her forehead.
I don't want to live my life on pain medication.
She sounded so much like Jamie, and my heart broke for her. Most importantly, though, the woman didn't need me cutting her skull open again within a year of her accident, especially if it wasn't life-threatening. Miguel pulled up the X-rays in front of him. This is the same tumor. Be sure to watch this, he advised me. Her mood swings are far more aggressive. Headaches.
What are you saying that we haven't already gone over? Mabel asked.
I am saying things have gotten worse with Elena since the accident, he said. We will monitor it, Miguel, I answered. I will make sure my schedule is ready for a craniotomy if we find that tumor has grown as much as 1 millimeter by next week. I understand your frustration, but I'm not risking clots, strokes, or any of the other potential complications that come with a craniotomy. Elena burst into tears and crumbled into her dad.
He won't do it.
We'll be back for the scheduled MRI, Dr. Brooks.
Can we go?
Elena interrupted Miguel through her tears.
I watched in discomfort as Miguel led Elena from the room. "Shit," I said, believing I was alone. "I'm guessing this is why you two aren't together," Mabel said. I smiled over at her. Wild guess and extremely accurate. "Colin, have you stopped to think that this tumor could be the reason she's in pain and not fully recovering?" I rose and shrugged. I would be a selfish man if I cut into that woman for those reasons alone. I know that the tumor could be putting pressure on her frontal lobes and temporal lobes, amongst other places in her brain, which could very well be why I lost my fiancé. Well aware. But she's alive, I said. Maybe she's not living the life she wants, but she is walking out of here, breathing on her own, and that's a straight-up miracle after her accident. "You're an exceptional surgeon," she said, serious. "That takes a lot." "I know." I tried to smile, but my lips could hardly lift. 2 days later, I was sitting at a table with Dr. Brandt, a pediatric surgeon, cracking jokes as we ate lunch. The guy was a young, hotshot doc, and he reminded me a bit of Jake and me in our younger days. "How did the surgery go then?" I asked. Brandt's blue eyes grew wide. "The surgery went well, and I was taking her to the pediatric lunchroom in no time." "Can't believe that adorable 7-year-old would dare be caught in public with you." I smirked at the man who had a different chick on his arm every other weekend. Brandt was fun and relaxed, and hitting the club with him one night was probably the only fun I'd had since Elena dropped me on my ass. However, given he was in pediatrics and I was up in the main neuro unit, I hardly saw the man. Besides, he was into the nightlife, and those days were so far in my past that I felt like an idiot being at a club at all. Then it came down to her mom. He gave me a look I knew well enough. "Enough of this story," I rose with a laugh. "Tell me, did you take the mom out?" "God, no," he said. "Doctor and patient relationships stay between the kid and me. The only dates happening there are when I take them to the cafeteria for ice cream. Those kids have been through enough, and that's the end of the line." "Wow," I smiled at him. "Looks like you took a page out of mine and Dr. Mitchell's book." My pager went off, and I eyed Brandt as my cell began ringing right after. "Gotta bounce. Good catching up, man," I said before I answered my phone. "What's my case?" I asked, knowing this call-in number meant that my trauma unit was on standby. The ER doctor ran down the list of everything his room had done to stop the patient's epileptic seizure, and after he ran through all of the charts and told me she was currently stable, he informed me that the patient was Elena. I felt a cold chill shoot through my chest as soon as he said it, and I didn't hesitate to have her sent to my unit at once. I ordered an immediate MRI, knowing Elena's history, trying to get a step ahead. I looked at the scans on the MRI, and I saw immediately that the tumor had grown. The motherfucker had almost killed her once, and now her quality of life was suffering. Headaches and dizziness had reached the point of severe grand mal seizures. I remained quiet while the trauma staff in the room spoke about the outcomes of what we were looking at. "Is there a chance surgery will be taking place?" Dr. Singh asked. "I'm watching the EEG," I said, intensely studying whether or not this tumor was indeed the culprit to Elena's seizure. I had to be sure before I made a call on this. "Is her family here?" "Dr. Alvarez and her brother are being brought up to trauma waiting room 4, he said. "I'll bet they're both pleased to revisit that same room again," I said. "Call for them to be moved into a different room, please. Actually, forget that." My eyes were drawn to another mild seizure that was occurring, and it confirmed the only solution to the problem. Well, there could have been others, but I highly doubted that waiting any longer was the stellar choice at the rapid rate this thing was growing. "Right here." I pointed at the EEG, showing me the synchronized bursts of electrical energy firing all around that tumor. "That's our problem." "Son of a bitch, Brooks," Singh said, looking at me in some humored shock. "Nice eye." "Everyone says they're the most beautiful." I clapped his arm. "Everyone but that little salsa-dancing queen in the MRI machine. Get her out of there.
I'll talk to her and Miguel once she's in her room. Is our patient prepped for surgery? I asked my OR team, who had prepped my surgical room for Elena's craniotomy, taking place first thing this morning. I'd had 2 days off after the night we discovered Elena's rapidly growing tumor in the trauma unit. They were the longest 2 days of my life, knowing we were here again. At least this time, Elena would be awake. Even though she was a bit frightened about that, I would be able to grab this thing, and hopefully she wouldn't have any more headaches or dizziness, and definitely no more seizures. There were so many possible outcomes for this operation, and my only hope was that Elena's suffering would finally end, and opening her skull up again would be worth it for her health. She's a bit nervous, the neuroanesthesiologist said, the one who would be brain mapping for me for Elena's tumor removal. We went over everything again, and she's as ready as anyone can be before being awake during a craniotomy. I'll be in the room as soon as I scrub in and after I see the patient. I walked into Elena's room. Miguel hugged me, and that was only because I knew the man was scared shitless. This was such an intricate brain surgery, dealing with the delicate parts of Elena's brain. I needed to work with the utmost precision and skill to get the entire tumor out this time. You were invited into the observation room, I said. I'll stay out with Stevie and the family, he said. Okay. I looked at Elena, the bed being prepped to move out once I was done. Elena? Dr. Brooks, she answered nervously. I know this is unsettling, but we plan to keep you comfortable as I work to remove the tumor with Dr. Nathan, I said. Natalie has talked to you about her being at your side when we wake you up? Yes, she sighed. All right, let's get this out and get you well on your way to recovery. Thank you, Dr. Brooks. The medication being administered was working because I was finally on the receiving end of the nicer Elena, the one I hadn't had the privilege of for a couple of months. It was time to keep this down to a doctor-patient relationship so I could do my job and get the entire tumor out. All right, let's wake up the patient, I ordered, once I was ready to have Natalie guide me to stay away from the critical parts of Elena's brain. Elena was on the other side of the plastic barrier, making it much easier not to see her face while I operated. It was just me, a tumor, a brain that needed my help, my sucker device, and scalpel. Hi, Elena, Natalie said cheerfully. Can you squeeze my hand? Where's Dr. Brooks? She asked. I smiled. A typical question that almost every patient asked while I performed a craniotomy. They always seemed to think I wasn't around when they were first brought out of anesthesia. He's right behind you, I said. Can you squeeze Natalie's hand for me? I looked up at the computer model and then toward Natalie, who was nodding while I moved my device around her healthy brain outside of the tumor. Keep doing that. Natalie looked at me and shook her head. Okay, stay away from here. I coached my way through removing the tumor and focusing on that. I'm sorry, Dr. Brooks, Elena said. Elena, can you please work with Natalie and answer her questions? I asked, knowing she and I weren't going to get into a heart-to-heart while I was poking around in her brain. And it's okay. I just rewired your brain to say that to me, so we're all good now, I said, Dr. Nathan laughing at my side. I needed to keep Elena comfortable, though, and my initial knee-jerk reaction was a bit harsh. I bet you've wanted to do this all along, she said. Elena, tell me what this card is showing. Natalie tried to keep Elena focused on the boring cards I'd stopped using a while ago, but Nat was old school, and this was how she rolled. It's a shoe, she said, while I moved around to the side of the tumor, slowly removing it and clamping off blood vessels that fed it as I went. Would this have helped me before? Elena asked me. I can't answer that question. That wouldn't have been a reason to do surgery, though, I said. If I did all of this to make you remember me, I would really be the Frankenstein doctor from the game my nephew and niece played with you and me. I smirked, and then I spoke to Dr. Nathan.
This one right here. I need this clamped, and then we'll cut here." "That was fun," she said. "Always a good time with Addie and John." "Damn." I lowered my voice as Natalie took over talking to Elena. "This thing made itself a cozy home in here. Look at all these damn blood vessels," I said, eyeing his concerned expression. "We'll cauterize the small ones, but no wonder this thing took off." "Found a source and just grew. Isn't the first of its kind," he said. Natalie kept Elena engaged in conversation that I would have loved to listen to if I weren't operating on such a bastard of a tumor. The fucking thing had more blood vessels feeding off of her brain than I expected by far. They spoke about Elena's life and what she was up to, and I smiled when I heard that familiar laugh of hers I missed. I thought I'd detoxed off this woman, but she sure as hell had her way with my soul, and then some. I was 6 hours into this surgery before I'd successfully removed the mass, clamped off the larger vessels, and cauterized the small ones it was using to grow in Elena's brain. She would be placed on medication to prevent strokes and clots, and within 3 to 4 days, maybe less given her age and health, she'd be going home with her dad, who knew how to watch for any concerning signs. I made my rounds after Elena was in the recovery room, and was happy to see that everything seemed well and good. She was a little disoriented, which was expected, but she was free of the tumor. Hopefully, she would have no impediments, moving on with her life. Elena's doctor, Mabel, took over in the recovery care at Elena's request, after she thanked me nicely and was sent home 3 days later. Thank God she was walking and talking again. In about a month or so, she should be recovered, and where she was before the headaches kicked in. The rest of the week after Elena's surgery passed slowly. Ash and Avery both delivered while I was at work, and we were all blessed to have 2 darling little girls added to the gang. Holding the infants in my arms and looking into each of their bright blue eyes had me at times knowing that if nothing went wrong with Elena in that accident, I would be holding my own daughter staring up at me with these curious eyes about this time, too. It took us all laughing at the fact that Jim, Jake, and me were definitely up to no good, knocking the ladies up all around the same time to get my head out of the clouds of wondering what could have been. There was something about seeing my friends so happy, John and Addie so damn excited, and the innocence of the powder-fresh babies to keep me from staying in the past that couldn't be changed. Instead of feeling sorry for myself and all my losses since Elena's accident, I felt prouder I could stay moving forward and appreciate these 2 angels that would one day talk and call me Uncle Colin. I had just gotten back from my hospital visit with the babies and finished eating before I sat engrossed in a medical article. Once finished, I walked out to the pool area, smirking at the fact that I put the place up for too high a price to sell, knowing I'd pull the listing. I wasn't selling the damn house, and I knew it. It was the first place I ever bought, and it really had the best views of all Southern California beaches. I wasn't that big of a bitch. Hurt or not, I had to admit I put the place up to make it feel like I'd sell it, but in some demented way, I overpriced it and kept it. Made no sense to me, the real estate agent, or those around me. But hell, who cared? I still owned it, and here I was. I was right where I needed to be, moving forward and carrying on with my life, while appreciating the oceanfront home and the solace it truly brought me. I would accept the things in my life that I could and couldn't change, adapt and overcome all that had been sent my way to challenge me, and I would only allow it all to make me a better man for it.
Chapter 44. Elena. 1 month later. I walked out of Dr. Moaz's office, wanting to squeal with excitement that this was my last visit to the neurologist until my next follow-up in 3 months. The scans had all shown that Dr. Brooks had been successful in removing every last piece of the tumor that had caused headaches more excruciating than the pain of trying to stomach everyone attempting to trigger memories of the last 10 years of my life. I walked out of her office and spotted the tall figure of Dr. Brooks speaking with someone in the open reception area we were in. His dark blonde and messy hair could be spotted a mile away. I discreetly observed him in his white lab coat where he stood, facing away from Dad and me. So many mixed emotions filled me when I heard him laugh. I watched the two women in scrubs staring up at him, and their eyes dazzled in humor to whatever he was saying in response to a book he was thumbing through. I wasn't jealous of the interaction, though. He was a fascinating man, to be sure, and I expected nothing less from the two staff members who were being entertained by him at the moment.
"Let's go, kiddo,"
Dad said, and then he stopped when he caught me staring at Colin.
"Did you want to say anything to Dr. Brooks before we leave?"
"No, he's busy." I smiled. "Besides, Dr. Moas told me that he cleared me to drive and resume life as a happy, healthy miracle." I linked my arm into Dad's. "I am shocked he didn't sit in on the meeting, though." Dad and I walked out of the reception and to the exit of the neuro offices of the hospital.
"I'm sure it was out of respect for your wishes."
Dad smiled at me.
"Also, neurosurgeons don't necessarily sit in on consultations of patients who aren't theirs. The only reason he met with us at the hospital was that Dr. Moas requested his consultation to see if you were a candidate for surgery."
"And he turned my ass down." I arched my eyebrow teasingly at my dad, thanking God that my outbursts and horrible mean streak went away in the last 2 weeks as my brain healed.
"I knew he would,"
Dad admitted.
"But I'd rather the surgeon see the tumor had grown and see if he found anything the neurologist and I hadn't seen in your recent scans."
Well, God knows I turned him down plenty of times, so he probably enjoyed turning me down for once, I said with a laugh as I rolled my eyes. I still don't understand why he would turn down operating on the growing tumor, letting it get to the point where I had seizures. We reached the car, and Dad's expression was professional and serious.
"That's because he's a damn good surgeon, Lainey,"
he said as we got into his car.
"A good surgeon never sees surgery as the first answer. I taught him that, you know."
I nudged Dad in the arm. "And you must be so proud of your prodigy of a student." He grinned.
"Let's get some lunch and head back to the ranch. You're clear to ride again, but nothing more than
walking or maybe a little trot." I smiled at him.
"Yeah, exactly what that horse you sent back to Colin was trained perfectly to do."
He shook his head. "Don't start with me, Poppy," I said, buckling up. "That horse was meant for someone else, and we both know I'm not that woman. Besides, I love riding Stormy. She's gentle and kind." Dad nodded and sighed, and I was undoubtedly itching to get home and finally ride the horse I'd been riding before everything went to hell with the headaches and seizures. "I'll be back in a while," I told Dad as he started going through the mail at the kitchen table.
"Take it slow with that horse."
He eyed me.
"I'm serious, Elena."
"I'm not risking anything, especially since it's taken me a month of pacing floors to get this part of my life back." Stormy was saddled and ready to go within 20 minutes of me getting to the stables, and I hoisted myself on her back. I wanted so badly to turn the reins loose on her and feel the freedom and power I felt in the mare when she took off. But I kept it cool. It was nice to keep her at a walk and head up the path to the lake at the top of Dad's property. It was the most peaceful place, and it made me feel like I was the only person in the world. I dismounted, took my blanket off Stormy's back, and spread the blanket out for me to take in the beauty of the lake, the dock, the canoe, and the birds. A soft breeze blew against my face, and I watched as the canoe rocked gently in the water, tied to the dock by only a rope. My eyes then suddenly saw something entirely different. "All right, hold still," I said. I was transported into the canoe, and back in time, and I was looking at Colin's brilliant and curious smile.
"About time you kiss me,"
he said, as I felt myself gripping the side of the canoe to show off a stunt I'd learned when I was a kid. Oh my God! I rubbed my forehead as I saw, felt, and heard everything as if I'd gone back in time and experienced it. What the hell? I scrambled to get up. I froze when my mind was flooded again. The beautiful view of the ocean from here had disappeared, and I was dancing at the medical conference. I felt so free, and I loved the song that played because it reminded me of Miami. I held my hand up in the air, and it was caught. I finished the spin, and I was suddenly dancing with the most handsome man I'd ever seen. His eyes were an enchanting blue. His smile dazzled, and he danced with me as if he were my partner for a competition. I wondered where he'd come from as he dipped me, and my breath caught when his eyes locked onto mine. "May I ask who you are, sir?" I'd questioned this beautiful man as I moved the dance to become a bit more seductive. I tried to scare him off, but he didn't waver.
"Your future husband,"
he said, and without missing a beat, he spun me out and away from him. I fell to my knees. What was happening to me? Did something go wrong after my brain surgery? Or could it be? Were these my stolen memories being flashed before my eyes before I died from a possible brain aneurysm? I was overwhelmed, nauseated, and terrified all at once. I couldn't die up here alone. "Stormy!" I called my horse. I needed her legs. My mind flashed to my med school graduation. I crossed the stage, shrieking in delight, and instead of being proper, I pointed to my dad in the crowd. "I did it for you, Poppy!" I was getting dizzier and dizzier as I climbed onto Stormy's back, all while my memories were slamming into me as if I were downloading them from somewhere. They were all on repeat, all of my memories, coming back, and I didn't know what the hell was happening, but I was panic-stricken that this was the end. I reached the house and felt like I had vertigo. "Poppy!" I called out in panic.
"Right here, Lainey,"
he said, watching me stumble into the house. He looked as terrified as I felt.
"What's happened?"
"I see things, I think," I said, panting. "Poppy, my memories. I remember what happened. Everything. Am I going to die? Do I need to go to the hospital? I don't want to die." I saw my dad smile as he pulled me tightly into his arms.
"Easy, Lainey,"
he said.
No, baby girl. You are not going to die. This is completely—"
My dad's voice trailed off, and my vision changed again. I was on the beach and had been watching Colin surfing all morning. He surfed like a pro, and I was intrigued, watching him out there, looking like a total badass. The air smelled of salt, and I heard seagulls flying above me as the waves rolled into the shore. I watched in utter excitement as Colin danced through the water, and the next thing I knew, he was kissing me with the salty taste of the ocean on his lips. His wetsuit was ice cold, and I shivered underneath him. I laughed, trying to push him off of me, but his lips remained firmly on mine while we rolled through the soft sand and kissed like no one was watching. I finally pushed him off of me. "You crazy man! I'm all sandy, and that water is so freaking cold," I said to him. His smile was my favorite, and it always made me laugh because I knew he was going to do something wild and insane. He'd taken his wetsuit off by the time I figured I was safe from some crazy Colin maneuver, but I should have known better. I screamed when he threw me over his shoulder and ran out toward the cold surf. I screamed through my laughter, and then the next thing I knew, we were both waist-deep in the freezing cold Pacific Ocean. Colin's eyes dazzled while the sun reflected off the ocean and into them. He pulled me close while I tried to act like I was furious, but my laughter always screwed me when I tried to act angry with him.
"Hold your breath, babe,"
I heard him say. His eyes wide and wild, and I was in trouble. I managed to listen, and the next thing I knew, he pulled me under the water, and his mouth was on mine. I felt the cold water stinging and the electric currents I always felt inside me when he kissed me. I saw my dad again, and I was sitting in his large chair in the living room. I started crying. "Poppy, what's happening? I'm so scared," I whispered.
"Lainey, I need you to be as calm as you can. Your memories are coming back to you,"
he said. "Like this?" I said, looking at him in fear. "My entire surroundings are changing, and I'm being transported into them. What is this?"
"It happens in many different ways. I've had a few conversations with patients on the phone at home when it happened to them. They may come back all at once, or they may take some time. They return differently.
This is good. Keep talking, I said, scared to get zapped off into another memory again. I needed a second to catch my breath to appreciate the miracle that was happening.
Right,
he said, kneeling in front of me.
Some people have reported that it was as if they returned in a reel, like watching a movie, but most have reported they just remembered everything. When the deep-rooted memories return, we believe those are the ones that hit the hardest. The most impact is felt with those. You're safe, honey,
he said with a smile.
I want you to relax and let this pass.
Oh, Colin, I love him, Poppy, I said through tears of relief. My soul felt that more than anything.
Close your eyes and rest. You look exhausted,
he said.
Are you thirsty? Hungry?
I'm overwhelmed, I said.
Close your eyes. Let them come as they are. I'm not leaving your side.
I closed my eyes, and then I was lying on the couch with Colin. I was trying to watch a mystery movie, but I couldn't focus. Colin's firm lips massaged on my neck, and his hand moved over my abdomen. I'm never going to find out, I laughed when Colin's hands went into my panties.
They have sex and live happily ever after,
he said, and I felt his fingers sparking sensations I loved between my legs. The murderer and the detective?
Whatever they are.
He laughed, and I twisted in his arms. We can never get through these movies. I felt his face in my hands. His expression was so mischievous. You're lucky the sex is better. He smiled and kissed my palm.
The sex is always better, sunshine,
he said, before he covered me with his perfect body. The vision faded from the sofa in Colin's Malibu beach house, and I was at the hospital now. I'd just walked out of my patient's room and met up with Dr. Nathan.
All good today, Elena?
He asked. Always. I felt myself smile at him. Before I could say another word, my lower back had a hand on it, and when I turned to my right, I saw that it was Colin. He was in his scrubs, and he gave me a peck on the cheek. Dr. Nathan and I laughed as Colin kept on walking with two interns as if he'd never done anything. He's a mess, I said, trying to defend him to his usual resident who attended his surgeries.
For the record,
I heard Nathan say.
That's against hospital policy.
You'd think he'd know that by now.
I think my friend doesn't give a shit.
I tried to answer Dr. Nathan, but he was gone, and so was the hospital. Dance with me? I asked Colin after taking a sip of wine while sitting on his outdoor furniture. We'd spent the evening on a walk after our day ended, and this day was the hardest on him that I'd witnessed. He'd lost a patient to a severe stroke, and there was no saving that poor woman.
I'd love that,
he said. I held him, and we turned on his playlist, and Otis Redding sang These Arms of Mine. I begged Colin to keep the song on repeat. I loved how it drew us close in such an intimate way as we danced. I felt Colin's tense muscles ease as he danced seductively as if he were worshiping me through our favorite evening times spent dancing. I had no idea how long I'd sat in the chair, getting my life back in the most dramatic way. Thank God that my dad never left my side. I have to see him, I said, sitting up. Poppy, I have to be with him.
Colin?
He carefully asked. Yes, I answered. I can't trust this will stop happening, so I can't drive. I need you to take me to him.
You think you'll be okay?
He asked. If not, he's a neurodoc too. He'll know if something goes wrong. Tears were streaming down my dad's face.
Sweetheart, I don't think I've ever been happier in my entire life.
He let out a sob as he embraced me tightly.
Thank God it's over. Now, let's get you home to Colin.
Chapter 45. Colin. I finished eating and fell into my usual routine of opening up a medical article to read. This time I was more interested in the contents, given it was written about a patient of mine. It was a breakthrough surgery that I'd done and was still impressed with my recovering patient. My patient was deemed permanently paralyzed before I took on his case, but he'd become a proud success. With the help of a walker, he could now move his legs after I'd removed his injured nerves,
allowing the healthy nerves to signal to his brain, giving him the ability to walk again. The article was written in the patient's favor, which I was pleased to read, and the tedious medical jargon input I added was simplified. I was happy to see that this man had regained his life after trusting me to perform this particular surgery on him. Life as a neuroscientist was a world of endless possibilities, surprises, miracles, and in my situation, sometimes it came with sadness that couldn't change mental outcomes. Before Elena basically told me to fuck off, I'd had so much therapy that I could recite half the shit the therapist said to cope with it all. How many of my patients' lives had enormously suffered after I'd busted my ass to save them? I had a different perspective now. I had saved Elena's life twice in my OR, but mentally I couldn't save her. I wasn't going to dwell on that tonight, though. I had just signed off on Elena's official medical release, and I was thrilled that after a month of monitoring her scans, her operation was proven successful. I was told I had missed seeing her in the office today, and it was just as well. I was resolved to let her go. I had no other choice. The house intercom chimed as I took a sip of beer. I tossed the magazine aside, wondering who the hell would show up and ring my house like this. Jake was known for pulling these types of pranks, acting like a jackass instead of letting himself in with the key I'd given him. He and Ash were staying down the road at their beach house this weekend, and the man probably got bored. God only knew. I opened the door, and my eyes took in Elena's somber bronze ones. I hadn't the slightest clue as to why she was here this late. "Colin," she said. "Elena?" I answered, when I saw tears in her eyes. "Come in." She turned and waved off the Tesla that was sitting in my driveway. "We have to talk," she said, walking into the house as I trailed her. I stood in the living room, watching her look around, and I was entirely confused as to what the hell was going on. She turned back to me, and her expression broke my heart. "Saying I'm sorry isn't enough. It's not what you deserve after everything you've done to help me, only to have me treat you so wretchedly." "I'm a bit confused," I said, standing there, wanting to hold her but fearful of what that would do. "There's no need to apologize. I understand you need to move on. I'm letting you have that." She shook her head and bit onto her bottom lip. "My soul will find yours," she said softly as she looked into my eyes. "It's what you would say to me, and I would feel your lips on my closed eyes." I was paralyzed where I stood, staring into her eyes as they waited for my response, but I had nothing. She'd recited what I would say to her every time I would leave her in the ICU while she was in her coma. "Do you remember telling me that? Do you remember making that promise to me, Col?" I swallowed the sudden lump in my throat. My brain was scrambled with thoughts. She was repeating something that I had no idea she'd heard while in her coma. Was she back? Was the woman I'd loved and lost back? "I do," I choked out. "I'm struggling to understand how you recall it now." "I love you," she said, stepping toward my frozen body. "Baby, I remember us. I remember everything." She touched my face, and I closed my eyes in prayer that this wasn't a dream. I turned my head to kiss her palm against my cheek. I held her hand to my cheek, and my eyes reopened. God, please tell me this is real, and I didn't pass out on the couch after reading that article. You've never slept on the couch. Even if I fell asleep watching a boring movie that you put on, you would carry me to bed. You prided yourself in that, never falling asleep on the couch. I'm scared that I'll blink and you'll be gone, I said, feeling myself trembling inside. Oh, baby, she sighed. I've hurt you so badly, and caused you so much pain that I completely understand your response. Will you ever forgive me? I don't deserve this chance I'm begging you for."
"You are my entire life, Elena," I said, as my body jerked out of this bizarre state of paralysis. I pulled her into my arms and buried my face into her neck. The one place I found myself lost in the love of my life. She reached up to hold the back of my neck and ran her hands through my hair as she always had when I held her like this. I had no idea how long I stood there, holding her and feeling as though if I'd let her go, I'd lose her again. Elena and I both shed tears, and we stood there, reuniting our broken souls. I felt like life was being breathed back into my entire being. I'd imagined this scenario from the first moment I knew she had amnesia. And now that it was here, I wasn't reacting in any of the ways I thought I would. It wasn't an explosion of fireworks or spinning her around in the air as we both laughed with joy. It was gentle and so deeply soul-moving that I could hardly make a sound. Elena released our hold on each other and took my face in her hands, and she swept the tears from my face.
"No more crying," she said through her tears. "We've both cried enough for one lifetime. We're the ones who are supposed to laugh and do crazy stuff, remember?"
I grinned. We are. We're also the couple who were ripped apart, and by some miracle from heaven, I have you back. I almost can't believe it, Lainey.
"I'm home, Call," she said. "If you'll still have me, of course."
God, stop saying that. I took her hand and kissed it again. You know that this is your home if you want it. You know that I am always yours. I ran my hand through my hair, still having a hard time with the fact that my Elena came back to me, and she was one of the miracles we all talked about on the neuro ward. Sit with me. My fucking knees are weak. I laughed at the fact that I'd never felt anything remotely close to this before. Maybe it was a mixture of shock and glee. All I knew was that I was overwhelmed in the best possible way. We sat on the couch. All I wanted to do was hold her, and after a few seconds of sitting there like a jackass in shock, I pulled her onto my lap from where she sat across from me. I kissed her shoulder, her arm, her neck, and her jaw.
"Afraid to kiss my lips?"
She arched her eyebrow when she shifted in my arms to face me. I smirked. I don't know what I am, I answered truthfully. I brushed her hair from her face, and I felt a rush of emotions of desire hit me stronger than ever before. I relaxed into the cushions, taking her beautiful face and bringing it to mine. My lips were so urgent and hungry for her, and I was grateful that her desire for my kiss was returned with more passion than I remembered. She tasted so delicious, and I became ravenous for more of this. Our bodies found their usual position on the couch whenever I pressed for more, and I felt her react as she always did, moving so I wouldn't smother her while I lay on top of her and turned a delicious kiss into a consuming one. Her moans, whimpers, and her fingers running through my hair, all of it was my Elena responding to me. I didn't want to stop with this kiss, but I had to. I had to know how she remembered and how it all came back. What did she know? I had no idea how I did it, but I pulled away, watching Elena's beautiful chest rise and fall while she caught her breath. She smiled so beautifully at me, her fingertips running along my lips. "I've missed your lips," she said. Her eyes stared into mine. "And your beautiful eyes. You're the best man I've ever known, and I'm the luckiest woman in the world," she said, sitting up and reclining in my arms. "I remember you coming to me while I was in the coma." I could tell she was happy to be reunited, but she needed to talk, and it was a good thing because I wanted to hear how my woman came back to me. "You repeated to me what I would tell you, that my soul would find yours.
I said with a smile. I was reaching, Lainey. I was doing anything to get those brain waves to give me something to let me know you heard me. She smiled. Do you remember when you brought me to the meadow with Grace? The wedding gift you returned? I grinned, loosening up a bit so I could have a normal conversation. Yes, she shook her head. I hope she's still mine. Of course she is. John and Addie have fallen in love with her, but they know she's Aunt Laney's horse. Aunt Laney? She smiled brightly. Yeah, you're Aunt Laney. Thank God you're back, because I had no idea how to tell them you were no longer part of our lives. I'm seriously flattered, she said, tears in her eyes. Anyway, you were speaking about the meadow where we sat and talked. I smiled. It was pretty much the only normal conversation we had after the accident. Yes, she answered, and intertwined our fingers together. The meadow, though. I didn't remember it at the time, but I know now why it was so soothing to be there talking to you. Why's that? I rubbed my free hand along her legs. Well, while I was in the coma, I heard you. She looked at me, and I felt comfort wash over my entire being. Baby, I heard everything. It's incredible, and I thought I was talking to myself most of the time. I ran my hand over her face again to feel the softness of it. It was so strange, she said, relaxing into me. I remember seeing that I was going to hit the tree and couldn't avoid it. Then suddenly I was in that meadow filled with yellow flowers. It was so peaceful and serene. Now that my memories have practically downloaded into my mind again, I remember hearing everything, but I couldn't talk back. Lainey, I said, my thumb stroking along her cheek. I'm so sorry. I knew you may or may not have heard anything while you were out. I did my best. Stop, she smiled. A lot of what I heard while I was in the coma, it's pretty fuzzy at best. She sat up and leaned her head onto my shoulder. I had to see her face, though. I wasn't ever going to be able to stop looking at the woman who'd come back to me. I readjusted our position to where she was comfortable in my arms, kissed her chin, and smiled. I need to see your eyes, sunshine. I smiled. She returned my smile with a small kiss on my lips. You came to me in that meadow call, she said, and I knew my expression was blank. Every conversation that was said by others, I mostly heard as if they were voices in the sky. It was so bizarre. But you... Her eyes studied mine. You were there, and we sat together. I held your hands, though I couldn't feel them. She softly laughed. Call. Her head shifted to the side. We grieved together. Even though you didn't answer me when I talked to you, we cried together, and we held each other when you told me about the miscarriage. Oh my God, Lainey, I said, as I held her tightly. I hope I did everything right with her and for you. You did everything so beautifully, and I couldn't understand why you were doing all of it while I was out. I felt like I had to do whatever it took to take care of you. I had to know how you felt about the baby, how long you'd known. You told me that in our meadow while I was in the coma. I saw the butterfly you drew in your journal, and I knew you were crying when you found out about the baby. I should have been there for you. I cried because I knew it was an overwhelming change for you and me. We were getting married, and the next thing I knew, I was going to have to tell you, hey, guess what? She said in a silly voice that I loved. The honeymoon is over in a few months, and it's time to get ready for diapers and no sleep. She chuckled, and I laughed before she grew serious. Would you have been upset? I know it's a dumb question after every beautiful thing you've done for our daughter and me. I kissed her nose. I would have loved the mother of my child that much more. I smiled. But Josephine March Brooks is our angel now, and I have a crazy feeling she might have had something to do with you coming back to me. Look at you, she chuckled. You've officially become a man who might believe in things outside this black and white scientific world of yours. I held her closer. You in my arms at this moment is a prime example of a scientist being completely stumped. You're not just some miracle beauty who danced into my life at that medical conference, but you're literally a walking miracle, Elena Alvarez. We need to fix that whole Alvarez thing, and fast. I should be Elena Brooks by now, she said with a smile, kissing my lips. Courthouse? I teased. I would show up at the first appointment you got. I studied her. I think we should do it. We have a lot to make up for, and I think we should start there. Then we need to find a way to get on that honeymoon you planned. There's a bit of a plan change on that one. I leaned her close and kissed the incision wound on her head that was healing nicely. We can only do what I planned for the second half of our honeymoon. I was dying to know where you were taking me, she said. What did I screw up? El Capitan in Yosemite, I told her. You told me it was something you'd always wanted to do. The guys and I hiked the face of that rock after we graduated college. I went behind your back and asked your dad what your experience was in rock climbing. I wasn't surprised to hear that you were perfectly primed to climb that mountain. Her lips were on my neck. That would have been so amazing. Damn it, you think of everything. All I want is to give the woman I love the life of her dreams. Unfortunately, you're going to have to settle for the second part of my surprise trip. We'll stretch out our time there, though, since you're not going to be doing wild stuff for a while. Tell me, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The Maldives. One of those badass places that give us privacy, and the huts are on stilts over the ocean. It's secluded and unbelievably gorgeous. Is that something you'd be up for? I could arrange the time off, and we'd make up for missing the last months of our lives together. We could stay right here, and I would be delighted. I feel the same. There's so much for us to make up for, I said. I'm still trying to process that this is even happening. Dance with me, she said with a smile. Like we always did at night after long, stressful days. Have you tried? I asked her. Does that part of your brain work again? There's only one way to find out. She popped up from my lap and started dancing a beautiful hula dance for me. I'm back, baby, and we're wasting time.
Chapter 46. Elena. Colin and I spent the entire night talking, laughing, and, of course, having wild sex. I loved every second of his lips, savoring my body as they always had when we were together. He was a perfect man in every way, and he was right. Life had ripped us apart. But we survived it, and by some beautiful miracle, we were convinced that baby Jo had brought her parents back together after all the hurt that they'd endured. I felt I should apologize for using his past as an excuse to leave him in the way that I did before I got my memories back. The truth was that his past had never been an issue for me. We both had life experiences that we'd learned from, and I knew that made us who we were. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with a much less mature version of myself, so I couldn't do anything but reassure him that nothing in his past gave me any cause for concern at any time. Luckily for me, that led to delicious shower sex. It was so good to feel good again, to have my memories back, and to share this journey with Colin. I listened to him talk, knowing he'd been mentally beaten up in more ways than one. The pain I saw in his eyes was unforgivable, but he forgave me without a moment's hesitation. And here we were, back in each other's arms again, as if we hadn't skipped a beat. Colin worked the entire following week, but Dr. Nathan and the others worked to help take on shifts and patients and fill in for him so that we could escape the noise for a while and focus on each other. We determined that starting the Equine Rehab Center was not just my personal dream come true, but it was both of our way of giving back to patients suffering and going through what we both went through. In about 2 months, the place would be completely set up with horses brought in for rehab, and the place would be staffed with more therapists to help with patients. Colin had revisited my brain scans more than once, and his surgical conclusion was met with the agreement that the tumor that had almost killed me and forced the emergency surgery was most likely jarred, and that was the only explanation for my memory loss. Colin said it had most definitely moved into that part of my brain and caused most of my issues. He only wished he could back up that assumption, but because I'd never had a brain scan before my accident, Colin had nothing to compare where it was located in my brain before the injury. The week had flown by, and now, here we were, the day of our secret courthouse wedding. We'd planned to get married, go back to the main house, and possibly take the horses out, and then celebrate each other until we left for the airport at 11 this evening. Colin had arranged the red-eye flight on Jim's private jet, knowing we'd most likely sleep while we flew across the world. But I doubted we'd be sleeping much after Avery described the luxury of the plane. The thing was set up like some penthouse suite, and we'd most likely feel like we were in a hotel the entire flight and not on a plane. I was so excited, I could hardly stand it. The courthouse wedding was fun and quick, and I squealed when Colin swept me up into his arms and announced to the people staring at us like we were lunatics that I was officially Mrs. Colin Brooks. I loved the sound of that more than I could express. Colin and I walked back to our car, kissing and holding on to each other like there was no one else around. We couldn't give a damn what anyone thought. We were together, married, and beginning this chapter in our life in the most blessed fashion. When we got home to our ranch, Colin was at my door, sweeping me out of the car before I could place a foot on the ground. Our lips met as if we hadn't kissed nearly the whole way home, and once he carried me through the house and made his way to our room, he kicked the door closed behind him. Our lips hadn't left each other's, even as Colin laid me on the bed, and his sky-blue eyes beamed. "Well, my handsome husband, what are you going to do with me now? I thought we were going to go horseback riding." "That comes after this," he said, his lips finding my abdomen. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the knocks was the beat that Jake and Colin would use when they showed up at the other's house. "He's fucking kidding, right?" Colin said with a sigh. "Are you two dressed in there?" Jake said with humor in his voice. "We're sort of fucking in here." Colin arched an eyebrow in humor at me and grinned. "Careful, old man," Jake answered with a chuckle. "There are kids around." Colin's forehead fell against my chest while I ran my hands through his hair and laughed. "Go get the door." "He's lucky he was at my side the entire time you were gone," Colin said with a sigh. "Watching Vampire Diaries and all, too?" I laughed again. "Him and Alex, right?" "I was in a dark place, Lainey." He straightened his shirt as he stood up. "I brought them there with me, too." "Then you owe it to your best friend to open that door and see what he wants," I said. Colin opened the door, and the next thing I knew, Jake and Alex snatched my new husband, and Col was gone with a string of curse words hanging in the air behind him. "We're going to steal him away for just a bit," Jim said, wearing a suit and smiling. "Congratulations on the nuptials." He ducked out of the doorway as I sat up on the edge of the bed, and then Ash, Avery, and my sister rushed into the room with Clay and Joe. "What the hell is going on?" I giggled, seeing Joe and Clay eye me like I was about to become their hardest makeover yet. Lydia approached the bed. "It's a send-off party, sister." She hugged me. "That Jim guy can make some serious miracles happen." I wrapped my arms around my sister and hugged her. "Jim did this?" "Jim and Alex made a lot of things happen, but the crazy stuff?" Avery laughed and looked at Ash. "Crazy stuff like kidnapping Colin?" Ash laughed. Well, any crazy shit that goes down from now and until we get you on that plane tonight is all Jake. I hugged Ash and Avery, genuinely grateful that I could consider these two strong and wonderful women my dear friends. The friendships we'd forged so effortlessly were precious to me, and I had more blessings to count than I could have ever dreamed possible. I have no idea what you all are planning, but I'm totally down for having some crazy and wild fun. I'll have to thank all of you for pulling off whatever miracle you have planned later, I said.
And you'll be thanking Joe and me for our miracle, sister girl,
Clay said, pulling my hair through his hands.
Honey, you've been through a lot, and we're about to overhaul this neglect of your gorgeous hair. This dress is perfect for enhancing the naturally glowing tanned skin you're blessed with, Joe said, walking over a strapless, silky yellow dress to me. Colin loves you in a strapless dress, and your body is perfectly toned to wear this like you own it.
Why yellow? I smirked. Because of the yellow flowers in the meadow, Ash said. There's a reason you found comfort being surrounded by yellow flowers in the field in your coma, the only place you saw Colin come to you. What's that meaning? I questioned. Well, when it comes to chakras and healing, the color yellow has some spiritual effects. The color itself is so bright and luminous that you can't help but feel cheerful with its radiant glow. If your subconscious pulled you into a meadow of yellow flowers, then it helped you pull personal power, strength, and courage. It's such a powerful, happy, and optimistic color. Not to mention nothing looks better against your skin tone, Avery added with a laugh. It enhances the beauty we always have seen in our sweet friend. I've missed this so much, you guys, I said, feeling overwhelmed with love. I can't wait to get back so we can all have fun together like we used to.
That all comes after you and Colin make up for your lost time, Joe said, going through a bag and pulling out lacy undergarments. Go and put these on. It's 3 in the afternoon and we have a lot to accomplish between getting you reunited with Colin and on that plane.
A send-off party, huh? I laughed. There was no way the guys, your family, and we girls were letting you both off as easy as we led you to believe, Ash said with a grin. After Clay and Joe worked their magic on me, I was blindfolded. I couldn't help but laugh, as I had been doing since the moment I woke up this morning. I couldn't help but enjoy the fun adrenaline of surprises, and it was surging through me. I was so full of positivity and love that I felt like I was vibrating. I heard a large crowd after I'd been led from point A to point B, wherever that was located. What's going on? I softly asked. Hey, sweetheart. I heard my mom's voice, and I jerked off the blindfold, tears filling my eyes. I hugged my mom tightly, hardly noticing that we were in the large, renovated open area of our barn. Strands of lights hung throughout the rafters, looking like blurry diamonds, as I held Mom, and then I saw Dad's smile from where he stood behind her. I'm sorry I couldn't get here faster. I was about to take the next flight out, then Colin's friend Jim contacted me. He let me know that he'd be sending a flight to pick all of us up to celebrate you being well again, and that we'd be sending you and Colin off after this beautiful reception. I cleared my eyes. Colin was still nowhere in sight, but all of my family and friends from Miami were in this room. They waved as I covered my mouth in tears and shock that I was actually seeing this. I took in the magnificent area that looked like some otherworldly and heavenly place with the hanging flowers, beautifully arranged tables, and the twinkling ambiance of this room. I saw my girlfriends who were with me when I had my snowboarding accident, and I hugged them all and thanked them for being there for me. When I'd hugged the last of them, I looked around the room again, awe-stricken by everything once more. Clay and Joe? I asked. You know it, Avery said. Stevie hugged me tightly and stayed by my side.
Jim flew everyone in on his private jets, sis,
Stevie said.
Everyone went all out so we could celebrate our love for you, and, of course, to see you found your life and happiness with Colin again.
You tried to sneak your way out of having a big wedding, so we decided to get to the fun part and give you and Col the send-off you deserve. Avery said with a smile. I felt tears again. I don't know how to thank you all for this, I said, sniffing and smiling, trying not to ruin my makeup. Oh, trust us. Colin will be ensuring we feel like you both appreciate all of this, Ash said. Where the hell is he? I asked. Lydia chuckled. He's with his best friends. Apparently they had some pranks and plans for him since he tried to ditch out on a formal wedding. I loved how different Lydia was now. I could see the happiness in her eyes, and I loved my sister more than I ever had. Stevie stood tall at my side, and I was thankful to God that my brother had pulled it together despite my injury taking me down. He was working a stable job and busting his ass at school, and I was so damn proud of him. I thought I couldn't be happier until a spotlight hit a stage that was created for this moment, and I heard Colin's beautiful voice start to sing slowly.
Wise men say, only fools rush in.
I covered my mouth when I saw my handsome husband dressed sharply in a black suit with a microphone in his hand. I felt tears slide down the corners of my eyes as Colin sang the song with a violinist playing softly in the background to complement his perfect vocals. The song was more beautiful now than ever as I watched and hung on to every word. Colin's searching eyes finding me and singing directly to me. He waved his hand for me to join him on stage, and I didn't hesitate to allow him to continue serenading me with that song while he gently led me in a dance. As his song came to an end, more upbeat music came on, and people made their way to the dance floor to join in on the fun.
I have no idea what the hell is going on.
Colin spun me out, and then I twirled back into his arms.
And I'm not even pissed about it. You look beyond beautiful, baby.
Everyone seemed to be having a fantastic time, and Colin and I couldn't get enough of each other, dancing like the silly, hopelessly in love couple we were. I don't know how many songs we danced to before Jake's voice came over the speakers. Colin spun me back into him, and we fell into a perfect embrace. I rested my back against Colin's firm chest, and his chin rested on my hair.
These two.
Jake slid a hand into his pocket and casually held the mic to his smiling lips.
They've been through hell and back, and have proven to all of us that love can conquer anything that tries to defeat it.
He pursed his lips and shrugged.
It might sound cheesy, I know, but after watching what the past months have done to both of them, I have to say it's 100% true.
He chuckled, then looked out at the crowd.
We have all prayed and pleaded for these two to come together again after almost losing Elena.
He looked at Colin.
I watched my best friend save her life and grieve the possibility that his soulmate was lost to him forever.
He shook his head and smiled at me.
You have always had the brightest smile and the best outlook on everything. Watching you struggle as the world tried to strip that positivity from you, I have to say, there are not many times when I've been at a loss for understanding why life can be so cruel, but that was one of them. I couldn't understand many things having to do with the outcome of your accident, but I look at you with Colin now, and I think I get it. You see, not to toot my friend's horn, but I'm sure he'll tell you every chance he gets. He's a prodigy, you know, one of those child geniuses.
Colin waved his hand out at the crowd and took a bow like a goofball as his best friend continued talking.
Being a real-life genius, however, sometimes certain details slip through the cracks, and I have to say that with all my friend's expertise, there was an element of personal experience with these injuries that he couldn't relate to.
Colin held me tighter as Jake spoke, and I felt him subtly nodding in agreement.
Over the trials of the last months, you've both learned lessons that are valuable not only to yourselves, but also to put them into action to help others who've been in your situation.
Jake waved his hand around the barn that was to be the hub of our equine therapy center.
You've decided to open this place and use your experiences to help alleviate the pain of others. And, well, I think there isn't anything nobler than that. That leads me to my point. I have no idea where he's going with this.
Colin whispered in my ear. Jake smirked at Colin.
I think this rehab center might have to partner up with St. John's Hospital to help reach more people. What do you say?
Oh my God! I covered my heart and looked at Colin's same shocked expression.
That is where I come in,
I heard Jim say as he spoke into a mic.
As CEO of the company who's always looking at ways to expand and enhance St. John's, we are willing to support your rehab center monetarily and in any other way we can. We would love to help bring in staff while allowing you both to retain ownership and control and all of that fun stuff.
He winked.
We'll take on any burden of the business aspect of the equine rehab facility because it is our wish for Dr. Elena Brooks to focus on getting her patients well through her horses and contagious positivity.
I broke free of Colin's hold and hugged Jim, crying in his arms, knowing that the man had cemented my ultimate dream. I would now have the endless possibilities of helping those who've suffered what Colin and I went through after my injury.
Damn it,
I heard Jake whisper.
I didn't even get a hug, and I thought my shit was pretty damn good too.
Get over here. I reached out for Jim's brother and Colin's best friend, who laughed and hugged me.
Dry your eyes, kid,
I heard Alex say. I looked at the striking man who I'd grown to admire for his commanding air, grateful for his care and concern for Colin while I was in my coma. Alex had taken Colin into his home during Colin's darkest hour, and for that, I would be eternally in Alex's debt. You guys, thank you for all of this. I smiled at Colin, shaking Jim and his best friend's hand. I knew Colin was as thrilled and overwhelmed by all of this as I was. Alex reached for my hand, used some tricky maneuver, and spun me out.
Dance with the butterflies,
he said to me with a smile as the crowd watched.
Right?
I looked at him in confusion as he released my hand, and Jim, Jake, Ash, and Avery stood behind Alex, looking at Colin and me. 2 women walked up with Avery and Ash's newborn babies in their arms, little John and Addie proudly trailing them. I watched with happiness, my hand instinctively covering my stomach, knowing that one sweet angel was missing. Baby Joe Brooks. I felt a tear slip out of the corner of my eye. I didn't want to cry again. I'd already done this when I first held the precious babies after first meeting them. I loved these sweet little girls with a love I didn't know I carried in me, even though I still wished we had our Josephine with us.
If it weren't for you two, we wouldn't have that special angel, Baby Joe, to watch over all of us. Isn't that right, Addie?
Alex asked, looking down at the 5-year-old, who nodded along as he spoke. Yes, Addison said, smiling out to the audience to ensure they knew mine and Colin's daughter was a special angel. Alex looked back at Jim and the gang as they smiled at Colin and me.
We believe that our angel, Baby Joe, is a symbol of hope, and St. John's has decided to dedicate the butterfly gardens in her name with the motto, Dance with the Butterflies. We will work to expand this center in Baby Joe's name for parents who've experienced the grief of losing a child. We hope that each of our donations in our angel's name, Baby Josephine Brooks, will help expand our pediatric unit. Our chief pediatric neurosurgeon, Dr. Brandt, will be working to ensure that every child who comes into the pediatric ward will know that St. John's is much more than just a hospital. It's a place of hope and understanding.
Colin was perfectly quiet and still, even silently tearing up with me until Dr. Brandt's name was mentioned. That's when Colin kissed my cheek and chuckled.
You know that they just dedicated our daughter's pediatric unit and placed it in the care of the pediatric doctor who's the younger version of me, correct?
I looked up at Colin and then over to where Dr. Brandt had walked up and smiled at both of us. The tall and handsome man was a head-turner, and when Colin wasn't on the neuro ward, but Brandt was, good Lord, there was trouble. He was a beautiful man inside and out. He was young, but my interactions with him at work had always been a blast. He might have looked and probably acted like a typical playboy, but the way he was with the kids was nothing short of heartwarming. I think Josephine would approve, I told Colin with a kiss on his cheek.
I'm sure you both wondered why the dapper Dr. Brandt was invited to this barn wedding,
Brandt said with a chuckle after he was handed a microphone.
I want to say it's always an honor when I'm working with the two of you during the times I've needed Brooke's opinion on a surgery or Elena's counsel for a patient and their families. You are both exceptional doctors and people. If you choose to accept St. John's pediatric ward being named in honor of your daughter, I will say that I am honored to be one of the surgeons who will be working there, knowing your little angel is watching over the children.
At this point, I was too overwhelmed to speak. Colin and I had been to our daughter's memorial site, and I'd seen the beautiful plaque that was made for her. When Colin told me about it in my coma, I'd imagined it precisely as I'd seen it. It was beautiful, and the gardens were always so serene. To learn that our friends were dedicating the garden and the pediatric ward in Baby Joe's name, I was speechless.
Wow,
Colin said, taking the mic and hugging Dr. Brandt, saying something to him that made the handsome doctor laugh while he stepped back.
Well, Lainey,
Colin exhaled.
All I expected was this amazing send-off, but never anything more.
He looked at our group of friends, standing there with smiles on their faces, as the rest of our friends and family looked on.
You are all blowing my mind right now.
He chuckled.
I believe I speak on behalf of my wife and me.
He held his hand out to me.
That we humbly accept all of this.
He pinched his lips together.
Wow, yeah, everything.
Uncle Colin, Addison stepped up. It's okay to cry, you know? Just say thank you. She smiled.
Thank you.
He brushed his finger over her nose.
I think Baby Joe would love all of this, wouldn't she?
Addison nodded. She's the angel who made it all happen, I think. I watched, loving the innocence of sweet Addison. I know she is, I said as I bent down to hug her. Thank you, Addie. Uncle Colin and I are so happy. We are too. She smiled at me. Can we eat your beautiful cake now? After the incredible gift and words from Colin's friends and St. John's, knowing the board must have approved this idea Jim and Alex had proposed to them, Colin and I were seriously at a loss for words. We enjoyed a beautiful celebration with our friends and family, who'd come to honor mine and Colin's love. Jim had a driver bring us to the airport, and, hot damn, Avery wasn't lying when she said we wouldn't even know we were on a plane. We boarded and had flight attendants appear from out of nowhere to serve us champagne. We took off, ate a delicious dinner that had been prepared, and then Colin dismissed the attendants. Colin stood, and he swept me into his arms.
We have plenty of time to tour this jet,
he said as we walked through a living room and past multiple rooms into another world on this plane.
But we need to pick up where we left off after our courthouse wedding.
This plane is off the charts, I said. Where are we?
This is the private quarters. There's the master suite, kitchen, and couches, all that shit. Jim had this luxury jet designed for him, Avery, and their family. I think I'll hit him up with all his generosity of today and ask to keep the damn thing.
He laughed. Baby, I'm the happiest woman alive, I said. Did all of this happen today? This is still real life, right?
Yeah, it sure as hell did.
He smirked. Now, he grabbed me and called for the plane to play our song.
Let's dance, baby.
I fell into his arms, and we slowly started dancing to our Otis Redding song. We danced the night away, laughing and loving each other, and when we could take no more, it was time to do what we both did best. Worship each other, body and soul. Our worlds had collided so fast, and just as quickly, they'd been torn apart, most devastatingly. But we survived it all. We struggled, and we felt pain as powerful as we felt love and passion. Through it all, our souls found each other again, reaffirming that we were bonded in a way that proved we were born to love each other, in sickness and in health, and, of course, in fun-filled adventures and in happiness. Our love was stronger than ever, and I wouldn't ask to start my life with this man in any other way. This concludes Dr. Brooks by Raylan Marks, narrated by Jeremy York and Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2021 by Raylan Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylan Marks and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media